All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy and Chief David-Reimer. It is 5:27 on the 15th of June, 2023. We now have multiple severe thunderstorms with multiple tornado warnings in progress across the northeastern Texas Panhandle into portions of southern Oklahoma, which will soon impact Texoma and portions of North Texas, south into the hill country. Let's go from north to south and talk about it, with the expectation being we are going to have a very busy evening across portions of the state with the potential for all modes of severe weather, including the potential for a few tornadoes, hurricane-force winds up to 100 miles an hour, the potential for baseball to hail larger than the size of softballs. Yeah, it's going to be a busy evening. Let's just get down to it. With the caveat in mind, we're going to focus on the most intense storms. If you're wondering about what's going to be going on in your neck of the woods later on today or tonight, or you're wanting to know what's going on now, we encourage you to download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, along with the interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. All right, let's get started. A severe thunderstorm now with a history of producing multiple tornadoes, including one that has impacted portions of the city of Perryton in the northeastern Texas Panhandle. A tornado warning continues for southern Beaver, northwestern Lipscomb, and northeastern Moultrie counties in the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles. A supercell with a history of producing multiple tornadoes continues to produce tornadoes, one approaching Highway 83 about 10 miles southeast of the city of Perryton. Second possible tornado in progress east of the city of Perryton, approaching Booker. This storm generally moving to the east at about 30 miles an hour. The potential continues for this to remain a cyclic tornadic supercell, capable of producing strong tornadoes, capable of producing significant damage, the potential for baseball to softball size hail, and straight line winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour. And this dangerous thunderstorm is likely to continue for several hours as it moves towards portions of the northeastern Texas Panhandle and portions of northwestern Oklahoma. So those of you from Booker all the way down to Higgins, Follett, be ready. The potential for a significant severe weather capable of producing impacts to life and property. Across portions of southern Oklahoma, a supercell thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes, including a couple. Our Storm Chasers Adam Lucio and Chelsea Burnett have streamed live on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. These storms moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. The potential for them to turn further to the southeast and impact areas from near Nocona to Gainesville to Sherman in the next 2 hours. Farther to the south, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging hail, strong winds, and can't rule out a tornado. This is going to be located from near Valley Spring down Highway 71 to the northern sides of the city of Llano. And again, that storm capable of producing a tornado, damaging hail, the potential for straight line winds. And I'll tell you, we've got problems. It sounds like Perryton, Texas, and the northeastern Texas Panhandle has taken a major hit from a strong tornado. Unfortunately, that means there's a lot of damage, and we're not going to know more about that probably for a while yet. Initial reports from disaster scenes can be sketchy and at times unreliable, so one has to be very mindful and careful of reporting specifics in the initial phases of a severe weather event when, well, bad things happen. But again, that just goes to show you we are indeed going to be having issues with severe weather, tornadoes, and all of that over the next several hours. So again, that's going to be with this storm in the northeastern Texas Panhandle moving to the east-southeast at 35 miles an hour. We've had a significant hit in Perryton, Texas from a possible, well, it was a tornado, but it may have been a pretty nasty tornado. Just looking at some visual media of what's happened in Perryton, and yeah, we've got problems, so that's not good. Let's go further south. We've got a severe storm west of the city of Childress, north of Essling, southeast of Memphis, moving towards Highway 62, where it splits off of 83 and moves towards Hollis, Oklahoma. This storm could have quarter to golf ball size hail. We have a strong thunderstorm developing quickly now south of the city of Vernon. This thunderstorm will need to be watched carefully for signs of continued intensification as it moves east-northeast towards Electra. And honestly, at this point, it's on a beeline to directly impact Iowa Park, Holiday, and Wichita Falls over the next hour to hour and a half. We're going to have to watch that carefully. A supercell with a history of producing 100-mile-an-hour straight-line winds, 5-inch diameter hail in the city of Lawton, and tornadoes extends from near Temple, Oklahoma to Empire City, Duncan, Oklahoma, up to Marlow and Bray. This thunderstorm continues to be capable of producing tornadoes, softball-sized hail, destructive straight-line winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour. At this point, the storm is moving east-southeast at 30 miles an hour, which means at some point this could pose a direct threat to portions of Texoma, Marietta, Ardmore, Thackerville, Windstar, perhaps eventually impacting places like Sherman and Denison in about 1.5 to 2 hours. Keep in mind, we are going to have a busy evening in Texoma in northeast Texas. This is the beginning. These storms that are in progress across southern Oklahoma are probably going to continue and make it all the way to Louisiana. So again, those of you in northeast Texas, we're going to have a busy night. It's quiet now, but it will not be quiet in a few hours on the Texas side of the Red River. And we may get busy here pretty quickly in northwest Texas with this developing supercell across southern portions of Wilbarger County moving towards Wichita County. Further to the south, severe thunderstorms that tried to spin up a bit earlier, but frankly now not doing so much in the spinny doom department. Moving to the east-southeast towards Buchanan Dam, Kingsland. Eventually, this could be a threat with some hail and strong winds to Burnett down to Marble Falls. Another storm over San Saba, capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, moving towards Lametta. These storms further south are generally struggling to intensify compared to storms further to the north. I'll just go back to the state view and show you the view over the last few hours. And again, we've had a damaging tornado impact the city of Perryton in the northeastern Texas panhandle. That storm has produced major damage. We haven't heard anything more than that yet. We have additional thunderstorms developing across portions of northwest Texas, southwest and west of the city of Wichita Falls, south of Vernon. We have additional thunderstorms in southern Oklahoma that are very severe, with tornadoes, straight-line winds up to 100 miles an hour, softball to 5-inch diameter size hail. In case you're wondering what a 5-inch diameter hailstone is like, for those of you who aren't born in the last 10 years, that's the size of a DVD. DVD size hail. Yeah, there's one I haven't had to describe before. And those storms are moving southeast and could pose a direct threat to portions of Texoma, including the cities of Denison and Sherman in the next 2 hours. If this turns right any further, the potential exists for this to impact places like Windstar down to Gainesville. Thereafter, this complex of very intense thunderstorms, the potential beginning of a derecho, will move into northeast Texas with the potential for hurricane-force straight-line winds over 80 miles an hour, the potential for baseball to softball size hail, and the potential for tornadoes. And additional thunderstorm development is anticipated. You can see we've got one storm trying to go up south of Vernon. That is definitely a supercell. We've got a severe storm moving into portions of Childress County. That storm, kind of steady state, honestly, almost looks like it's trying to dissipate. And then the potential for a severe thunderstorm continuing to produce tornadoes across Lipscomb County and the northeastern Texas Panhandle, moving towards Follett, Magoon, Lipscomb, Higgins, Coburn, staying north of the city of Canadian, and then eventually moving into northwest Oklahoma, perhaps a direct threat to Arnett, Fargo, Woodward, Visay, Camargo, Toluga, Sealing, around where the Ray fire was back in 2018, I believe. So again, we have a severe weather event underway now across portions of the eastern Texas Panhandle, southern Oklahoma, with isolated severe weather underway across portions of northwest Texas into the hill country. The severe weather outlook for tonight. A level 4 out of 5 risk for severe storms now includes Texoma. This includes places like Wichita Falls to Bowie, Gainesville, Sherman, Bonham. That is a level 4 out of 5 risk for intense severe thunderstorms, capable of producing a few tornadoes, softball to DVD size hail, the potential for hurricane force winds of 80 to 100 miles per hour. That is about a 1 in 2 chance for a severe storm within 25 miles of your location. Level 3 risk in the orange includes the northeastern Texas Panhandle, where severe weather is underway now, extending into portions of northwest Texas, North Texas, into northeast Texas. This includes places like Vernon, Graham, Mineral Wells, Weatherford, the entire DFW Metroplex, Greenville, Paris, Clarksville, Gilmer, Canton, Tyler. About a 1 in 3 chance for intense severe storms later this evening. The potential for storms to produce softball to DVD size hail, straight line winds of 70 to 90 miles per hour. A couple tornadoes cannot be ruled out. A level 2 risk, that's about a 1 in 5 to a 1 in 6 chance for a severe storm within 25 miles of any given point, includes portions of the eastern Big Country, the Hill Country, central Texas, the northern Brazos Valley, into the Arklatex, places like Childress, to Brownwood, to Killeen, Waco, Mahia, Corsicana, Fairfield, Tyler, well, technically not Tyler, Marshall, Carthage, Palestine, Atlanta, Texarkana, over to Shreveport. And then that level 1 risk where the overall threat is lower. For tonight, this evening, here is the tornado probabilities. You can see the threat for a few tornadoes highest in the northeastern Texas Panhandle and to southwestern Oklahoma. The threat for a few tornadoes continues into Texoma, North Texas, and northeast Texas tonight. Understand the ongoing severe storms, especially these now ongoing across portions of southern Oklahoma, are capable of producing widespread destructive hurricane-force winds, a derecho, likely in the initial phases of developing. This storm also has a history of producing wind-driven softball-sized hail and tornadoes. While this thunderstorm may remain tornadic, this thunderstorm is also going to be capable of producing widespread wind damage. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning for a intensifying supercell that could become a considerable problem in southern Wilbarger County. This storm is moving east at 30 miles an hour towards northwestern Archer and western Wichita County. This thunderstorm has the potential to produce quarter to golf ball size hail. If this thunderstorm continues to intensify, the potential will exist for it to produce much, much, much larger size hail. And again, we need to watch this supercell very carefully for the potential for destructive hail. This storm moving towards Cadane Corner, Dundee, Mankins, Iowa Park, and Holiday. If we have a split occur, what's going to likely happen is the storms would split from one storm to two. The left split would move more towards Electra in western northwestern Wichita County. The right split would move more towards Archer City. At this point, that split is not ongoing, but it's going to be something that needs to be watched and monitored carefully. And again, we have a tornado warning. This is going to be in southern Oklahoma. This is going to be for a dangerous supercell with golf ball to baseball size hail in the city of Duncan to Comanche to just north of Waurika, Oklahoma. This storm is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour and could pose a direct threat to portions of Texoma, Cook County, Grayson County, eventually into Fannin County within the next 1.5 to 2 hours. In the northeastern Texas Panhandle, a supercell with a history of producing a damaging tornado that has severely impacted the city of Perryton, moving east-southeast at 35 miles an hour. I didn't update the title. That's great. Yeah, it's June 15th. Let me go in and fix that. And I put June 16th in the description. I'm doing so well today. Let me tell you, it's been just a great day. Give me just a second. I'll go in and fix these titles. And while we do that, actually, let's have some interaction. There we go. Let's see if this actually works. Let me go in here and update some of these titles. I don't know if I'm going to be able to update it on that. There we go. I put the 14th is the video title, the 16th is the description, and neither ended up being right. That's unfortunate. Let me tell you. It feels like a Monday, but unfortunately it's a Thursday. I guess that's not a bad thing, but all right. Let me go and update these video titles real quick. And just because we have a risk of severe storms tonight in portions of North Texas, etc., doesn't mean we're going to have nasty sauce in portions of the DFW Metroplex. While we might, it's certainly not out of the possibility or out of the realm that we don't. Just something we're going to have to watch. So let me get this updated. I think I may have been able to update this on the fly. Well, good, that's dynamic. Okay, the video title should be updated now, so yay. Just update one more thing. We'll get back to it. It's me, myself, and I in this weather office, by the way, so sometimes I have to multitask. Is Bowie out of danger? Absolutely not. You may not have anything going on near you right now, but you definitely have the potential for severe weather, especially with that storm developing southwest of Wichita Falls. So y'all are going to need to watch that carefully. Here, I'll go back and actually show you the highlighted risk area. for today and tonight. Okay, good. Yeah, the Lano storm is showing signs of weakening. I'm not too worried about a tornado with it right now. But we are going to talk about it here again in a minute. I'm going to actually get some more radar screens set up here. For those who don't know, and I'll actually, let me see if I can show you this without breaking everything here. But let me just press a couple buttons. Press that. We'll do that. I'll switch over to the full screen camera scene real quick. And I'll show you exactly what all we're looking at here. Hey, camera, you know what I would like if you would stop moving. Now, this may work. This may not. This is going to be kind of a... some of you are probably going to get motion sick. But again, I've got two monitors there. Monitor. I broke the camera. Give me just a second and I'll refresh that. Loose cable connection, unfortunately. Give me just a second and I will fix that. There, you can see that. I've got 10 monitors all hooked up to this one computer. So, yeah, when I'm looking around and, doing other stuff, that is why. But we're not going to press that button again. Next time I want to actually show y'all something, I'll just hook up the fancy super duper camcorder to the HDMI ingest and we'll do it that way. So, again, let's go back to the chat. We'll show the severe weather outlook. And I'm actually going to get some more screens set up over here so I can better maintain my situational awareness. When we start having multiple storms, I have to start pulling up more radar displays, and that's just so I can maintain situational awareness on multiple storms. And again, so yeah, I've got all 10 monitors here being run off one very happy computer. We've got behind me, that's usually where Stephen Jones sits. He's out storm chasing. We've got 4 computers behind me. Is Norman okay? Derp and Derps. Yes, and for fun facts, I'm actually located right on the border of Moore and Norman in Oklahoma City. So if Norman's not okay, trust me, you're going to find out pretty quick because I'm going to go scampering and running away. All right, get this set up. We're starting to see additional storms fire up in the hill country. Let's take a look at those. We'll switch back over to the super duper awesome blossom radar display. And again, yeah, we have had a tornado warning. Oh, but that tornado warning for Llano County's gone. But notice we're starting to see some new storms fire up from near Brownwood to Goldwaith, West Lampasas, West Burnett, West Marble Falls, down to Llano. And again, these storms kind of steady state. They are capable of producing hail, localized damaging wind gusts, and the potential, at times, for a tornado. The tornado risk further south here in the hill country is definitely lower than farther north, and that's because low-level wind shear is much weaker, and we're also dealing with much higher cloud bases. I mean, it's pretty much 100 degrees, so that daytime heating has resulted in higher cloud bases. Same thing can't be said up here in southern Oklahoma, where we have stronger low-level wind shear and the potential for spinny, doom mischief. And again, with the severe weather outlook for tonight, to be frank, once we're in the event, I don't like showing the outlook that much because it really doesn't matter. If you're in any of the colors I showed, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, here you go, green, yellow, orange, red, you're in a risk for severe weather. and that means pay attention tonight. And we've got some severe weather watches already in place. I'll set up an upper third real quick. I'll show you the watches that we have underway. Turn that button on. You can see we've got tornado watches in effect for the eastern Texas Panhandle, good chunk of the western half of Oklahoma, northwest Texas, down to Texoma, North Texas, even down into portions of the eastern Concho Valley and eastern Big Country. And again, tornado watches go through 10 p.m. tonight. We will most definitely have additional severe weather watches for the Arklatex, Northeast Texas, North Texas, and probably parts of East Texas later tonight. And again, strongest storms capable of producing, I really hate to say, giant hail. We say giant hail when it's 4 inches in diameter. 5-inch hail, frankly, bowling ball size hail. It's really the size of a DVD, but at that point, 5-inch diameter hail, winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour, and of course the potential for a few tornadoes. So that's what we have going on with that right now. In fact, let me pull up the high-res rapid refresh model. And again, we're still in a relatively, yes, we have severe storms. We've had a tornado in Perryton. We've got a severe storm in the northeastern portions of the Texas Panhandle up in Lipscomb County, capable of producing a tornado, but we're still dealing with the main show arriving later tonight in Texoma and portions of northeast Texas. But again, high probability that we could have a tornado underway near Lipscomb, which is on Highway 305, north of... Why are we not showing town names? North of Coburn and north of Glacier. And this storm's moving east-southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. And eventually, this could pose a direct threat to Higgins with baseball to softball-sized hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds, the potential for a tornado. Norman's under a tornado watch, and severe storms are possible across central Oklahoma. Yes. So if you're in Lipscomb, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Same thing goes if you are northeast of Canadian all the way up Highway 60, Glacier, Coburn, Higgins, and eventually Arnett, Oklahoma. You're going to need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, the supercell we've been watching in southern portions of Vernon County is struggling to organize, which is a good thing. We've got a complex of severe storms. We've got a possible large tornado east of Comanche, Oklahoma. We have a possible tornado near Waurika, Oklahoma. And we do note that at this point, this thunderstorm complex continues to build further to the south. There is an increasing likelihood we are going to have significant severe weather, including the potential for tornadoes, softball-sized hail, the potential for winds over 75 miles an hour now in portions of northern Montague, Cook, Grayson counties by 7 p.m. That is Texoma. So again, if you are in places like Nocona, Munster, Gainesville, Whitesboro, Sherman, Valley View, Howe, Van Alstyne, Whitewright, Bells, Denison, Lake Texoma, a very intense complex of severe thunderstorms with a history of producing DVD-sized hail in the city of Lawton, 5 inches in diameter, producing winds over 100 miles an hour in the city of Lawton, producing tornadoes in proximity of the city of Lawton, and still capable of producing tornadoes now. these storms are moving southeast at 30 to 35 miles an hour and are quite capable of producing very dangerous severe weather. All right, let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model, see if it's handling the current storms well, and if it is, we'll show some data as we get into tonight to try to give you all a nowcast. So I'm going to press some buttons. We're going to get rid of some radar data. We're going to get rid of some city labels. And we're going to load up the high-res rapid refresh model. Now, for that, I'm going to show you what this model looks like right now at 6 o'clock, because I want to see how well it's doing. Okay, we've got the storms around portions of northwest Texas, central and southern Oklahoma, and northeastern Panhandle. Now, this model's probably overdoing the coverage of storms, but overall, it doesn't seem to be doing too bad. Again, this is the model for 6 o'clock, so it's literally 3 minutes from now. So I'll show y'all what it thinks is going to happen. Now, it's trying to keep these storms north of the Red River. I don't think that's going to happen. Now, you see what it has at 9 o'clock, all right? That may be 7 o'clock. And then it has storms moving south and east into the Arklatex, northeast Texas this evening into Friday morning. And again, you can see how nasty those storms look. The potential for a few tornadoes, baseball to softball size hail, the probability of damaging hurricane force winds of 75 to 100 miles an hour out of the most intense storms. Intense storms. So again, we're going to probably be here for hours at this point. And we're going to be here. We're going to have meteorologist Jason Cooley out about chasing later. We've got storm chasers Adam Lucio and Chelsea Burnett chasing these storms in southern Oklahoma. They're streaming live video on our Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. So I'm going to go ahead and read a statement just put out by the Weather Service in Fort Worth. That cluster of severe storms in southern Oklahoma is moving southeast, and confidence is increasing it will hold together and directly impact portions of Texoma and North Texas. The current storm motion puts this intense cluster of severe storms along the Highway 380 corridor around 8 p.m. The storms then have the potential to directly impact northern and northeastern portions of the DFW Metroplex between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. The potential for baseball to softball size hail, 75 to 100 mile an hour straight line winds, and tornadoes. So the potential for significant severe weather is increasing as this complex storms continues to trek further south towards places like Gainesville, portions, well here, let's do it county-wise. Cook County, Denton County, Collin County, Grayson County, Fannin County, Hunt County over the next 2 to 3 hours. And I'll put that visually here. And again, this whole corridor, the potential for significant problems in the severe weather department in the coming hours as a very intense cluster of severe storms moves southeast into North Texas. And again, this has the potential to produce high-end severe weather. I'm not talking about, severe storms with quarter-size hail, maybe a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust. I'm talking about storms with softball-size hail, 80 to 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and the potential for tornadoes. And again, I want to be perfectly clear here in saying I don't really care if it's a tornado or 80 to 100 mile an hour straight line winds. Both are going to be capable of producing damage. So both need to be taken seriously. I don't want to hear any of that nonsense that, oh, it was just straight line winds, it's not that bad. Garbage. Absolute garbage. Trust me. Sometimes that can be the case. Not tonight. This is becoming what is likely a derecho, meaning this thing is probably going to keep producing hurricane force straight line winds until it gets near the Gulf Coast sometime around mid-morning Friday in Louisiana. So again, this thing's got attitude. And we're going to be here for it. So again, if you want to keep an eye on the sky, you can do so. The free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Given the fact these storms in southern Oklahoma are moving towards Texas, we're going to go ahead and start covering them like they were in Texas. So those of you in southern Oklahoma are about to get some super duper awesome coverage. All right, we have a probable tornado underway southeast of Waurika, northeast of Segdin. This is going to be east of Highway 81, south of Highway 70, I believe is what that is, if my map is correct. You can see strong gate-to-gate circulation there. We have a circulation on Highway 70 east of Waurika. This complex of storms, this tornadic supercell moving southeast and will directly impact portions of North Texas by 7 p.m. Spotters reporting a confirmed tornado with this circulation east of Segdin. So again, this is a confirmed tornado now, and these storms generally on a beeline to impact portions of North Texas, north of Nakona, down to Gainesville in the next 1 hour. All right, let's go south. We got some storms capable of producing maybe golf ball size hail. No tornado warnings. One severe storm northwest of Kingsland near Buchanan Dam moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. A couple storms southeast of San Saba moving east at 25 miles an hour. A storm just north of Goldthwaite moving east at about 25 miles an hour. And again, all these storms are going to be capable of producing maybe quarter to golf ball size hail. If I'm not talking about it, I'm sorry, but we have to focus on the most intense storms. This storm southeast of Vernon and southeastern portions of Wilbarger County starting to perk up again. Hail marker increasing. Still moving due east towards Cadane Corner, Mankins, Holiday, and could eventually be an issue for Wichita Falls if it continues on its present track. So again, we're going to be kind of busy. All right, let's do some housekeeping here. And again, we're live streaming on the Facebag, the Twitter. We're streaming on 2 YouTube channels. We're streaming on Twitch. We're streaming on the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We're streaming on the Texas Storm Chasers website. And again, Perryton, Texas, in the northeastern Texas Panhandle, has taken a significant hit from a tornado. We know there's considerable damage. We don't know anything else confirmed besides that at this point. I'm just looking over some data. And again, we've got the chat up here on our live stream. That's going to be a live chat from the YouTube feeds and the Twitch feeds. We are not able to embed the Facebook feed, unfortunately. But if you'd like to chat with us and interact with us, you are free to join us over on the YouTube or Twitch. Because frankly, Facebook sucks. Facebook hides our posts from most of you. Facebook shows our posts to maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people, when 764,000 people have liked our page and try to follow us for information. So as far as I'm concerned, if Facebook decided to just shut down tomorrow, I would be perfectly happy with it, because Facebook is garbage in terms of a platform for content creators to work with. Which is why we encourage you to make sure you're following us with the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, the Texas Storm Chasers website. Make sure you're following us at Texas Storm Chasers on YouTube and the Texas Weather Center on YouTube. You know, YouTube may not show you all the stuff we post, but it's sure easier to find us than it is on the Facebag. And of course, we're also on Twitter, Instagram, all that happy stuff. The Metroplex is not clear tonight. The Metroplex is not clear. No, 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 no. The Metroplex is going to have problems here in about 2 hours from this complex of storms moving southeast. In fact, I'll just put the radar loop on and let y'all see. I'm going to go over here. Actually see. I can get us to stream on Instagram. See, I wish we could stream live on Instagram natively, but unfortunately, they have not given us that ability. Some people have it, we don't. I'm going to do real quick is install a piece of software on here that may let me stream to Instagram. Because, even though I'm whining and complaining about Meta and, Facebook being garbage, people still use it. Some people, like 2 people, probably see our post on Facebook. Same thing goes for Instagram. So if we're able to help a couple folks out and give them information on the platform they use the most, that is what we're going to do. So that's why, real quick, I am having to load this stuff up. And it's me, myself, and I in this office, which is why, I don't have someone else doing all this off screen for me. I'm not fancy enough to do that. I need to set up a camera in here one day just to video record me from behind and let folks see what happens and, how the magic is made. Energy drink. What I'm just trying to do is get this to stream on Instagram. And again, what we have going on, I can at least audibly describe what's going on while I do this and have the radar loop playing. We have several severe thunderstorms being problematic across the eastern Texas panhandle, portions of southwest, south central Oklahoma, northwest Texas, into North Texas and the Hill Country. A complex of very intense thunderstorms is moving south southeast towards Texoma and North Texas that could be a direct threat to portions of the northern DFW Metroplex in the next 2 hours. All right. So as we continue on through tonight and tonight, this evening, we're going to see storms move into North Texas, Northeast Texas, the potential for them to be intense with destructive straight line winds, some over 80 miles an hour. The potential for destructive to giant hail. The potential for a few tornadoes. Again, my apologies for not being chatty at the moment. I'm just trying to get a few chores done. Trying to get a live stream set up on... Oh, we are live streaming on TikTok, by the way, for what it's worth. Trying to get a live stream set up on Instagram is like trying to get an appointment at the DMV. It just is much more difficult than it needs to be. And at times, especially during long-form coverage, we are going to be busier. Or having to do a couple of chores. Just got a report of a tornado in Loco, Oklahoma, which is those storms moving south into Texas in the next hour. You know, Instagram, Meta, I could go on a Meta rant, that's for sure. I'm not going to do that again, though. But thank you to all those who have been sending in stars, super chats. Chatting with us here on the stream. We appreciate it. Obviously, when we're in the middle of tornado coverage, I tend to be chatty, but, you know, when we have a few minutes, I may occasionally take a bit of a break. What's interesting? To stream on Instagram, I have to turn off two-step authentication to do what I need to do to stream. But I can't turn off two-step authentication because it no longer gives me that setting. Okay, Instagram, I've had it. We're not going to bother with that, so delightful. Let me go ahead. Let me clear off this display since we have so many folks asking questions about what's going to happen tonight. Let me show what's going on first. Let's start off with the severe weather outlook. Good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. It's coming up on 6:15 here on the 15th of June, 2023. Severe storms this evening into tonight. Let's look at the severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be the chance for a severe storm within 25 miles of any given point. And these risk levels are based on the probability of a severe storm occurring within 25 miles of any given point. Meaning those of you in the level 1 zone, the green, you have about a 1 in 10 to a 1 in 20 chance of a severe storm within 25 miles of any given point. Level 2, that's your yellow, about a 1 in 5 to a 1 in 6 chance of a severe storm within 25 miles of your location. Level 3 risk, that's going to be about a 1 in 3 chance of a severe storm within 25 miles of your location. Level 4 risk in red, that's going to be a 1 in 2 chance of a severe storm coming within 25 miles of your location. Honestly, once severe storms are underway, we don't really use these too much because, to be honest, it doesn't matter. That being said, if you're in any risk zone this evening, level 1 through level 4, you have a chance for severe storms and should be paying attention. All right, let's go over the severe weather watches we have in effect right now from the Storm Prediction Center. I just had to press a couple buttons. We'll get that done. These yellow boxes, these are going to be tornado watches through 10 p.m. tonight. The potential for the strongest storms to produce hail up to the size of a DVD, 5 inches in diameter. The potential for wind gusts of 90 to 100 miles an hour. The potential for a few tornadoes. Additional watches are likely into portions of Northeast Texas, East Texas, Texoma, and DFW, North Texas. All right, let's go over the high-res rapid actually, let's not. Let's go over what we have going on right now. And I know folks are coming and going, so please, if I give out some information, someone asks a question about it a few minutes later, please feel free to answer them in the chat nicely. I mean, keep in mind, people come and go on these streams all the time, but unfortunately, I can't go over the exact same information about what's going to happen over the next 8 hours every 5 minutes, especially once we start having to deal with more significant severe weather in the state of Texas. That's when we go into nowcast mode. And according to Perryton Fire Department, it sounds like 30 trailer homes have been struck in Perryton from the tornado earlier. Rescue and recovery operations are underway. Now, exactly what that means, I don't know. There have been unconfirmed reports. And whenever you hear of a trailer park being hit by a strong tornado, the worst, nothing good usually happens. So I really hope folks there took their tornado safety precautions. I hope they got out of those trailers, because a trailer in a weak tornado will be destroyed. A tornado in a strong, or a trailer in a strong tornado is a death trap. And that's where we see many of our tornado fatalities: vehicles, mobile homes, and trailers. And trailers and mobile homes, they are great, efficient, affordable places to live. Nothing wrong with that. But they are not safe in severe weather. All right, let's get back to this. So again, we've got a complex of severe storms. This is about to exit northeastern portions of Lipscomb County, moving into western Oklahoma. We've got a storm north of Childress on Highway 62 moving east towards Hollis. That might have some small hail. We've got a supercell in southwestern Wichita County. That's been relatively steady state. It might have some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. These storms from near Loco and Heddleton, Oklahoma, southwest to Ringling, Grady, Oklahoma, to just north of Terrell, Oklahoma. These storms have a history of producing multiple tornadoes, 4 to 5 inch diameter size hail, 80 to 100 mile an hour straight line winds. These are going to quickly become an issue for us here in North Texas soon. In fact, I am going to get a graphic set up from the Weather Service in Fort Worth. They've just shared, and I'm going to get that here on the stream in just a second. I just have to set that up. Give me just a second. This will be probably our biggest concern for the next few hours. So here we go. This is the graphic the Weather Service in Fort Worth just put out. This is going to show the potential over the next several hours of, or at least the next few hours, for significant severe weather in portions of North Texas, Texoma. And again, this is an approximate timeline for that complex of very intense, dangerous thunderstorms across portions of southern Oklahoma moving east-southeast. The potential for these storms to produce baseball to softball size hail, the potential for straight-line winds of 75 to 100 miles an hour, the potential for tornadoes. In fact, these storms are producing tornadoes right now, and I'll show you that in just a moment. So again, these storms may be near a line from Munster to Windstar Casino at 7 p.m. These thunderstorms may be near a line from the city of Denton to Louisville to portions of southern Grayson County. So let's say Van Alstyne, Denton, Prosper, Salina, Anna, Van Alstyne, up towards Trenton by 8 p.m. The potential for them to be near the city of Rockwall to Greenville by 8:45 to 9 p.m. And again, this is just a short-term estimation over the next several hours. So again, for those of you asking what time for Dallas, all that, well, here's what I encourage you to do. You see that graphic we have on the screen right now? That'll give you a visual representation of our short-term concerns over the next several hours. Thank you for that super chat. And again, not everyone's going to be dealing with severe storms in North Texas, Texoma, and Northeast Texas this evening, but the potential is certainly there for problems. All right, let's get back to it. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer, 6:23 p.m. on the 15th of June, 2023, monitoring multiple dangerous thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes, softball-sized hail, winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour in southern Oklahoma, moving towards portions of Cook, Grayson, northern Denton, and Collin counties over the next 2 hours, east-southeast. We got storms exiting the eastern Texas Panhandle. Those are going to be in western Oklahoma. We've got this stuff in western portions of the hill country moving east with a bit of hail. So let's go. Let's take a look at these storms in southwestern Oklahoma. Let me turn on the super duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can be nerdy too. Weather radar. Make sure we've got all that on. Now, let me tell you. You see this circulation southeast of Loco, Oklahoma? This is what I'm talking about when I say tornadoes. Winds moving away from the radar in Frederick, Oklahoma at 90. Winds moving towards at 80. Folks, there is probably a pissed-off tornado just southeast of Loco, Oklahoma. You might be asking, well, why is he talking about Oklahoma? Because this is a storm complex that's going to be crossing into Texas in the next hour. And again, this is moving southeast to be a direct threat to life and property across portions of Cook County, northeastern Montague County, Grayson County, northeastern portions of Denton County into Collin County over the next 90 to 120 minutes. So we have a rain-wrapped tornado southeast of Loco, Oklahoma. We have the potential for another circulation that could drop a tornado just west of Grady, Oklahoma, near Highway, I believe that's Highway 6? No, Highway 32. And again, this is going to be crossing into northern Montague and northwestern Cook County in the next several hours. And by several hours, I really meant the next 20 to 30 minutes. All right, back west, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing probably quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail. Threat for localized damaging winds. This storm located south of Electra, near Cadane Corner, moving east at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. Eventually may bring some rain, maybe some hail into portions of Wichita County, southwest of Iowa Park, west of Holiday, west of Wichita Falls. Thank you for that super chat. Do appreciate it. And look, folks, I'll be honest with you. We try to do as good of a job as we can do. And I'm mainly going to go talk about this situation up in Perryton for a minute. For those who don't know, we've had a major tornado impact portions of Perryton, Texas. We've heard reports of damage. We've heard reports that dozens of mobile homes have been hit. And there's unconfirmed reports of multiple injuries. Let me rephrase that. We didn't have so much to do as me. I wasn't live for that. The reason behind that was the radar beam height up here in Perryton from the Amarillo radar. And I'm going to show you. The radar beam height up here is at about 9,000 to 10,000 feet above the ground, meaning we don't have a good low-level look at this storm. Meaning the velocity data I would have showed you here would have probably been off by 2 to 3 miles, given the amount of tilt involved in the updrafts today. Because of such strong wind shear aloft, that wind shear tends to tilt updrafts, which is why all that rain and hail falls out away from the updraft, or the part of the storm that's rising up, the thunderhead, and allows these storms to be longer lived. So I wasn't live for that. And that's on me. And let me tell you, it doesn't feel good. And I mean, look, if we're being honest here, just between us, let's be honest here. I mean, the probability someone at Perryton would have been watching my live coverage if I had been doing it, I mean, let's be honest, that's infinitesimally small. But I said earlier this year I was going to try to be live for every tornado, all of that, and I wasn't. And we had a damaging tornado hit a populated Texas town. There's damage. There's probably people hurt. And who knows, maybe I could have done something to get a hold of one or two folks in there and gotten them to take shelter. And none of our chasers were in that area. We have chasers across parts of western Oklahoma, southwest Texas. We're going to have chasers here in Texoma here in a bit. But we didn't have chasers up here that could have showed live video. And look, that's not on them. Our chasers are good people, and they do what they think is best for them. But, I mean, others did. And that's good for them. Hopefully the people in Perryton were watching their live streams. And keep in mind, saying that is not only me, but as a business owner, saying that I'm hoping people were watching what are effectively, some could say, our competition is. I mean, it is what it is. Mistakes get made. You have to live and learn from them. And trust me, we've got a list of things we're going to improve on after this spring. I'm not saying we've had a good spring in terms of, our coverage, our streaming, live tornado, stuff like that. I'm not saying we've had a good year. Trust me, there has been self-reflection. I mean, but we're going to try and do what we can do. That being said, now that my self-loathing period is consumed, let's get back to it. We have reports we may have a tornado with this storm still in progress east of Terrell, Oklahoma. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for northern Montague, northwestern Cook counties in North Texas with this thunderstorm. Now, I want to be perfectly clear. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes, and this thing could get upgraded to a tornado warning faster than my hairline receded. But we need folks to understand that this whole complex of storms has a history of producing tornadoes, big hail, baseball, softball size, and winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour. So again, we're going to be here for hours. And again, some of our team members did just document. Just east of Higgins. Higgins. So some of our team members just documented a tornado east of Higgins, Oklahoma. Wait, east of Higgins? Oh, that's western Oklahoma. Goodness gracious. Okay, so that's actually going to be with this storm up here, east of Higgins. My apologies. So this storm east of Higgins in the Texas Panhandle had a tornado down, or has a tornado down, moving into western Oklahoma. But let's get back to it. And again, I said we had chasers in western Oklahoma. Apparently, they are right there. So again, for now, the eastern Texas Panhandle, we're about to quiet down, which is good. Back south, we've got severe storms southwest of Wichita. Northwest of Holiday, that storm could at times be drop a quarter-size hail. North of Highway 258, east of Highway, 25? That could be a threat of some hail to Wichita Falls. And then we've got these storms moving into portions of Texoma, northeast Texas. All right, let's do a sit rep. Let's look statewide view. And I'm going to drink some more caffeine. All right, so again, sorry, I'm having to multitask here. We've got 50,000 things going on. We've got, well, a couple severe storms in northern Mexico, west of the Rio Grande. If those were to move east, they could impact portions of the Edwards Plateau. Probably not. We got a few severe storms in portions of Llano County, southeast of San Saba. Moving towards Burnett and Lampasas, those storms could have very large hail, damaging straight-line winds. Not really too concerned about a tornado issue with those. To be frank, the tornado threat's much lower than further north. Storms, we got one storm southwest of Wichita Falls, moving east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour, approaching Holiday. At times, that's got quarter-size hail. We've got storms in southern Oklahoma, about to cross into portions of North Texas and Texoma. And storms in the eastern Texas Panhandle. Storms in northeastern Texas Panhandle have been dropping tornadoes since Perryton. We've got major damage in parts of Perryton. That storm just put a tornado down just east or near Higgins, Texas, which is on the Oklahoma-Texas border. There's Higgins. That storm just put a tornado down. We've got a good chunk of our storm chase team there, so we'll have video of that. And then let's take a look at the Nowcast, and again, this is the latest graphic from the Weather Service in Fort Worth for timing-wise. Timing information. Apparently our live streams aren't working well, so apparently nothing just wants to work well today. Which is great when you're doing live coverage, you know, and you have to go in and be technical and try and fix all this, but that's me. I'm Baldy in Chief. You know, nothing can actually work. When you test it, it works, but then nothing works when you try to use it in a real-time live environment. So, Jason, if you're watching, I'm going to need more information on that, bud. You need to tell me what specifically isn't working so I can go and fix it. I don't have time to look around at a trillion things right now. Okay, let's see. There's video we just posted on our Twitter account from the tornado near Higgins, Texas. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to just pull that up on a browser and show it to y'all. I don't normally pull videos up directly off Twitter, but it's our video, so I don't really feel so bad about it. Hey, Twitter, stop it. And again, this might be grainy at times, but sorry. Here's tornado. This was west of Arnett out of Higgins on the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle border a few minutes ago. West of Arnett, Oklahoma. So again, that's a tornado from Stephen Jones, Trey Greenwood, Ben McCone.
We have confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado.
From west of Arnett, Oklahoma on the Panhandle border. We'll go back to that now. And again, that was the tornado near Higgins, Texas a bit earlier. On the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle border. All right, since I need to be technical support, what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to do what all professionals should always do and simply place a phone call in the middle of a live video. Just exactly what I'm going to do right now. Which stream isn't... No, we're not going to pick up. Okay, well, I assume that means someone's going to tell me what's not working at some point. And again, folks in the chats, I know we've got folks come and going, but for those of you who have been here for more than a few minutes, I've talked about the weather forecast for this afternoon and this evening. If you see folks asking questions, please feel free to answer them nicely. I guess I'll just go back and show the timing elements. So again, that's the timing element for the next couple hours as we head into North Texas. And again, here you go. That we've shared that image on our Twitter account. And if you want to take a screenshot, post it in chats, that'll give others information here as we keep talking. But again, back to the real-time radar. Fix my air conditioner a wee bit because it's a little toasty. This. But again, folks, really clearly, let me emphasize this. Yes, we have a risk for severe storms in portions of Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas over the next several hours. Does that mean everyone's going to be getting big-time severe weather problems? No. Does that mean you should be keeping an eye on the sky? Yes. Does that mean you need to be freaked out and scared? No. Simply keep an eye on things. If you're watching this and you're already aware of the fact we're going to have some severe weather issues this evening, hey, you're better off than most people. Remember. And yeah, I'm chewing on a pen, apparently. But again, this is what we're going to be doing over the next several hours. Storms that were in the eastern Texas Panhandle moving into western and southwestern Oklahoma. Those storms are going to be moving to the east-southeast, impacting a good portion of western, southwestern Oklahoma. Eventually, a pretty nasty line of storms could impact areas closer to Oklahoma City this evening. Eventually, we're also going to have to watch storms in southwest Oklahoma to see if they end up developing back southeast into northwest Texas, Texoma, and North Texas later tonight. But for now, our main concern is going to be the storms currently across portions of southern Oklahoma, moving into portions of Texoma, northeast Texas, and northeast Texas. So again, we've got multiple storms, hail, damaging winds, can't rule out a few tornadoes. We've got a couple storms down here in the hill country that are also producing a bit of hail with a lower tornado risk. And again, the strongest storms tonight, if we get busy and we're not able to talk about all the storms, the most intense storms outside of Spinny Doom Doom mischief could have quarter to golf ball size hail. If we're not talking about them, that's probably what they're doing, maybe winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. We could also see intense storms this evening, like that cluster coming out of Oklahoma. That could have winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. It has a history of producing a 103 mile an hour wind gust back and lawn, along with DVD-sized hail that's 5 inches in diameter. And that storm is also currently producing still tornadoes across southern Oklahoma. So there's a high probability we're going to be dealing with at least a few tornado warnings in portions of North Texas, Texoma, especially the northern sides of the DFW Metroplex and northeast sides of the DFW Metroplex over the next several hours. What's with the split screen? Well, you see, split screen is because I want to be interactive, and it also lets me maintain situational awareness. If you'd like, I'll show you the full screen super duper awesome blossom radar. There you go. Oh, I actually had to press buttons. Who would have thought? But there's the radar full screen. And again, this is probably the mode we're going to be using when we actually are talking and dealing with angry severe weather issues in Texas. But when we have some downtime, we're going to be back in that split screen mode, and that'll allow us to maintain situational awareness with chats. Again, we're going to have live storm chasing video. We do have live storm chasing video on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube. We've got live video from southern portions of Oklahoma. We've got storm chasers about to intercept these storms as they move south of the Red River into portions of North Texas and Texoma. But for now, we're just watching things before we get busy. We've got a cluster of storms, honestly some hail here in Llano County, now moving east towards Burnett. These have been relatively pulsy in the fact they haven't been long-lived supercells, but they have been capable of producing stronger hail or stronger winds, maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail. Really not concerned with tornadoes down there right now, and the fact that cloud bases are pretty high, low-level wind shears lower. Okay, so that's what we have going on in the hill country. Sorry, I'm dealing with quite a bit of fun at the moment. We've got that cluster of storms in southern Oklahoma that's about to cross over the Red River into Texas. Could have winds 70 to maybe 80 miles an hour, quarter to golf ball size hail, maybe tennis balls, honestly. And we note the tornado warnings on the north side of the Red River. and we're going to have to see how those behave as they make it south of the Red River. Otherwise, we have a severe storm trying to encroach on Wichita Falls. That at times could have some small hail. That's struggling, which is good. Storms in the northeastern panhandle have been producing tornadoes for over an hour and a half now from near Perryton. We just had a tornado near Higgins, Texas before it moved into Oklahoma. Those storms continue to drop tornadoes in portions of Ellis and Roger Mills County, Oklahoma. And that's going to keep on going for a while. We've got storms going up in portions of southwestern Oklahoma again. Those at some point may end up trying to visit Texas many hours from now. Our main issue is going to be from these storms in portions of southern Oklahoma about to cross over the Red River into North Texas. So again, at the moment, we're kind of in a watch and wait mode. But we're probably going to be getting busier here soon. And again, folks, understand, I realize there's storm anxiety. I realize folks are freaked out. I realize we've had more rounds of softball-size hail this week than we probably have in a week since, I don't know. Someone could go back and look, but it's been a very busy week of hail. But understand, most folks are not going to be hit with severe storms tonight. Even in a high-end, widespread severe weather threat, most folks are not going to be hit with severe storms. And that folks here, I mean, look, if you're watching this and you're keeping an eye on things, you're already in better shape than most folks, given the fact you have a good grasp on what's going on right now and a good grasp on what's going to be going on later. So again, we may have a storm approaching Wichita Falls from the west with quarter-size hail. Let's take a look. Let me turn everything off. We're going to load some model data. I want to see first, we need to see how models are doing. If the models are not handling what's going on right now very well, I'm not going to show you it for later because that's just be, garbage data in, garbage data out. Let me reload some data here, see if we can't get good. So you see, here's what the model's showing at 7 o'clock. I mean, it's got this stuff in Oklahoma too far north. It's doing okay with the stuff in the Panhandle, Northwest Oklahoma, not doing so great with the hill country. So yeah, I'm not going to show you that data. Let me look at a different model. And again, I'm just looking at models to see how they're doing. Yeah, this model's not going to be used. So, okay, I can't really show you a good visual representation besides the graphic I have up on screen right now. Sorry, I was looking at some data off screen to make sure I wasn't going to show you all garbage data, and I was, so we're not going to show you that. We'll head back and show you the real-time radar. Again, here's what we're dealing with. We've got a cluster of storms in northeast portions of the Texas Panhandle. We've got storms in southern Oklahoma that could bring strong winds and maybe some hail to portions of Texoma and North Texas. And then we've got a few storms in the hill country that are producing hail. It looks like they're perking up a bit. Those of you near Buchanan Dam, northwest of Burnett, the potential for maybe some quarter to half-dollar size hail, localized winds of 60 miles an hour. And with that, not really too worried about a tornado threat. That's moving east at about 30 miles an hour right now. Thank you for the stars. Thank you for the super chats. Do appreciate them. And it looks like we have a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. Did they put out a new graphic? 20 minutes ago. It's more like 45 to 50 minutes ago, but sure, I guess 20 minutes works too if we don't pretend timing works. Okay, so looks like the Storm Prediction Center has put out a graphic, or excuse me, a small scale update. And these are called mesoscale updates. What they allow us to do is maintain situational awareness over the short-term local range mesoscale environment, and also keep an eye on what's going to be coming up over the next few hours. So this is going to be a short-term discussion for portions of North Texas, Texoma, into Northeast Texas. And again, I'm just going to load this radar data on a fuller screen to let you all see what the trends have been over the last 2 hours. All right, some of this is going to be meteorological mumbo-jumbo. I'll translate that in real time. Summary, threat for large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes will continue this evening across portions of southern, southeastern Oklahoma, Texoma, and the northeast Texas. The discussion. Supercell thunderstorm complex in southern Oklahoma may be trying to grow into a small Boeing cluster based on recent radar trends. The environment downstream of these storms across portions of Texoma, north sides and northeast sides of the DFW Metroplex in the northeast Texas and the Arklatex, remains quite favorable with an effective warm front that extends across those same areas. Large hail will remain possible with these intense thunderstorms in the short term, and severe damaging winds may become an increasing concern if a more linear mode becomes dominant. If this transition to a Boeing complex of thunderstorms occurs, a significant threat for damaging severe wind gusts of 75 to 100 miles per hour would become more likely given the very large reservoir of buoyancy, lift, instability available. Back to low-level flow near the surface warm front, meaning southeasterly surface winds, southeasterly winds in the low levels of the atmosphere, translating to south and southwesterly and even westerly winds about 10,000 feet above the ground, giving a large amount of rotating low-level wind shear available. Means the potential for tornadoes will continue. Looks like the tornado watch may need to be extended into portions of north central and northeast Texas over the next couple of hours. So that generally makes sense with what we are seeing in regards to the severe weather threat over the next little while. So again, we have been dealing with 3 sectors of severe storms. 1, northeastern panhandle from Perryton to Higgins. We've had multiple tornadoes. We've got major damage in Perryton. Those storms are now in northwestern Oklahoma. We've got an isolated severe storm west of Wichita Falls that keeps trying to produce quarter-size hail. That's about it right now, so marginally severe. We've got a cluster of severe storms in southern Oklahoma from near Springer to Ardmore to near Marietta, Oklahoma, back southwest to near Leon, Oklahoma, northeast of Nakona, north of St. Joe, north of Munster, Texas on 82. Those storms moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour, a direct threat to Cook County, Grayson County. Looks like these may stay north of the Metroplex unless we see further southward development or more of a turn to the south. These storms could have winds of 65 to 75 miles an hour. The potential for maybe golf ball size hail. The hail threats come down a bit with these storms, which is good as they've grown into a cluster. The potential is there for a few tornadoes, but that tornado threat remains highest north of the Red River for now. Further south, we've got a cluster of storms in the hill country, generally from near Buchanan Dam to Burnett, south of Land Passes. These have been producing quarter to golf ball size hail. They've been pretty pulsy. No tornado issues with these, maybe some localized damaging wind gusts. We'll keep an eye out for any sort of low-level circulations, but frankly, cloud bases down there have been pretty high, and we're seeing some pretty weak low-level wind shear compared to further north. That being said, we'll keep an eye on it just in case Mother Nature decides to be a troll. All right, real quick, I'm going to take this opportunity to step away really quick and take a visit to the little boy's room. Live stream's not ending, just not going to have any audio for a couple minutes, and I will be right back. All right, and we're back. We've got a tornado warning now. For northern Cook County, this will include the city of Gainesville. So let's go ahead. We're going to switch from the big overview we've been doing and get into more of the dedicated tornado coverage aspect sort of thing. So this is going to be a tornado warning. This tornado warning is going to be for northern Cook County until 7:45 p.m. This tornado warning does include the city of Gainesville. This includes Lindsay. We also have a tornado warning all the way up Interstate 35 through Windstar World Casino to Marietta, the city of Ardmore. So pretty much, at this point, we would advise no travel on Interstate 35 between Valley View and the Arbuckles on Interstate 35. That's about mile marker 40 on 35 in Oklahoma, just south of the Arbuckles, all the way down to Valley View. So, folks in the city of Gainesville, Lindsay, back to Windstar World Casino. This is a tornado warning. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Unfortunately, our radar beam height is going to be quite high again. I really wish that new weather radar in Bryan County, Oklahoma, Durant, Oklahoma, was operational. I thought it was supposed to be operational back in March, and then it was delayed till May, and now it's mid-June. I haven't heard anything, but it would have been real helpful for today. Nevertheless, we deal with what we are given, and in this case, a tornado warning for northern Cook County, including the city of Gainesville, Lindsay, up to Windstar World Casino. Wow, that WR speech impediment thing hasn't happened in a while. It must mean it's time to snack. And again, this means folks are going to need to be in the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. That doesn't mean you need to keep playing at the casino. It means you need to get out of the giant room and go take shelter. All right, sorry. I figured y'all wouldn't really want to hear me chewing on food. All right. Gotta do some housekeeping real quick, get the Storm Chaser feed set up. Okay. So we'll just switch to that now as we start getting some Storm Chaser feeds available. Okay, so let's talk about it. First off, well, that was an interesting thing. Let's never do that again. Severe storm approaching the city of Wichita Falls. It might have some quarter-size hail. Not concerned about any sort of spinny doom mischief with that right now. We've got storms in western Oklahoma, including one I'm going to have to watch. I'm located on the south side of Oklahoma City, so I'm going to have to watch this storm near Bridgeport, Oklahoma, in case it comes and tries to ransack my location later, which would be just dandy. Watching this storm north of Buchanan Dam, starting to show a wee bit of rotation, potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. And hopefully that doesn't attempt to intensify any further. I'd prefer not to have to deal with multiple tornado warnings. Then we do have a tornado warning for northern Cook County in the northern portion of Texoma, North Texas. That's going to be through 7:45 p.m. I'm getting ahead of myself. and that's a severe storm. The potential for large hail, damaging winds, the potential for a tornado on the south side of the Red River. And again, that's going to be moving southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour towards the city of Gainesville. So again, those of you in Gainesville, Lindsay, north of 82 up to the Red River, WinStar World Casino, you're going to need to take your tornado safety precautions. In addition to the potential for a tornado, this thunderstorm is also capable of producing destructive straight-line winds, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. It's going to be just north of Marysville, moving to southeast at 30 miles per hour. At this point, I'm just trying to keep situational awareness on all this stuff. Again, what we're dealing with now is a small complex of intense thunderstorms extending from near the Red River up into southern Oklahoma from near Gainesville, Marysville, back up through Thackerville, Marietta, south sides of the city of Ardmore, about 30 miles up into southern Oklahoma. And again, these storms moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. I'll put a storm track on them. And we'll see these are tracking off to the southeast. We'll put 35. And again, I'm giving these a wee bit of leeway just for the sake of being safe. But again, here's where these may end up over the next hour. And again, eventually you can see these are going to impact Grayson County, Collinsville, Whitesboro, Sherman, Gordonville, Pottsboro, Denison, South Maid, Dorchester, Knollwood, Tioga, and Lake Texoma. So again, this is over the next hour as these storms from the Red River along Interstate 35 up into southern Oklahoma move to the southeast. Back to the west, we've got a storm over the city of Wichita Falls that's dropping quarter-size hail in Wichita Falls, especially over southwest sides of the city, down to just north of Lakeside City. And this storm generally moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. This is a pretty modest severe storm in regards to some of the other storms we're dealing with this evening, which is good. We definitely don't want, intense severe storm there. You can see we've got intense severe storms across portions of northwest Oklahoma, a bow echo with tennis ball sized hail, spin up tornadoes, 70-mile-an-hour winds, a supercell setting up on Interstate 40 west of Oklahoma City, riding east down Interstate 40. That's probably not going to end well in the next few hours. But for now, otherwise, we have a severe storm down in portions of the hill country, northeast of Buchanan Dam, just northwest of Burnett, the potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. And that storm's generally moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour towards Burnett. We've got this storm up on the Red River, and again, a tornado warning through 7:45 p.m. for northern Cook County, generally along the north of Highway 82 from Lindsay, Gainesville, up Interstate 35 to Thackerville. Most of the hail and strong winds with these storms right now are going to be across southern Oklahoma for now, but as these storms continue tracking further southeast, the potential will be there for us to start having to deal with more hail and wind as well. So again, this is going to be a possible tornado near Maysville, moving off to the east-southeast, pretty much almost in proximity of the Red River. This could pose a threat to the city of Gainesville. If it continues, it's going to be an issue for Carlsberg and Whitesboro. Dexter, Gordonville, over to Sadler at some point. But again, these moving southeast means this may be more of an issue for Grayson County here. Grayson County than Cook County. So those of you from Whitesboro, Collinsville, Howe, Whitewright North, Sherman, Denison, Knollwood, Pottsboro, y'all are going to have an issue with these storms coming southeast. Heavy rain, some hail, the potential for at least some threat of a tornado. And again, that's with this first complex of storms. This storm's producing probably at least golf ball size hail at times as well. Again, that's just going to be a matter of having to deal with this. We'll get a view from Jason Cooley here in a minute. In fact, let's see if my super duper awesome button's working. You can see meteorologist Jason Cooley heading north on Interstate 35 right now. Looks like he is, if I had to guess, there's a Cracker Barrel sign. So yeah, he's up in Saner. That makes sense. I was just trying to make sure he wasn't on 35W for some reason, southwest of Denton. But yeah, he's heading north on 35 out of Saner, heading up towards Gainesville, which means we'll get a good visual on this thunderstorm in the next 10 to 15 minutes as meteorologist Jason Cooley makes it up towards the tornado-warned supercell on the Red River near Marysville, moving towards Windstar World Casino and Gainesville. At this point, I'm just keeping an eye on things here. Looking at some data. I guess I could go back to the state view, at least give us some loopy radar to give a good sense of the motion of this. Turn this light down a wee bit. Now, it's fun and games until you have a big bright light in your face. And here's just a look at storms in Texas. You can see we've got the one storm or complex of storms on the Red River near Gainesville. We've got the storms in the hill country with some hail. Honestly, the storms on the Red River are, I mean, there's hail, there's damaging winds, but it almost looks like they're congealing into a complex of storms at this point, which would start knocking some of the big wind, or knocking some of the big hail threat down, and resulting in more of a damaging wind threat. We're just going to have to watch it. And honestly, what I'm doing right now is that I'm looking at some data off screen, trying to get a general idea of how the next hour or two is going to evolve. We just got a Twitter report of half-dollar size hail on the southeast sides of Wichita Falls. It's about 1.25 inches in diameter, which makes sense. So again, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. It is 7:23 on the 15th of June, 2023. A late-season severe weather event across portions of the Texas Panhandle, Texoma, Oklahoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas. We've had a major tornado strike in Perryton, Texas, in the northeastern Texas Panhandle. Unconfirmed reports of injuries. There's significant damage to town, at least parts of town. Looks like probably at least it was a strong tornado. I can tell that based off the damage. That's for sure. Storms in Texas at this point. We've got Texoma, storm north of Gainesville, pretty much right on the Red River at this point. It's hugging the Red River. Probably going to stay north of the city of Gainesville, unless you get up towards the Cracker Barrel, that Hampton Inn there, just south of the Red River. I believe it's the second to last exit, maybe the third to last exit on 35 north, heading out of Texas towards Windstar. That area could be impacted, but south, closer to 82, at least in and west of the city of Gainesville, is probably going to be okay. Those of you in Grayson County, this is probably going to be much more impactful for y'all. And again, well, I say that. Look at me going and messing this up again. This may be starting to turn a little more to the southeast, which would result in a more of a threat to the city of Gainesville. So let's just be technical. The tornado warning polygon does include the city of Gainesville. That means if you're in the polygon, you need to take the warning seriously, and that means you're going to take shelter, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Those of you in Grayson County, Carlsberg, Dexter, Gordonville, Whitesboro, Collinsville, Southmaid, Sherman, Knollwood, Pottsboro, Denison, you need to be getting ready for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, the potential for quarter golf ball size hail, and can't totally rule out a tornado. Now, for the next 20 seconds or so, you're not going to hear anything because I'm going to chew on some food, and you don't need to hear me chewing on my trail mix. All right. Looks like the Wichita Falls storm may be starting to get a little more supercellular. Yeah, this storm is. Storm east sides of Wichita Falls is starting to become more potent, it looks like. It looks like as it's interacting with the outflow boundary, that may have helped give it a little bit of lift. So 287 west of Henrietta to Jolly there at that big old truck stop, east sides of Wichita Falls, probably getting some half-dollar size hail, though the hail size may be picking up a bit now as the thunderstorm intensifies. Nothing tornadic at this point, but definitely the potential for some hail with this as this storm continues to move east towards Henrietta. All right, back into North Texas. Are we in range of this yet? No, because it seems to think the bloody storm is... What are we doing? Hold on a second. This radar is being dumb. It's very interesting how it's showing that there in Wise County. That's a very interesting bug. I have never seen that do before. All right, real quick, I'm going to restart this radar product, so you may not see much. That thing over Decatur is supposed to be up in Gainesville. That was a radar display error. An interesting bug. It's still doing it with that, so okay, we're not going to use that radar for that. Back to the actual super duper awesome blossom next rad radar. You can see Hook Echo southeast of Marysville at this point, moving towards the north sides of Gainesville, probably moving towards that Cracker Barrel and that old mall, the Hampton Inn there, about a mile or so south of Red River. A couple miles north of the actual city of Gainesville, kind of where south of that old adult video store there. That's on the west side of I-35, right just south of the Red River. The only reason I know that is, one, I took 35 like twice a week for years, and two, it's a good place to park if the Red River's flooding and you want to go down and take a look. South of that, you've got the Hampton Inn, about a mile or so south, the Texas Rest Stop there on the west side of 35, which is going to be north of the... is that Rest Stop north of the Hampton Inn and all that, or south? I think it's... I can't remember, honestly. I'm just going to get myself dyslexified. But again, the Texas Rest Stop there on the south side of the Red River, south of that old adult video store. You've got the Hampton Inn, the Cracker Barrel, the old mall that used to be there. I think it was an Applebee's. That's where this circulation right now is heading. Hail could also be occurring, maybe some golf ball size hail winds, 60, 65 miles an hour. And then very heavy rainfall, lots of damaging straight line winds up I-35 towards Marietta. Notice that activity is all transitioning southeast towards Grayson County, which is going to come under either a severe or a tornado warning at some point soon. And for planning purposes, for what it's worth, I've got multiple storms popping up over me very quickly, which is probably going to result in a couple things in the next few minutes. One, I'm probably going to start getting hit with a cloud to ground lightning barrage. Two, that may result in some brief power bleeps. Now, I've got battery backups galore in this room. There's 5 of them, actually. But depending on if the internet lines also get whacked, that may result in a bit of a problem with live coverage. 2, if the lightning ends up striking nearby or strikes the house, I'm probably going to jump 2 feet. The noise-canceling software I'm running is going to cancel out any sort of thunder, but you're going to know something's happened because I'll jump and probably stop talking mid-sentence and probably scream like a 5-year-old prepubescent girl. But I guess I'll open my office window blinds again, so at least I can look out the window occasionally at the storm. Let the angry bird defend me. Thought some of the rain we had earlier would save us from some of these nasty storms, but apparently that's not going to be the case. So it's going to be an interesting view. Honestly, I could probably, hook up the camcorder and set up a chase stream. In fact, I might do that real quick. Set up the camcorder, plug in the I don't need to do that. This is about live coverage, not about me showing off storms outside my window. It's what happens when you do live coverage, but you're also a storm chaser. You want to do both. Okay, so let's get back at it. Potential for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado approaching the north sides of Gainesville up Interstate 35 towards the that old mall, the adult video store on the south side of the Red River, the Hampton Inn, the Cracker Barrel. I think there was an Applebee's there. The old movie theater. And then there's a big old car lot on the east side of 35 there at that same exit, like 2 or 3 miles south of Red River. You got the Texas Rest Stop. Those at the Texas Rest Stop there on the south side of the Red River need to be taking their tornado safety precautions, entering the safe rooms there. Those of you on 35, we would strongly discourage travel at this point between Ardmore and Valley View. And I'm actually watching a developing supercell take shape right outside my office window here. You know, sometimes that's good, sometimes that's not. As a storm chaser, of course, I like looking at storms, but on the opposite side of the spectrum, I don't particularly enjoy severe storms trying to attack me while I'm sitting at home. The weather radio is about to go off, which is going to make quite a bit of noise. I'll turn off the audio canceling feature for that here when that happens. You're probably going to hear it now. You might be able to hear, or at least... And there you go. So we have multiple live views now. You've got the view from Jason Cooley. And the view from Adam Lucio. We'll pop on over and take a look. Okay, Jason's passing the high school there on the south side of Gainesville before you get up to 82. You can see a wall cloud there with that thunderstorm. He's looking northwest. He's about to go over the bridge. What stream is that? Radar, please stop moving. Thank you. He's about to go over the Elm Fork of the Trinity River there, that bridge, before you curve left in and through Gainesville. And then Adam, who had an interesting view just pop up. Well, that's not Adam, for one. That's me not putting the correct stream on here. Give me just a second, and I'll get that set. That's not Adam. That's Adam's shot. Give me just a second. Let me put that down there. There we go. There we go. That's Adam's shot. Adam's in Gainesville, too, it looks like. So, looks like we're going to have both live streams now set up on this storm near the city of Gainesville. Looks like the Weather Service is going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. This is going to be for Grayson County. Not a new severe... And my... Still here. Well, that was interesting. Apologies, my graphics driver may have just crashed. Let me change some buttons on here. I'll have to reset the webcam, but we'll get that fixed. I promise I haven't been struck by lightning or died yet. Look, I'm still here. All right, so one there. In case you're wondering what I'm looking at, I'll take a picture here one day, or actually, you know what, I'll just do it right now and share it later, but a good perspective on exactly what I'm looking at. Scoot back further. I have 10 monitors surrounding me, all around me, so if I'm looking up and around, that's what I'm looking at. Okay, so let's zoom back in. Again, area of rotation now approaching Interstate 35, right at the Texas rest stop on the south side of the Red River there at that adult video store. We've got the potential for large hail up to the size of golf balls, wind 60 to 70 miles an hour as well. This storm moving east-southeast towards Grayson County. Looks like the worst is going to stay north of the city of Gainesville. For example, we can see that clearly on Jason Cooley's live shot. He's got a good view of that wall cloud north of the city of Gainesville. I just need to share this video with... Yeah, so this is meteorologist Jason Cooley. He is sitting at the QT there on the southeast side of 82 and 35, looking at the wall cloud near the Red River. This is probably going to be near that adult video store, maybe the Hampton Inn, that old mall up there about a mile or two south of Red River, including there at that rest stop. So those of you at the rest stop need to be in a safe place. You can see it's a relatively disorganized wall cloud at this point. You don't see a whole lot of rising motion or horizontal left to right or right to left motion. But nevertheless, it's a very scary-looking thunderstorm. Again, they're at the QT there, southeast side of 35 and 82. Not really all that impressed with the visual representation of the wall cloud at this point. You can see the video frame just froze there. That's bound to happen from time to time because technology hates us. But again, as this thunderstorm continues to move east-southeast towards Cook County, the potential for large hail, damaging wind, the potential perhaps for a tornado, though the tornado warning is not being extended down into Grayson County at this time. Back further west, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter-sized hail. And a wee bit of low-level rotation now popping up near Jolly on Highway 287. This is going to be east of the city of Wichita Falls. So Wichita Falls, you're clear from this storm. This storm's moving east at 25 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to $half size hail. You know, Facebook Messenger, I would love it if you would stop saying, failed to render this message. Yeah, I swear, technology is literally trying to make me go outside and get struck by lightning right now. It's not going to happen, mind you, but it's not been a particularly pleasant day in the technology department. This thunderstorm, again, the potential for... Thank you, Jason. Back up. And again, these storms in Cook County moving east-southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour, potential for 65, 70 mile an hour winds, golf ball size hail, and the potential for a tornado. Storm back west on 82 starting to take on more of a suspicious-looking supercellular characteristic. Wall cloud being reported by the always present, always mighty storm chaser Chad Casey, who is always near these things. I swear Chad Casey is the magnet for Texas tornadoes. So we're going to need to watch this storm carefully as it's over Jolly now, moving east. Could be a threat to Henrietta, eventually continuing parallel to Highway 82 further to the east. All right, let's go back northwest. Severe storm northeast to Altus, Oklahoma. That could have some big hail. Apparently, it's about to just be nasty time around Oklahoma City. Hail galore, strong winds, storms showing low-level rotation, meaning I'm hoping I don't have to terminate my own live coverage to go hide from tornadoes, but that might happen later. Let's go back to live feed from Jason Cooley. He is in Gainesville looking to the north at the Red River. Now we're starting to see some increased low-level motion with this. Before the video froze, you could see a pretty good stretch of Scud being ingested upward, a wee bit of low-level rotation. You can see that, those clouds being lifted and condensed upwards. Pretty good-looking wall cloud. Let's take a look from Adam Lucio. I believe he is coming at it from the west. He's trying to make it down there, I believe. Again, he is approaching the city of Gainesville, I believe. We'll go back to Jason. Again, that's a pretty well-defined wall cloud at this point. North of the city of Gainesville, that's going to be near that Hampton Inn, Cracker Barrel, the old mall there. A couple miles north of 82. Moving east-southeast at 35 miles an hour. His stream keeps freezing, which is always pleasant and an enjoyable experience when you're in the middle of a city and we can't even keep a live stream up. But unfortunately, that is just technology, and technology doesn't particularly enjoy us most of the time. All right, we're going to have a new tornado warning. This is going to be a tornado warning for Grayson County. They are going to extend the tornado warning now downstream into Grayson County. So this tornado warning will pop up here in just a moment. But I am assuming it's going to include Carlsberg, Whitesboro. It may include Collinsville. So this is going to be a tornado warning. Carlsberg, Whitesboro, Collinsville, Tioga, Gainesville, and Collinsville. So that's going to be a new tornado warning. That runs until 8:30 p.m. That's going to be for a circulation about 2 to 3 miles north of Highway 82 and Interstate 35, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. This storm could attempt to tighten up and produce a tornado at any time. In addition, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. That's all going to be possible with this dangerous thunderstorm. Yeah, I'm just looking over some weather balloon data. Yeah, and only tornado warning in the state right now is going to be for northern and eastern Grayson County down into western sections of, northern and eastern Cook County and western sections of Grayson County, with the storm moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. Pretty large cluster of storms north of the Red River moving southeast. Could also produce damaging winds, hail, heavy rainfall. You can see we have a second area of circulation. This is going to be closer to Gordonville, wrapped in heavy rain, but that's another circulation, or at least a mesocyclone aloft, moving to the southeast. So first circulation probably near that adult video store on 35, just south of the Red River, down to the Hampton Inn, the Cracker Barrel, the Texas rest stop. That'll be moving east to 35 in the next 10 minutes. Moving southeast, probably towards the east sides of the city of Gainesville, Oak Ridge, that big gas station just east of Gainesville near Oak Ridge, Carlsberg, Whitesboro, Collinsville, and eventually perhaps Tioga as this storm moves southeast. A second circulation showing up closer to Gordonville. Both of these are all moving southeast. This northern circulation may end up bringing an enhanced threat for damaging straight-line winds, perhaps some spinny, doom mischief if it intensifies further, to the city of Sherman, Pottsboro, and Knollwood. Looks like I-35, Marietta, Oklahoma, about 15 miles up the interstate. We're getting reports that billboards are knocked down. We've got tree debris all over the place, so nasty size wind and hail up there. That may have been a tornado. You can see Jason Streams back, still looking at that wall cloud. He's moving now to get a better look and continue off to the east. You can see all these people out and about on 82, which brings up another point. People! Why are we driving in the middle of a tornado warning? And people wonder why people get killed driving in vehicles in tornado warnings. Maybe it's because the sirens are going off, your phones are going off, and yet we're all just driving around like it's a normal Thursday evening. Folks, I get it. You need to go places, but going there in the middle of a tornado warning is just stupid. And let me tell you, this is how people die. Tornadoes, rain-wrapped tornadoes, people may not realize they're driving into a rain-wrapped tornado until it's too late, and you end up with the vehicle thrown upside down in a field. And, I won't get any more visually descriptive than that, but let's just say death by tornado in a vehicle is not usually the most pretty or open casket type of a death. So please stop driving around in a tornado warning and do what you're supposed to do, which is take shelter. But I mean, if you don't want to, it's clearly up to you. You can do whatever you want. But I mean, people wonder why some people get killed driving around in tornadoes. Sometimes it's sadly they just didn't get the warning. And then sometimes folks get the warning and just don't care and then end up wondering why it struck with that warning. No, it didn't. You just didn't pay attention. Can you tell I'm a little feisty today? It's the truth, though. Sorry. Truth hurts. All right, so let's go back west. Severe storm capable of producing nickel to quarter-sized hail is on 287. We're starting to see an increased area of rotation now around Jolly with this hook echo. If that continues, the Weather Service in Norman may have to put a tornado warning out for portions of northern Clay County, and that would include the city of Henrietta. So it would not be the most logical idea to be getting ready to deal with some severe weather if you were in Henrietta to Jolly. And again, looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see wind moving away from the radar there in red, wind moving towards there. Wall cloud likely right on Highway 287 as that thunderstorm moves east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. All right, back further north, nasty storm near Snyder, Oklahoma. Nasty bow echo, that might be the Derecho setting up shop across portions of western Oklahoma. That could have winds over 70 miles an hour. Tennis ball to baseball-sized hail, tornadoes at times. So we'll see what happens with that. We've got severe storms with hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, hopefully no spinny, doom mischief across western portions of the Oklahoma City Metro, El Reno, Yukon, down to Union City, west on I-40 to Bridgeport, where you take the exit 108 to go northwest up towards Watauga and Woodward and Sealing. Back in Texas, a tornado warning until, well, let's do this. Let's go south. I don't see any severe warnings anymore. That's good. The storms in the hill country have gone to bed. Tornado warning for eastern Cook County, western Grayson County until 8:30 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado now on the northeast sides of the city of Gainesville, along with golf ball-sized hail winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. That storm capable of also producing some flooding on Interstate 35. You can see that rotation there right over 35 right now. Jason and Adam have both been keeping eyes on it. They're repositioning at the moment. And then these storms, again, still moving southeast. North of that, we could have heavy rain and hail all the way up towards Gordonville. That's going to be moving southeast towards Pottsboro, Knollwood, Sadler, South Maid, and eventually the cities of Denison, Sherman, all the way down to Howe on 75 and Gunter on 289. Switch back over to the how hard a training mode, and you can see that. All right, let's take a look at the Texas state view. Let's go over what we've got going on now, and then we can take a look at what we're expecting over the next few hours across the state. We've had a damaging tornado impact Perryton, Texas in the Panhandle. There's probably some injuries and hopefully no fatalities. I haven't been able to check, but we know there's quite a bit of damage. That storm continued southeast into western Oklahoma, now evolving into a complex of intense thunderstorms producing hurricane-force winds. We've got a severe storm over 287 from Jolly over to Henrietta. That storm could have large hail, showing a bit of increased low-level rotation. It's moving east along 82, could impact Ringgold in the next 30 to 45 minutes if it continues. We've got a complex of thunderstorms at this point from near Gainesville, Calsburg, Whitesboro, northeast up 289 to Gordonville, up into southeastern Oklahoma. That cluster of storms is starting to organize a bit more, moving southeast at moving southeast at 35. Storms in the hill country, after producing hail for a while, have gone to bed. They're gone. They're adios. They're au revoir. I'll be saying goodbye. And again, you can see here this complex of storms across portions of southern Oklahoma down into North Texas, capable of producing winds 60 to 70 miles an hour, golf ball size hail, and the potential for a tornado in portions of Grayson and Cook counties. All right. Now we're going to pause everything. We're going to zoom out to the state. And just like we've been doing for the last hour, or the last few hours, we're going to take a look at the latest high-res rapid refresh model and see if it has any idea what's going on right now. If it does, we will show it. If it doesn't, we're not going to show it, because garbage in, garbage out. So let's load this up, and we're going to look at 8 o'clock. Simply see how it's doing. Now, I can already tell you how it's doing. It's doing garbage. You want to know why? There's not a supercell over the city of Dallas. There's not a supercell attacking Waurika, Oklahoma. The supercell near Durant is actually in Gainesville. So, I mean, let's take a look at 10 o'clock anyway. Severe storms north central into central Oklahoma. Severe storms in portions of Texoma, northeast Texas. I guess that's realistic based on what storms are doing right now. Here's midnight storms making their way down to Tyler, Longview, Marshall. That means we could have one cluster of severe storms impacting the Arklatex, northeast Texas, and east Texas over the next several hours with damaging straight-line winds, large hail, maybe a few tornadoes. Second cluster of severe storms moving into south-central Oklahoma, eastern Oklahoma. Both storm clusters moving southeast, probably 30 to 40 miles an hour, popping up to 2 a.m. Cluster number 1 exiting Texas to the east into Louisiana. Cluster number 2 moving into northeast Texas and the Arklatex with more damaging winds and hail possible. Here is 4 a.m. Storms making a ruckus across portions of northeast Texas on Highway 59. Could still have some strong winds and hail with that. Here's 6 a.m. And this still has a strong storm. Now, given the initialization parameters of the model, it may be right, it may not be right. We're just going to have to wait and see, but the clear-cut indication is we may be doing this for a while through the night. All right. So let's get back to it. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer at 7:56 on the 15th of June, 2023, in the midst of our continuing severe weather coverage. We've got live video from Storm Chasers Jason Cooley, Adam Lucio. They're in Gainesville, Texas. Looks like Jason is heading east to get a better look at this storm. Pretty gnarly looking signature there. You can see low-hanging clouds, a pretty good wall cloud back in the distance. Trees blocking the view at this point. I assume he is northeast of Gainesville. And again, you can see, yes, we have low-looking, scary clouds. Don't see any sort of indications we have a tornado down right now. These storms are producing strong, damaging winds, the potential for some quarter to golf ball size hail as these storms continue to the east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. And again, that's meteorologist Jason Cooley. We'll pop on over to Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. He's also in vicinity of this storm. He appears to be enjoying traffic right now in Gainesville. He's about to get on Interstate 35 going north, I assume. Then he'll probably take 82 east to get back up with this storm. We'll keep watching both chasers, and we'll keep watching both storms. But again, almost slightly less of a cluster looking and more of a supercellular look to these storms now in western Grayson County, northeastern Cook County, moving southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Again, these are going to continue doing that, and they're probably going to be around with us until they get into Louisiana, meaning those of you in northern Collin, Hunt, Fannin counties, you're going to be next in line for the potential for strong winds, hail, maybe a tornado. We have not had any confirmed reports of tornadoes with this thunderstorm since it entered the state of Texas. This storm produced a 103-mile-an-hour wind gust and softball to DVD size hail and a tornado in Lawton earlier, several hours ago, but fortunately it's been behaving itself comparatively since then. Moving southeast again, this could be with us most of the evening into tonight as it makes its way towards Louisiana, and we end up with more storms coming in out of Oklahoma later on. I'm just checking various notes on here. Again, looks like Jason's got a view of what I assume to be the wall cloud northeast of Gainesville. Yeah, you can see some motion with it. I mean, there's plenty of rising motion there. Emergency response crews are responding from many communities, including Amarillo, Lubbock, and Childress, to Perryton to assist in tornado recovery. That was from a damaging tornado that struck Perryton about 2 to 3 hours ago. Sounds like the north sides of town. It struck a mobile home park and then struck parts of the north downtown area. Unfortunately, and that was a strong tornado. A tornado warning continues until 8:30 p.m. for eastern Cook and western Grayson counties. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is now approaching Oak Ridge, moving east-southeast at 25 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is also capable of producing ping-pong ball-sized hail and winds of 60 miles an hour. We'll get back to the chaser wall. We'll keep an eye on things here. So again, zooming back out, I guess that would be a good thing to do by turning off the marker. Weather Service looks like they're going to be putting a tornado warning out for this storm northeast of Jolly. Just got video of a high base funnel cloud with it, but also pretty good low-level circulation setting up. It's just southeast of Henrietta. So again, it looks like our storm back west on 82 near Henrietta is attempting to spin up. Let me look from a different radar site, make sure we're not having any sort of side lobe contamination. The radar is having a seizure. Yeah, there's definitely a problem here. Definitely the potential now for a tornado increasing southeast of Henrietta. Going to have a small tornado warning now. This is going to be for central Clay County. This is going to be a tornado warning that does include Highway 287 from Henrietta to Bellevue. This tornado warning does run through 8:45 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located on the southeast sides of Henrietta. Honestly, at this point, it's probably located about 4 to 5 miles southeast of Henrietta, moving southeast pretty slowly. Hey, there we go. Thank you. I was about to get very angry. The tornado warning wasn't popping up. This storm's moving east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. So those of you in Dick Worsham on 287 down to Bellevue, you need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. Those of you in western portions of Montague County from Bowie up to Ringgold, Stoneburg, do not be surprised if you come under a tornado warning from this dangerous storm at any time. The potential exists for a tornado to develop at any time in proximity of Highway 287, about 4 to 5 miles southeast of Henrietta. And this thunderstorm is on Highway 287, probably about 5 miles southeast of Henrietta. You can see based on the which way the wind's blowing mode, this thing's got one heck of an attitude right now. We've got winds moving towards the radar up in Frederick, Oklahoma at about 60 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about 70. So given that, this thing could certainly spin itself up into something spinny, doom very easily. Although we have no reports of that at this time. That being said, we definitely have a hook echo on radar. We've got storm chasers right there, so if we have a tornado develop, we'll know about it. They're not our storm chasers, so I won't be able to show you pictures or videos, but you know, at least they're there, so I can at least look at a Twitter feed and confirm it's happening. But again, the potential for a tornado now on Highway 287, about 5 miles southeast of Henrietta. Generally speaking, this storm is moving east-southeast towards Bellevue and Stoneburg. Those of you from Ringgold to Bowie may come under the gun from this in the next 30 to 45 minutes. All right, back east, we have a tornado warning for eastern Cook, western Grayson County. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Oak Ridge, starting to look a little more interesting in the which way the wind's blowing, or excuse me, the how hard it's raining mode. You can see we have a well-defined hook echo at this point. You've got your warm, unstable inflow being sucked in out of Collinsville, moving northwest. That's warm, unstable tropical air being sucked into the updraft of the thunderstorm, which is rising up 50,000 feet. Back on the hook echo, these are your winds on the backside of the thunderstorm. Your rear flank downdraft, wind 60 to 70 miles an hour, maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail over Callisburg to Oak Ridge on Highway 82 down to Woodbine, Lake Kiowa. And again, this is generally moving southeast towards Whitesboro and Collinsville. Southmaid, and a tornado warning is in effect until 8:30 p.m. This tornado warning does not include the city of Sherman or Denison, but Sherman and Denison are under a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of quarter to golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. And again, we're going to have to make sure we don't have any sort of circulation spin up closer to Gordonville, which may be trying to happen. We're definitely going to need to be mindful of that. Unfortunately, as we learned last year, we are looking in a radar data hole up here. We're looking at about 7,000 to 8,000 feet above the ground. So what's happening at about 8,000 feet above the ground isn't necessarily making it down to, say, the lowest 1,000 feet or so. That being said, occasionally, what's going on the lowest 1,000 feet isn't going to make it up to 8,000 feet on radar, so we need to be cautious. All right, again, a report now of a tornado in progress on Highway 287, about 4 to 5 miles southeast of Henrietta. So again, that storm we were talking about back over here does now have a tornado in progress in proximity to Highway 287, about 4 to 5 miles southeast of Henrietta. This storm moving east-southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. So we'll go back and take a look at this. Again, this is going to be a tornado warning until 8:45. A confirmed tornado now in progress, about 4 to 5 miles southeast of Henrietta, moving east-southeast at 25 to 35 miles an hour. We'll put a few road names on here. And again, here's 287. There's Earl Springs Road. You've got Anderson Road, it looks like. And again, this is probably going to be just near or east of Anderson Road and 287, moving east-southeast at 25 miles an hour. Spotters reporting this is actually south of 287. So again, this is why we need to be careful using radar data. The radar is not necessarily going to show you exactly where the tornado is, especially the further away from the radar you get when thunderstorms have tilt. Radar beams go straight out from the weather radar. So the further away from the weather radar you get, the higher up in the storm you're looking, because the weather radar goes straight, the Earth curves. And thunderstorms, especially involving days where we have a lot of wind shear aloft, have a lot of tilt, meaning that these thunderstorms at 8,000 feet, maybe what we're seeing here on radar, could be a good mile or two east of where we're actually looking. That being said, here's your couplet right here. You got winds moving away from the radar at about 70, winds moving towards at about 60. There is your nasty circulation and your confirmed tornado in progress. Sounds like the tornado may be in the process of occluding or weakening, and if that happens, it'll probably be lifting here in the next couple of minutes. That being said, given the fact this storm has now gone tornadic and produced a tornado, we're going to have to be very vigilant of the potential of it to produce additional tornadoes over the next couple of hours. We may have this storm with us for a while yet as it moves to the east-southeast at 20 to 35 miles an hour. All right, let's go back east. Tornado warning continues for eastern Cook, western Grayson counties with a severe thunderstorm warning covering all of Grayson County. The potential for golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, and with the storm currently over Oak Ridge moving towards Whitesboro and Collinsville, the potential for a tornado. A tornado southeast of Henrietta was in a field about 4 to 5 miles southeast of Henrietta, it sounds like, south of 287. This storm cluster over portions of Cook and Grayson counties, moving off to the east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. The potential for it to impact northern Collin County, eventually moving into Fannin and Hunt counties. So those of you downstream need to keep a close eye on this. I'll just draw an arrow now and let you look. So there you go. This eventually Bonham, Leonard, Trenton, all the way down to Commerce, Greenville, Cooper in the next 2 hours. The potential for a complex of severe storms with large hail, damaging winds, and, at least for now, the potential for a tornado. Again, you can watch live streaming Storm Chase video on our Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. We've got it there. The individual Storm Chase feeds with each of their audio. Adam and Jason's. And of course, we also have live severe weather coverage ongoing on pretty much every social platform we participate on, plus in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and in the website. 2 tornado warnings. 1, eastern Cook and western Grayson counties through 8:30 p.m. 2nd, eastern Clay County until 8:45 p.m. Storm 4 miles southeast of Henrietta had a tornado a few minutes ago. That's lifted. Storm that has exited Gainesville to the east has strong rotation, has a history of producing damaging straight-line winds and large hail. Just got a report from emergency management of roof damage and power lines down in Gainesville on Highway 82 near Grand Avenue, which makes sense with the strong winds from this storm. And again, this storm's moving southeast at about 30 to 45 miles an hour. I'll turn this off. I'll turn on the radar loop so y'all can see that. You can see the storm motion. point where I have to pop up another radar instance just to keep an eye on some of these other storms. Oh, let's see. This might have a decent look at it. Sorry, I'm doing some off-screen analysis. I'll pop the chat up so y'all can at least participate. Again, for those wondering about storms in their neck of the woods or who's going to get what, we encourage you to download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. That'll give you a good view of what's going on now, your forecast, along with the ability to track the stormies. There's nothing going on further south now. All storms south of Interstate 20 have dissipated. Storms in the hill country are gone. We're much quieter now. Storms are probably going to impact I-20 in East Texas in the Arklatex this evening in a few hours, but for places like Austin, Round Rock, Temple, Bell, and back west to Burnett, much quieter now. So again, we're going to be here for a while. I mean, we've already been here about 3 hours at this point, and we're probably going to be here another 3 to 5, which is why I'm taking a moment to play with my phone because, well, I'm not a millennial, but nevertheless, I'm a 90s kid, which means got to play with phones sometimes. So again, we've got storms across Texoma into portions of North Texas, moving southeast at about east-southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. Those storms are going to be capable of producing probably hail up to the size of golf balls for now, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, and apparently at least the potential for a few tornadoes. So we're going to be here for a while yet, especially as those storms continue moving southeast and probably start ramping up in the damaging wind department. All right, let's get back to it. We have 2 tornado warnings in the state of Texas right now. Tornado warning number 1 over far eastern Cook County, but moving into western Grayson County near Collinsville to Whitesboro. We have severe storms with large hail, maybe quarter to ping pong ball, winds 60 to 70 miles an hour across most of Grayson County from... Sorry, my radar display just quit updating. Technology hates me, thank you. Moving from near Gordonville down to Whitesboro, Sadler. Those could have winds 60 to 70 miles an hour. Lots and lots of heavy rain, obviously. And all this is moving southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. Seeing a bit of a circulation, or at least a mesocyclonal off northeast of Whitesboro with that storm, but also a pretty good hook echo northwest of Collinsville. Not really seeing any recent reports of low-level rotation or problems with that, but we'll be here to keep an eye on it for sure. That tornado warning goes through at least 8:30 p.m. We have a new tornado warning for Montague County. Let me tell you, this supercell went from nothing to uh-oh-ville real quick. I mean, this thing was struggling for hours all the way back southwest to Holiday. I guess it found its happy place because as soon as it got to Henrietta, it went from little baby soupy with quarter-size hail to holy moly guacamole. I'm going to throw out golf balls, then probably tennis balls, and tornadoes, because who doesn't want to make Baldy and Chief's lives more complicated? So again, this is going to be a tornado warning for Montague County until 9 p.m. This tornado warning does include the city of Ringgold, Nocona. This is north of Bellevue. This includes Montague. This includes Bonita. This includes Belcherville. The possibility of a tornado 7 miles north of Bellevue, 11 miles southeast of Henrietta, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So they believe this is paralleling Highway 82 more than moving southeast, which could make sense. But again, this storm has a history of producing a tornado in the last 20 minutes, which means it definitely could be capable of producing additional tornadoes. This could become a direct threat to Belcherville, Nocona, Bonita, staying north of Bowie. So again, if you are in Ringgold, east on 82 through Belcherville, Nocona, Bonita, almost to St. Joe, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole tennis shoes wouldn't be a bad idea. Okay, so we've got a severe storm capable of producing a tornado coming up to Highway 81, probably about 2 to 3 miles south of Ringgold proper and 82, generally moving east at about, they had it at 35 miles an hour. It may be moving more east-southeast, so the circulation itself may move more towards Montague, which is where 59 and 175 meet up. But the hail core would be on 82, likely hailing in Ringgold to Belcherville right now, raining in Nocona and Bonita, but the hail threat would increase there soon. And again, so hail, maybe up to the size of golf balls, damaging winds, and the potential for a tornado with that storm in Montague County with a tornado warning through 9 p.m. This does not include the city of Bowie and is north of Bellevue now, so 287 is clear from that storm. What it's worth, I've actually got a supercell coming right at me right now with increasing hail showing tennis balls. If that continues, I am going to have to figure out what I'm going to do to get my car under something a little more sturdy, because I really, really, really don't want to have to replace the windows on a vehicle with liability only. So that's going to be something fun to deal with here in the next 30 minutes. But that is life. You got to juggle. We'll see. All right, Chad Casey's just tagged us in a tweet. That was very kind of him. Might have to start a petition that says, Chad Casey, join Texas Storm Chasers. I don't know. All right, let's get back to it. What is this? The Frederick radar. It was 807. Press some buttons. Starting to see an increasing indications of low-level rotation with that storm in Montague County. That's not a surprise. In fact, I'll switch radars to show you that off the Frederick radar. Pretty good low-level circulation, again, with this thunderstorm now coming up on Highway 81, about 3 miles south of Ringgold. I'm going to put some streets on here, but I want to emphasize the fact that I'm not trying to get specific enough with just streets because we're looking several thousand feet above the ground. Nevertheless, a very well-defined circulation, clear-cut hook echo. The potential exists for this to put a tornado down at any time. Yes, Ryan Chef, you're later than late. You're later than my hairline receding. But nevertheless, we'll be okay. All right, so let's keep an eye on this. So again, the potential is certainly there. This thunderstorm entering Montague County from eastern Clay County, about 4 to 5 miles southwest of Ringgold, could have the potential to produce a tornado again at any time. This storm produced a tornado about 4 to 5 miles southeast of Ringgold earlier, 4 to 5 miles southeast of Henrietta earlier, and we'll have to see if it tries to do it again. We're not seeing any indications of super well-defined low-level velocities in terms of anything that screams, hey, I'm a tornado about to drop on your house over Collinsville right now. We've got a pretty good hook echo showing up on the how hard it's raining mode. But not anything super clear-cut on the velocity. Yes, this storm is rotating. Yes, there is a tornado warning. And yes, this storm is probably putting down hail, damaging winds all over Grayson County, Pottsboro, Knollwood, Sherman, Denison, South Maid, etc. All right. So we have 2 tornado warnings right now. One, a possible tornado near Collinsville on Highway 377. If we had a tornado, that's where it'd be. I'm resetting this radar program real quick. I'm getting really tired of it doing that. All right, back at it. So we've got a report of a rotating wall cloud over Collinsville on Highway 289. That makes sense with the hook echo here on the velocity data. There is modest rotation, nothing that screams, hey, I'm a tornado about to drop on your head. But we do have a tornado warning in effect, and this storm could try to ramp up at any point. This would generally be moving towards Dorchester. Not sure the Weather Service will extend the tornado warning, but in the larger scope of things, we note that damaging winds and hail likely ongoing with storms all the way along the north of Highway 82. Sherman, Knollwood, Pottsboro, Denison, back to Sadler, Gordonville, Dexter. Now with another storm coming across the Red River into Texas, and again, damaging winds, large hail possible. Now, this storm that is entering Montague County is a problem. Let me tell you, this is a problem. This is a big problem. The potential for this thunderstorm not to put down only a tornado, but the potential for a stronger, larger tornado is increasing now. About 3 miles south of Ringgold on Highway 81. This dangerous thunderstorm showing extremely organized supercellular characteristics and is out all by its lonesome. I'll zoom out and we'll do some drawing because I like drawing. I just can't draw in lines. Okay, so this is going to be a dangerous storm moving towards Nocona and Montague. This is going to be your warm inflow. We've got summer air mass, just unstable air, ticking time bomb air being sucked into this thunderstorm. That's getting sucked up into the updraft at over 100 miles an hour, rising up 50, 60,000 feet. Got a storm your rear flank downdraft here, rotating back around. We could have winds over 70 miles an hour in that. And you can see on the which way the wind's blowing mode, we have a pretty good low-level mesocyclone being detected. We've got winds moving away from the radar at about 50 miles an hour, winds moving towards the radar at about 50. So this thunderstorm could put another tornado down at any point moving south on Highway 81. We'll see what happens. So those of you in Montague County, along 82 from Ringgold to Nocona to Bonita to St. Joe, back down Highway 59 to Montague, almost to Bowie, need to be in a safe place immediately. Jason's got power flashes. Whoa, 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 what do we got going on here? Jason's probably located on 289. That's what I get for looking at my phone. What was that? I saw that. Those were transformers exploding under that base. What is that? Anyone on my mod team or TFC team, if you're listening to his audio, let me know what that was. What was that? You see, at nighttime, an indicator we have to use often are power lines arcing, transformers blowing, you know, those big bright blue and green flashes. I looked up just in time to see that. You could see those flashes were originating from ground level versus up at the cloud base. Jason said... And that was the weather radio you probably didn't hear. Okay, so Jason says that was lightning. Okay, so lightning hit a transformer. Unfortunate. That's what I get for looking down. Thought it was damaging winds. All right, so let's get back to it. Potential exists for a tornado to develop at any time on Highway 81 now, south of Highway 82 by a few miles. No recent reports. So it placed it about 5 miles south of Highway 82 near Stoneburg. Stoneburg Fire Department's reporting a rotating wall cloud just north of Stoneburg at this point, which would make sense. Stoneburg's right... Come on, radar, I am not in the mood for this. Stoneburg's pretty much right where this hook echo is on 81. All right. Stormy, are you going to go to the south of me so I don't have to worry about tennis balls trying to destroy my car? I'd really appreciate that not being added complexity. All right, so let's go back east and deal with Grayson County. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect through 9:30 p.m. The tornado warning for Grayson County has been allowed to expire. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing 65 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, the potential for ping-pong ball-size hail, moving east-southeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, you can see that here. These storms starting to organize into a bit of a cluster and accelerate southeast. If this storm were to continue at its present course and speed, and I'll put on the storm tracker thing. You can see this storm could be near Howe at 8:48, Anna 9 o'clock, Leonard 9:15 to 9:20, probably trend about 9:05. Blue Ridge about 9:10, Celeste about 9:25, the city of Greenville about probably a couple minutes after 9:30. And again, you can note that's just for that little section of the storm right there. It thinks the storm further north is moving at 25 miles an hour. Weather Service has these moving southeast of 45, so that makes sense. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a manual storm track on this to try to get a better idea of what's going on. And you can see how the wind shear loft is blowing all this rain, all this hail further to the south and southeast. And that's just an indicator of the wind shear ongoing. And for technical planning purposes, after I show you the storm track, I'm going to show you what's going on near me just in case we have some issues and I suddenly disappear. So again, I'm going to put the storm track like this for the worst of this storm, but keep in mind it's going to start raining well before this actually happens. So again, that's about the next hour for the hail, strong winds, etc., but it's going to rain well before that. Now, the reason I mentioned I might have some issues is for situational awareness purposes. I'm going to show you. I live right here. That is where I'm broadcasting from right now. Say hello to angry supercells with tennis ball size hail, the potential for tornadoes and strong winds, and of course lightning out the wazoo. The reason I'm telling you this is because those storms are going to be making it very close to my location in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Depending on what happens with that, I may have to take some action to put myself in a safer location. Or the house is going to get struck by lightning or something obnoxious like that. That being said, we do have a generator and all that, so I do have the capability of, powering myself, but it may result in a brief interruption in live coverage if we end up having issues. And, the part where boy, dyslexia stinks when you're trying to use your finger in the background. This whole window thing here, west-facing window could become problematic if we end up having wind-driven tennis ball-size hail. So, with that being said, let's get back to what matters here, and that's going to be Texas coverage for the Texas Storm Chasers. I'm going to have fun later. Maybe I'll set up a camera, point it out the window, and let y'all witness my demise. All right, so 2 severe storms. 1 severe storm, big old severe storm, maybe ping pong ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. Heavy rain across Grayson County. Probably going to have some localized flooding with this too, all the way from Pottsboro, Denison, Knollwood, Sherman, down to Howe, Luella, South Maid, east of Collinsville now. Strong winds, hail, heavy rain. That's moving southeast to 45 miles an hour. Let me see which radar is closer to this storm in Montague County. I may need to switch to the DFW radar, 74. Okay, we're still close to the Frederick radar for about probably another 10 minutes. We want to use the closest radar to a storm to get the best low-level scan of it. Remember, radar beams go straight out from a radome, the Earth curves. So as that happens, the radar beam gets higher up the further away it gets from the radar. All right, so circulation likely near or just east of Highway 81 and just east of Stoneburg. It is riding east on FM 1806 right towards Montague. Pretty good little low-level circulation in the purple haze there. Let me see if I can't clean that up a bit. Just a second. Let me see. I'm not going to be able to get that cleaned up with the software on my computer. Very sad, but pretty good circulation on FM 1806, moving towards the community of Montague. Montague's here at the intersection of 175 and 59. And again, this is moving east, pretty much right down 1806 towards Montague, and there's that circulation there. So you can see the weather radar detecting a pretty gnarly gate-to-gate circulation. We'll switch off the magical brush. Winds moving away from the radar about 45. Winds moving towards it about 55. You can see right there at the apex of that hook echo. And if there's going to be a tornado, that is very likely where it will be. Now, we've got a couple issues here. One, we're dealing with some terrain here that makes it a little more difficult to see. 2, it's nighttime now. 3, it's nighttime. in trees and some hills. So again, we're going to have to watch this very carefully. This storm is definitely the most dangerous we've seen thus far this afternoon in the state of Texas, at least outside of the one in the Texas Panhandle. And this could put a tornado down at any time. So those of you in Montague West on 1806 need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. From Stoneburg to Montague on 1806, and then this storm may try to make a beeline towards St. Joe. And if that occurs, they're going to have to issue another tornado warning. If it turns more to the east-southeast, this may be more of an issue for southeastern Montague County, and then eventually an issue for northeastern Wise and southwestern Cook counties. That's what we're just going to have to wait and see. Wee bit of thunder. I'm going to have to check some things on my phone real quick. Computer, I don't know why it sounds like you're taking off. It could be the 10 computer monitors attached to you, but let's not have a problem, please. Trying to get a good amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. Okay, yeah, it's going to be close for me. Storm-wise, so let's go back to, let's take a look at the state view. We haven't done an overview in a while. Turn off satellite, or at least change it to something that's not, daytime related. Turn on the radar. Okay, cluster of severe storms that earlier produced a damaging tornado near Perryton, Texas, back towards portions. Show me the town. I hate this radar program sometimes. Can I just see the town, please? I'm sorry, I don't remember, but it's been a long day. Higgins, on Highway 33 on the Texas-Oklahoma border. Those storms have now grown upscale into a very fast-moving line of severe storms moving east-southeast. Those could have damaging straight-line winds, maybe some hail. Have to watch for some spin-up tornadoes. And then we've also got storms trying to attack Oklahoma City down to London on I-44. That all could end up being an issue in a couple hours for Texoma, North Texas, and Northeast Texas, which is why I mention it, not only because I'm trying to make sure I don't get attacked. And then we've got ongoing storms along the Red River from 82 at this point, from near Nocona to Montague, east through Sherman, Denison, Howe. And again, that activity is going to keep moving off to the east. Those storms at least moving more east, southeast at about 45 miles an hour. And again, I've got a pretty gnarly thunderstorm approaching my location, which is probably going to start making some flashes through the window. And if we take power hits, we'll be mostly okay. I've got battery backups in here to run all this computer equipment, the live stream equipment, the internet equipment. And if the internet goes down, I can switch to a hotspot pretty easily. But it's probably still going to scare the pants off me if it happens. Unfortunately, or fortunately, y'all probably won't hear much of the thunder I'm hearing because the filtering audio settings. Come on, Cece. Come on. Come on, Cece. I might have to get up and let the dog in. Hold on. Dog demands attention. Oh, come on, Cece. Hold on a second. You in your bed? Okay. Do we need to enact doggy cam? Oh, we'll let you have doggy cam for just a moment. There. My doggy PJs and the dog, the Cece. There's your dog cam. She doesn't like thunderstorms. Yeah, I know. You're upset. It's okay. You'll be okay. Probably. All right, back to me, back to I. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm watch. All right, so we have one tornado warning at this point in the state of Texas. That's going to be for Montague County. Oh. For a thunderstorm with a history of producing a tornado back about 5 miles southeast of Henrietta on 287. This thunderstorm is now approaching Montague in FM 1806, moving off to the east, southeast, at about 30 miles an hour. It just sounds like we took a bit of a power surge. I heard some of the battery backups kick in. Again, this storm could also have some large hail damaging straight line winds. We're going to switch to the Fort Worth radar now. That's probably going to give us a better view. Let's see if this works. Nope. Again, you can actually see that's a pretty good view of that storm. Non-range, but pretty good hook echo. So again, that storm's got attitude. So again, this is going to be a storm capable of producing a tornado approaching community of Montague in Montague County. After that, St. Joe down into southeastern Montague County, down to Berkeley Ranch could be under the gun. And again, this storm's moving east at about 30 miles an hour. The storm over gaining. We're just going to have that moment where I sit here, rub my eyes, and try to consolidate my large severe thunderstorm over Grayson County, moving east-southeast at about 40 miles per hour. This storm could have half-dollar size hail, winds of 60 plus miles per hour. I'm going to actually turn off the big bright red light behind me real quick. The ceiling light. One, y'all can see lightning as it attacks me, and two, it won't freak me out so much if we lose. There we go. Again, I don't know if these desk lamps are on the batteries. If they are, we'll be good. If not, well, it may get really dark really quick in here. All right, rotation reported on FM 1806, 2 miles west of Montague, which makes sense based on what we've been seeing. Let me see, what is this storm doing? Honestly, this storm over Grayson County is looking less like a cluster and almost more like just a very large high precipitation supercell. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on it just in case it tries to start to spin up again in the low-level weather radio. Y'all can't hear it probably. Yeah, it's very good at canceling out that noise, but it still scares the pants off me. Okay. For what it's worth, almost looks like we've had a new circulation develop back west of 289, west of Dorchester. I guess that's the same one from Collinsville. I'm just getting my highways mixed up. But the storm seems to be undergoing a consolidation, which may result in, well, some hail falling out over Sherman and Knollwood right now, the potential for some heavy rain, flash flooding, but also the potential we could see some structure alterations with this thunderstorm over the next 30 minutes as it moves southeast. Right now at about 25 miles an hour, but more to the east-southeast, probably at 30 to 35. CC, if you think you're getting in my trail mix, you've got another thing coming, young lady. That's my trail mix. You got your own treats. You got more treats than I do. So again, severe storm, Grayson County could have large hail. Hail core maybe coming up a little bit, maybe some ping pong ball size hail at times. Very heavy rainfall, the potential for flash flooding. Starting to see a bit of low-level rotation pick back up again. Near just west of Dorchester, but also watching a circulation southwest of Whitesboro. So they may put a new tornado warning out on that in a minute. I need to make sure I'm not about to get hit by baseball-sized hail. I'm not. The storm's going just to my south, but I'm probably going to get the lightning barrage, which will be an unpleasant experience for all involved. But hey, at least I'll actually set this up so the camera points more at the window than me. There you go. At least now, y'all, if I get hit by lightning, y'all will be able to witness it and enjoy it and all the glory. Die fly. Dog does not like thunderstorms. Okay, so it is 8:48 p.m. Let's take a look and see if the high-res rapid refresh model is doing any better than it did a little earlier. We've been doing this every hour, almost about now, for 3.5 hours now. So we're going to switch over to the high-res rapid refresh model. I'm going to press some buttons. I'm going to zoom out. We're going to look at the state. And before we look at the model for later, I want to look at the latest data for what it shows here at 9 o'clock, just simply to see how it's doing. It's actually doing pretty well. Look, it's a little further east with this stuff than it should be. Let me check another model. Oh, I might have been looking at 8 o'clock. Nope, okay, so you know what? We'll look at this. You know, it's a little further east than it should be, but otherwise, I mean, I'm not going to cry over a 20-mile difference compared to where it has storms and where storms actually are. So I can actually show y'all what might happen tonight in a visual representation, and then those of you joining the chats can answer each other's questions here in a bit. Large rotating wall cloud. That's near the house. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, so here's what the HRRR has at 11 o'clock. We've got angry severe storms, southern Oklahoma City. That's going to be fun for me later. Cluster of severe storms from near Clarksville to Talco, back southwest to Sulphur Springs, Greenville back west into eastern Denton County. But notice the main thing here is this all stays to the east and north of most of the Metroplex. We'll see if that happens. Here's midnight. Cluster of severe storms could have hurricane force winds, large hail. Mineola to Pittsburgh to Mount Pleasant, moving southeast about 45 to 50 miles an hour. Here's 1 a.m. on Interstate 20 and Highway 59, Atlanta, Jefferson, Marshall, Longview, Tyler. Cluster of storms further north into eastern Oklahoma. Here's 2 a.m., 3 a.m. We could have another round of storms moving into the Arklatex, northeast Texas. Some of these storms could have strong winds and hail. Again, this could still be ongoing at 4, 5, 6 a.m. in northeast Texas. So, could have multiple rounds. The first round, obviously, beginning now across portions of Texoma, North Texas, moving towards northeast Texas. And then the potential for another round after 3 a.m. And again, for those wondering about what's going on in your neck of the woods, you can download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app or visit us on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. So here is the radar now. Again, cluster of strong to severe storms. And, well, slap me silly and say, uh-oh, we have a new tornado warning. How could I be so negligent to miss that? Okay, first, circulation. We have two. One approaching Dorchester. Second one spinning up really quick on 377 again from Collinsville to Whitesboro. So we've got a new tornado warning, far eastern Cook County and Grayson County. Grayson County tornado warning does not include the city of Sherman, but it does include Whitesboro to Collinsville to South May to Sadler to Dorchester to Howe to Van Alstyne to Luella to near Tombeam. Okay, hail core, heavy rain, flooding, maybe strong winds in Sherman right now. Potential for 2 tornadoes. Tornado number 1 back approaching Dorchester on 289. But what might become more concerning is the circulation popping back west near Collinsville. We've had a trailing supercell develop, and this supercell is increasing in low-level rotation. We've got our storm chasers there. Adam Lucio, meteorologist Jason Cooley will be watching their streams for indications of mischief, and we'll be watching. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning for eastern Cook and portions of central and southern Grayson counties. Potential for 2 tornadoes, one approaching Dorchester, second approaching Collinsville with a new storm that's quickly gotten its act together and is being mischievous in the spinny doom department. Back west, supercell capable of producing a tornado now east of Montague, or let me rephrase that, very near or just south of Montague with the hail core from Nocona coming up to St. Joe. That could have hail quarter to golf ball size with the best potential for a tornado being probably on Highway 59 right now, maybe 2 miles south of Montague. It's going to be close. And again, this storm is moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour and will pose a direct threat to Cook County. So those of you in Cook County, heads up, this is going to pass further south than the earlier storm. This may be more of an issue for places like Munster, Mira, down to Era and Leo in southwestern Cook County. And for what it is worth, if this keeps turning right, this is going to become an issue for Denton County, northern Denton County, specifically Valley View and southern Cook up to Sanger. All right, so we've got two tornado warnings, technically 2 tornado warnings, 3 circulations. 1 circulation near Dorchester on Highway 289, second circulation that's becoming stronger on Highway 377 over Collinsville, and a third circulation back southeast of Montague, generally speaking, riding down FM 455 towards Leo in eastern Montague County. And again, these storms all capable of producing tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail. And again, also the potential for some flash flooding out of this. All right, we are also having to watch these storms for flooding. And it almost looks like these have evolved into just more of a supercellular storm structure than individual, like a big bow echo, which is problematic. We're really going to need to watch this. Low-level wind shear increased with sunset, and we're getting to the time of evening where any sort of spinny doom circulations could be more problematic given the increasing amounts of low-level wind shear, lowering cloud bases with the loss of daytime heating. And again, you can kind of see that there. 1 mesocyclone near Collinsville, a second approaching Dorchester, though the Dorchester circulation may be becoming less prominent with the circulation back near Collinsville taking hold. Flash flood warning for Cook and Grayson County through midnight. That's that blue box that just popped up. And then the potential for this storm southeast of Montague to produce a tornado at any time as it moves southeast down FM 455 towards Leo. So again, two storms, but 3 circulations we're really concerned about right now. Possible circulation near Dorchester. That could spin up at any point. How about I actually show y'all the storms, okay? That circulation may be becoming absorbed or overwhelmed by the new circulation back over Collinsville, which is quickly becoming more intense. That storm may attempt to put a tornado down at any time near Collinsville. That is moving southeast towards Gunter. It almost looks like, yeah, we've taken a definite right turn here. This storm is moving much further southeast than the first storm did. They may need to put a new tornado warning out that extends this closer to northwestern Collin County and places like Gunter and Tioga, because this thing's moving more like this now than this one, which is moving like this. So again, that thing near Collinsville is definitely concerning me. All right, we've got a circulation southeast of Montague moving towards Leo in southwestern Cook County on FM 455. Get my screen over here updated. Probably have some pretty good hail falling on 82 right now around St. Joe to Nakona. Heavy rain on 82 back east through Munster and Gainesville. And again, this storm as a whole is moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Could pose a direct threat to Munster, Gainesville, Valley View, Leo, Mira, Lindsay as it moves southeast. And then this storm further east, my voice is starting to go out, that's unfortunate, across southwestern Cook County, southwestern Grayson County, the potential for a tornado at any time from anywhere near Collinsville east to 289 near Dorchester. You can see we have a complex evolution ongoing right now with this thunderstorm. It almost looks like our primary updraft is shifting back west to a new updraft ongoing near Whitesboro, with that circulation over Collinsville taking hold, but we also still have smaller circulations in progress over Dorchester. Unfortunately, we also have a conglomerate of extremely heavy rainfall, maybe hail, falling in the city of Sherman right now. And if that is all heavy rain versus hail, that is a very high reflectivity structure with the potential for flash flooding to develop extremely quickly, which is why a flash flood warning is in effect. Sounds like I'm about to take a microburst. Microburst being a strong amount of wind, and I am. Yeah, I'm about to take 60-mile-an-hour winds here. So we might take some power hits. But again, this stuff is all, at least initially, going to be operated by batteries for about 15 minutes or so. But if we lose comm lines, I'll have to switch over to cell data, which will probably restart some of these live streams. And if the power outage is longer than a couple minutes, well, I'm going to have to go hook up the generator. And then that'll all mean I'll be gone for about 10 to 15 minutes, but we'll still be here. We're going to be doing our best to stay here. But again, for those who aren't aware, I am located, just for fun, I can tell you exactly pretty much where I'm located. I am located I'm about pretty much right where that X is. And you can see the radar is showing about 60-mile-an-hour winds heading right almost towards me. So that may be enough to cause some power bleeps, which if it happens, it's okay, but we'll deal with it. All right, back down to Texas, since that's what we're here for. Back over to the how hard it's raining mode. Weather Service has allowed the tornado warning for Montague and Cook counties to expire. So we have one tornado warning that's primarily going to be for this circulation back between Collinsville and Dorchester. We kind of have two. We've got a circulation pretty much near Dorchester, and then a circulation near Collinsville as a very complex storm interaction, merger, whatever you want to call it, occurs. And the result being we may see some wonky storm behavior over the next several minutes. You can see the enjoyment of chasing storms at night. It looks like the streams from Jason and Adam, I believe they're still live, but just, it's difficult to see things at night. Lightning may not be necessarily super helpful right now. Uh-oh. It's hailing here. Oh, that's unfortunate. We're about to take a microburst here, so in all likelihood, we're going to have problems. Being the storm chaser I am, that requires I begin filming just in case. Benefit of having a window right here is I'm just going to set up the I'm just going to set up the live stream and let it film out the window. Yeah, we're probably taking 60, 70 mile an hour winds about a mile down the road. I'm probably getting some nickel-sized hail here. But hey, you know what? I didn't have to go hide the car, and hopefully that means I won't lose any windows. Especially, you know, the west-facing window right there that tends to involve wind-driven hail. All right, we're going to pop on over to Jason's live view. I just want to see if we can see anything. Jason, I'm sure, is near Collinsville. I can actually look real quick on my phone. And again, you can see the enjoyment of trying to chase storms at night and heavy rain. And all that. So again, Jason's going to be located near Collinsville, it looks like. I'm going to actually turn off the noise removal stuff. What I'm going to do real quick, you can hear it, I'm getting hail. We're going to go back to the chaser wall, but I'm going to actually go look outside real quick because we're getting annihilated. It's smallish. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was amusing. I hope you enjoyed the lightning that tried to kill me and the wind-driven hail, but alas, I have enjoyed my time being annihilated by the severe stormy. We shall continue with our severe weather coverage. First off, by turning on the noise-canceling stuff, so, I actually sound like a happy professional again. All right, so let's get back to it. We've got two severe storms at this point. One over Grayson County, capable of producing strong winds, large hail, very heavy rainfall with some flooding. Not seen as concise of a low-level circulation with this storm at this point, which is good, but we're going to have to monitor it closely as the storm continues to move southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Back to the west. Nasty looking supercell capable of producing probably quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Very heavy rainfall, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. No tornado warning, but we'll keep an eye on that hook appendage just in case. And you can see back up in Oklahoma, we're starting to see a cluster of storms develop back, say around Walters, east of Geronimo. This complex of storms could become our next threat to portions of Texoma and northeast Texas and North Texas later this evening. While the threat for tornadoes may not necessarily be there with these storms currently, definitely still capable of producing damaging straight-line winds, large hail. The potential, is still there for at least a tornado or two. Check a couple things. I'm honestly surprised we didn't lose power. We probably had 55, 60 mile an hour winds. I thought we were about to lose a telephone pole out back. All right, so looks like Adam's about to end his stream, which means we'll move this back to the Jason stream. Go. Just need to press a couple buttons here. All right, it is 9:10 p.m. on the 15th of June, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David-Reimer. It is a long evening, a long afternoon. We're still monitoring severe thunderstorms with a tornado warning in progress across portions of southern Grayson County at 9:09 p.m. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes were located along a line from near Dorchester to Howe, moving east at 40 miles an hour. This storm's also capable of producing 60 mile an hour winds and very heavy rainfall. Let me see if I can't get a better look at this from the Terminal Doppler weather radar located in Frisco. See, here we go, press that. See, we're not seeing any super well-defined indications of tornadoes down right now, but we're also looking from quite a distance away. In addition, the radar is showing plenty of winds aloft, but nothing that I can concisely say is a tornado at a specific location. But nevertheless, a tornado warning continues and should be taken seriously if you're in places from Collinsville to South Maid, just south of Sherman, Luella, Howe, Van Alstyne. This storm is capable of producing tornadoes. In addition, weather radio again. Y'all probably can't hear it because of the noise canceling, but it still scared me quite a bit. Okay, so in addition, this storm could be producing straight line winds over 70 miles an hour and quarter-size hail. Wind is probably going to be the nasty hazard here over the next while, as these storms continue moving east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. Oh, it's a good opportunity to drink some water. Northern Denton County may be impacted by this storm back around Gainesville to St. Joe if it continues to build more to the south-southeast, yes. Otherwise, we have very nasty winds being indicated with this storm over Grayson County, especially from the city of Sherman south. All of Grayson County is in a severe thunderstorm warning, but the strongest winds right now, including the potential maybe for a tornado south sides of Sherman down to Howe, Dorchester, Gunter, Van Alstyne. And again, these storms as a whole generally moving east-southeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. Outdoor warning sirens are generally sounded for a possible tornado, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, or hail larger than the size of golf balls. Remember, outdoor warning sirens are meant to warn those outdoors, not necessarily meant for folks indoors, which is why they'll go off for big hail, big wind, and tornadoes. All right, let's make sure nothing else has happened in the world of whatever. I think it's about time to ingest more caffeine. Yes, sirree, Bob. All right, looks like the tornado watch has been canceled south of Interstate 20 and west of Interstate 35W, south of Interstate 20. That's good. Meanwhile, my monitor over here just died. That's interesting. I hope this isn't about to completely destroy my entire monitor setup here. All right. At this point, we have a pretty nasty, severe storm located over Grayson County from near Sherman down 75 to Howe and Van Alstyne. We're looking at here is a supercell, kind of multiple updrafts here, but we're also seeing transient circulations try to spin up. And at some point, if one of these ends up spinning up and verifying or consolidating, that we could see a tornado occur. Widespread damaging straight-line winds from Sherman south to Howe, Van Alstyne, Gunter, Dorchester, likely ongoing. Very heavy rain with flash flooding likely underway and across portions of Grayson County all the way up to the Red River. So at this point, no confirmed reports of a tornado down with this storm across Grayson County, but this storm is likely producing big-time winds, 70 to 80 miles an hour, and we're still seeing indications of strong rotation aloft. It's just a matter of not being able to confirm it's down, but regardless, damaging straight-line winds or tornado both can produce and do produce damage and should be taken seriously, which is why we have severe thunderstorm warnings in place in addition to the tornado warning proper. We're also starting to see quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning across northern Denton County from this storm in Cook County. So again, lightning's occurring a good 30 miles southeast of these storms, which is problematic for those outdoors. So please be mindful of that. If thunder roars, go indoors. Sorry for the moments of quiet. I'm just keeping an eye on things here. Looking around. And in addition to the potential and ongoing severe weather with large hail, damaging winds, the occasional tornado, we're dealing with flash flooding now across Sherman into Cook County. Flooded roadways are going to be a good bet with all the heavy rain falling, not to mention all the wind. Etc. Looks like it's going to be time for the weather radio to make a bunch of noise again, so I'll turn off the noise canceling so y'all can join in on my ear torment when this. Isn't noise canceling a beautiful thing to have? Does David read the comments? Yes, but I don't typically read them to answer specific location questions. I typically looking for weather reports, stuff like that. Typically, other chatters are good about answering those questions about when is it going to rain on the third blade of grass in my backyard. Noise canceling NVIDIA broadcast. And it usually works well because I have actually got a portable air conditioner running about 2 feet behind me to keep this room cool. Got a ceiling fan running on high, the weather radio going off, and occasionally I'll have a fire scanner going. So again, these storms generally moving southeast. Yes, Van Alstyne's in a tornado warning. That means you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're live on the Facebag. As much as I hate Facebook and as much of a garbage platform as it is for content creators and as much as they try to keep us from being seen. So if you're actually watching us on Facebook, congratulations. We have 764,000 followers on Facebook, and usually about 2,000 of those will see our posts. So if you're watching us on Facebook, I really encourage you to follow us on YouTube or the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, because frankly, Facebook is garbage. And the only reason we're there is because some people still see our post. Otherwise, Facebook has all but completely destroyed our presence. So I'll quit the Facebook rant. We're also live streaming on Twitter, Twitch, TikTok. We're live on the Texas Storm Chasers and Texas Weather Center YouTube channels as well. Oh, yeah, we're on Discord, by the way. The video, if you're watching us on, there should be a Discord link in the video link, or the video description of this if you're watching us on YouTube. Maybe Facebook as well, but we're on Discord, by the way. Yes. All right, so let's take a look at what we have going on over the last hour. A cluster of severe thunderstorms capable of producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. Occasional low-level rotation that tries to spin up into tornadoes, and heavy rainfall causing flash flooding. These storms are now starting to progress into northern portions of Denton and northern portions of Collin County. These storms are going to likely remain northeast of places like Decatur to Fort Worth, etc., but there still may be some threat as well. Denton County, Collin County, northeastern Dallas County, into Hunt County, Fannin County. And again, these storms moving southeast at about 30 to 45 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight line winds, 60 to 70 miles an hour. Quarter to ping pong ball size hail, and the occasional tornado warning, although damaging winds are the primary most common issue we're dealing with these thunderstorms. And again, you can see we also have more storms across central and southern Oklahoma. Those are probably going to end up moving southeast and impacting the Arklatex, northeast Texas, parts of East Texas, later tonight into Tuesday. It's been a long week. Friday morning. For those asking about me, I've got a line of severe storms coming to visit me. They've got some strong winds, but nothing I'm too concerned about in terms of, them trying to annihilate me. In terms of hail and wind, yeah, I had some hail about 15 minutes ago, but I'm all good. Again, here's what the radar is looking like over the next hour. And I'll put a storm tracker on this, and we'll do some tracking. In fact, it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning will be issued soon, so before I do a track, I'll wait for them to issue that warning, and we'll keep an eye on it. Starting to get a little more concerned now with the circulation popping up northwest of Van Alstyne. A couple things to note here. The potential for winds of 80 miles an hour, straight line, not associated with any rotation. I guess I need to go back to the live stream view here so we can make sure we're not missing anything. Again, you can see Jason's live stream. Let me see if I'm able to see Jason's live streaming, but we're seeing the potential for 70 to 80 mile an hour winds across portions of... What did that wind report happen? 70 to 80 mile an hour straight line winds, Dorchester, Howe down to Van Alstyne. However, we're also starting to see a low level circulation intensify, and that may require a new tornado warning that would extend into portions of Collin County. So we're not going anywhere. Looking at some data. So in all likelihood, based on the... Yeah, we need folks in Howe to Van Alstyne to Anna should go ahead and be taking their tornado safety precautions at this point. We're getting reports of power flashes now with this thunderstorm, indicating we have damaging straight-line winds ongoing, the potential for a developing tornado. So those of you at Van Alstyne, Howe, essentially Weston up to Anna, need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This thunderstorm moving south-southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. The potential increasing for destructive straight-line winds of 75 to 85 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to ping-pong ball size hail. Also the potential for this to spin up from a straight-line wind signature to a tornadic wind signature. Back west, damaging straight-line winds with a thunderstorm moving through Valley View, Gainesville, back southwest to Leo. This storm is now moving southeast towards northeastern Denton County. This storm was earlier moving more to the east. The storm's now moving southeast, like this. So this will directly impact Denton and western Collin counties over the next hour. We now have a tornado warning. This does include the southern Grayson, southwestern Fannin, and northern Collin counties. So, again, this is going to be a tornado warning now for southern Grayson, northern Collin, southwestern Fannin counties until 10:15 p.m. This tornado warning includes Van Alstyne, Anna, Melissa, Westminster, Blue Ridge, Trenton, Howe, Dorchester, Desert. So again, this essentially does include 121 from 75 up to Trenton. This includes 75 from Melissa to Howe. This is a tornado warning for the possibility of a developing tornado moving southeast towards the cities of Van Alstyne, Anna, Westminster, Blue Ridge, with destructive winds also possible up to Trenton down to Melissa. This is a dangerous thunderstorm. Again, the potential certainly there for destructive straight-line winds. Maybe a tornado. Let's go back to Jason's live shot in full. I just want to see what he has. Jason's setting up in Van Alstyne. If there's something going on, we're going to know about it pretty quick. Again, based on where he's located, I'm assuming he's right off 75. And again, we're going to watch this. Again, seeing it visually is certainly better than y'all looking at a bunch of spilled buckets of paint on a radar image. I get that a visual identification, seeing something bad happening is much better than a shot of a radar screen. But again, Van Alstyne, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A 76-mile-an-hour wind gust in Gainesville at 9:15 p.m. with that thunderstorm further west, moving southeast into northern Denton County. Again, what we're doing right now is we're just going to stick with Jason's live shot in case he has something here that pops up. We're going to be looking for power flashes. That would be power lines coming down or transformers being impacted, indicative of very strong winds. It can also happen from cloud-to-ground lightning, but in this case, it's more likely from damaging winds. The potential exists for winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour coming into Van Alstyne down to Weston in northern Collin County. And again, a tornado warning is in place. Folks shouldn't be driving. You can see everyone out there driving like nothing's going on, but yet everyone gets all upset when they end up getting hit by a tornado and wondering why their car got flung into a field. Folks, what's there to say? At some point, you just have to actually do the right thing, which isn't driving off in a tornado warning and all that nonsense. Meteorologist Jason Cooley's been doing this over 10 years and has more experience than most folks will ever get even seen thunderstorms. So he's safe. He knows what he's doing. The rest of these folks just driving around like it's a nice Sunday evening stroll. And you wonder why people end up getting hurt and killed when their vehicles end up getting flung off the road into the field or into a ditch because they get hit by a tornado or damaging straight line winds. Potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail falling in Howe right now. The potential for damaging straight line winds coming into Van Alstyne, showing a very strong straight line wind signature, 70 to 75 mile an hour winds, in addition to the potential for a tornado. We'll go back to the chaser wall, show y'all what we're looking at here on the radar. You can see very heavy rain and hail. Sherman down to Howe, east of Bells, Whitewright to Trenton. Circulation, tornado. If there is a tornado, in addition to the potential for damaging straight line winds, down to Van Alstyne, Weston, moving towards Anna, Westminster, and Melissa. And again, this storm is moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight line winds, a tornado, hail. Let's put a storm track on this, and I'll try and give you all a good time estimate on when this is going to be in your neck of the woods. Again, I'm going to put this for the hail core and circulation. It's going to be raining before that. I'm going to put 30 miles an hour just for a good measure. Anna, about 9:38. Melissa, about 9:44. Westminster, 9:40 to 9:44. Trenton, about 9:45 to 9:50 for the higher chance of hail. Leonard, about 10 o'clock. Blue Ridge, 9:55. Bailey, 10:06. Wolf City, 10:15 to 10:20. Celeste, about 10:10 to 10:15. Farmersville, about 10:10. The city of Greenville, about 10:30. And again, that is assuming this thunderstorm continues on its present rate and spread. And we also continue to see the potential for damaging winds, hail, and perhaps a tornado. Back west, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing large hail damaging winds. Moving southeast into northern Denton County, this storm produced a 76 mile an hour wind gust at the Gainesville airport about at 9:15 p.m. and is continuing to move south-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. We'll go back to full screen from Jason, see what he ends up seeing. Again, all those vehicles you see driving, folks shouldn't be doing that, but at some point, we do all we can do to get the warning out, and folks have to make their own decisions, so see, lightning. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is in Van Alstyne. With the thunderstorm capable of producing very heavy rainfall, winds of 65 to 75 miles an hour, quarter to ping pong ball size hail, and the potential for a tornado. We'll see what happens here as that storm hits his location. You can see it's starting to rain. We'll switch back to the radar for now, along with his stream. I suspect we're going to be seeing some rain curtains here soon. We'll see if they're able to keep power in Van Alstyne. But again, let me just turn this back off. We'll go back to the radar loop over the last hour. That'll give you all a good view of what's going on. So at this point, we're just monitoring really two storms. One moving out of Grayson County southeast into northern Collin County. Second one back over Cook County, moving southeast in northern Denton County. Both could have nickel to quarter, maybe ping pong ball size hail, maybe golf ball size hail. Potential for damaging winds 65 to 75 miles an hour. And again, the storm approaching Van Alstyne has a tornado warning with it. Meteorologist Jason Cooley sitting in Van Alstyne. That storm will be moving southeast towards Anna, Melissa, Westminster, Blue Ridge, with the potential for damaging straight line winds, perhaps a tornado, large hail, quarter, ping pong, maybe golf ball size. Sounds like a spotter is reporting golf ball size hail between Howe and Van Alstyne right now, so that makes sense based off that hail signature we saw on radar about 5 minutes ago around Howe. Power's still on in Van Alstyne, that's good. See the rain starting to fall. Lightning, no signs of power flashes. You can see those rain curtains on the ground starting to move a little more quickly from right to left as the wind's blowing at meteorologist Jason Cooley. Big indication to tell if we have big wind is if the power stays on at that gas station. Reports of multiple power lines down in the city of Gainesville and Lindsay, which makes sense with that 76-mile-an-hour wind gust at 9:15. Gainesville's not had a particularly pleasant evening with multiple rounds of intense supercellular thunderstorms this evening. All right, looks like we're going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out for Collin, Cook, Denton, and Grayson counties. This will be a severe thunderstorm warning that does include Sanger down to Ponder, Crum, the city of Den, Corinth, Little Elm, Frisco, Prosper, New Hope, Albury, Salina, and Pilot Point. We'll go back over and show you that warning coming out here. And again, this will be a severe thunderstorm warning. The potential for damaging straight line winds up to 70 miles an hour, quarter-size hail. For a complex of severe thunderstorms moving south-southeast out of Cook and Grayson counties into Denton and northwestern Collin County. Looks like the wind's increasing on Jason's stream. We'll go back and watch that full screen. You can see the rain curtains being blown from right to left. There's probably some 30 to 40 mile an hour winds. Power still looks to be on. No indications that the power's flashed off or any sort of transformers blowing, which is good. Damaging wind remains the primary threat with this thunderstorm and the thunderstorm back west from near Leo to Era to Valley View, to Tioga to Pilot Point, to Gunter, to Weston, to Van Alstyne, to Anna, Westminster to Trenton. A tornado warning does remain in effect for northern portions of Collin and southern portions of Grayson counties, but the low-level rotation has broadened out a bit, and that indicates the primary threat for now will be damaging straight-line winds. Nevertheless, a tornado warning does remain in effect until 10:15 p.m. for northern Collin, southwestern Fannin, and southern Grayson counties. Those of you in Weston, Melissa, Blue Ridge, Westminster, Trenton, to Van Alstyne need to take your tornado safety precautions. Even if we don't have a tornado down, the potential for damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour does exist. We'll go back over here to the radar. We'll keep an eye on that live stream as well, but you can see complex of thunderstorms now moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. Definitely slower than it was earlier, but we've also seen it build a bit further to the west and south. Flash flood warnings in effect from eastern Montague County through Cook County, Grayson County. The potential for flash flooding, street flooding, including the interstates, especially with the construction zones. Again, the overall threat for tornadoes not high for the rest of the evening. We're keeping an eye out, though, for any sort of rotational signatures that require tornado warnings. Let's see, still plenty of rain, wind, and lightning there in Van Alstyne. We'll go back full screen just because, well, Means my ugly face is off camera. There's some increased wind, that's for sure. Looks like a pretty good little surge of wind visiting Van Alstyne right now. Power is still on. You can see all the rain falling, plenty of rain flying out of the drainage tubes there on the gas station awning, being blown from right to left by the wind. That's probably about 40, maybe 45 mile an hour wind right there. I wouldn't consider that to be severe criteria, but, you know, it's windy. You've got the dude there walking his dog. I'm sure they're both thrilled to be out in the pouring rain right now, but that's exactly what folks should be doing in the middle of a tornado warning. Unless they're going inside to take shelter, in which case, good for them. A little late, but better than never, I suppose. You can see the wind there. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We'll continue monitoring. But again, a severe thunderstorm warning. Across Grayson, Cook, Denton, and the Collin counties. The potential for damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. Quarter-size hail. Heavy rainfall that may cause street flooding. And the potential for a tornado or two. Storms generally moving off to the southeast now at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. I guess at this point I could do a storm track. Again, moving southeast. We're going to do about 35-ish miles an hour. I'll do it a little more like that since he's maybe moving more southeast now. Present track, storms will be moving into the city of Den a few minutes before 10 p.m. Frisco, about 9:55 to 10. City of McKinney, 9:55 to 10. Farmersville, 10:05 to 10:10. Plano, 10:15-ish. City of Greenville, about 10:10 to 10:15. Commerce, about 10:10 to 10:15. Cooper, 10:10 to 10:15. Sulphur Springs, 10:35 to 10:40. City of Rockwall, 10:30 to 10:35. Garland, 10:25 to 10:30. Far North Dallas into Carrollton, 10:20 to 10:25. Plano, 10:10 to 10:15. Allen, about 10:05 to 10:10. Frisco, 9:55 to 10. Prosper, 9:45 to 9:50, so next 5-10 minutes, etc. And again, these storms are currently capable of producing heavy rain, strong winds over 70 miles an hour, the potential for quarter-size hail at times, in addition to very heavy rainfall that may cause some flash flooding. We'll let this loop continue again, and we're watching Jason's stream with interest. It's windy, it's raining, it's pouring. Probably a bit of hail there as well. In fact, we'll just go back and look. But you can see they're getting hail all over the place right now, bouncing off Highway 75. You can see that hail bouncing off the pavement. I can see some of the hail bouncing there. Looks like maybe nickel to quarter. Probably wind-driven hail at that. And you can watch Jason's live stream on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. With his audio, I'm sure it's riveting at the moment with the sound of hail bouncing around everywhere, but we'll go back to the severe weather coverage. So I do not think we're going to see an extension of this tornado warning. In fact, they may cancel it here sooner rather than later. Yeah, I mean, there is rotation, but at this point, I think the biggest concern here is going to be damaging straight line winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour associated with these thunderstorms. Moving into northern portions of Denton and Collin counties. In fact, here's a look at the terminal Doppler weather radar. Excuse me. You can see we've got winds showing up over 50 miles an hour in Anna, all the way up to Whitewright, just southeast of Luella on Highway 11, showing up over 70 miles an hour. Strong winds, 60 miles an hour, showing up around Sainer right now, moving southeast towards Crum, Denton, Aubrey, Krugerville, and again, back east of Salina, Prosper, Melissa, McKinney. Switch to the how hard it's raining mode. And yeah, I mean, you can still definitely see a hook echo on the radar reflectivity here, but that doesn't seem to be producing a tornado at this point. It might just be an indicator of strong outflow winds. Now, make no mistake, this storm is still spinning like a top aloft, but it hasn't been able to translate that circulation down to the surface, at least that we know of. So I don't expect a new tornado warning at this point unless something changes here. And I mean, it always could, but again, that little appendage there is outside of the tornado warning as it is. So we'll see what they do. Either way, these storms are going to continue moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour into eastern Denton County, at least, portions of Collin County, Hunt County, etc. With these storms moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour, that means places like McKinney, Farmersville, probably down to Rockwall, northern and northeastern Dallas County, Hunt County, Greenville, and then all the way out to probably Van Zant County, Smith County over the next couple hours. The potential for these storms to bring large hail, large hail, I mean quarter-size hail at times, damaging straight-line winds 60 to 70 miles an hour. Can't totally rule out a brief tornado, but damaging winds, those strong winds, are going to be the primary issue this evening, with occasional large hail possible. And can't rule out a few spin-up tornadoes, but we'll be watching for those. And again, I think the strong winds are going to be the main issue out of all this, along with the heavy rainfall that could cause instances of flash flooding. And again, these storms moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. If they organize a bit more and start producing more wind, they may start moving back more quickly again at 40 to 45 miles an hour. But for now, it's about 30. Meet my snack of choice. All right, it is 9:52 on the 15th of June, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer, monitoring a complex of thunderstorms moving south into the northern suburbs of the DFW Metroplex with 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, the potential for nickel to quarter-size hail, and heavy rainfall that have the potential to produce localized flash flooding. These storms are moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour and will likely be impacting eastern North Texas and the portions of eastern Texas over the next 2 hours or so, with a continued threat for damaging straight line winds, the occasional quarter to golf ball size hailstone, and maybe a spin up tornado or two. Okay. So again, a complex of thunderstorms capable of producing strong winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, the potential for quarter-size hail at times. The hail threats really come down, and heavy rainfall that may result in flash flooding. Leading edge of this now from Sanger to New Hope to Prosper to north sides of McKinney to Blue Ridge to Leonard. And again, we technically do have a tornado warning in place through 10:15 p.m. for northeastern Collin County, southwestern Fannin County. At this point, the potential certainly exists for some nasty winds, 60 to 70 miles an hour, the potential for some hail. I can't totally rule out a tornado, but at this point, just not seeing anything that screams there's one down at this moment. Sounds like my weather radio is about to go off again, so let's turn off the filtering and let you all enjoy that loud, noxious noise as these storms, and we'll keep an eye on these storms. Told you. Don't you enjoy it when I turn off the noise filtering and you'll get to join in on the weather radio sound of doom? So again, right now we could be seeing some pretty nasty winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour near Whitewright, moving south-southeast towards Desert and Trenton. Nasty winds probably making their way towards Princeton and Blue Ridge now as well. Pretty good surge of wind from near Tioga to Pilot Point, Aubrey at this point. Hail core back around Sainer on Interstate 35. That might be dropping some quarter, maybe ping pong ball size hail. And again, these storms as a whole moving southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. You could see additional storms further north in southern Oklahoma. Those could move across the Red River and make it down into Texoma and northeast Texas several hours from now, with an additional threat for some pocket change size hail and the potential for damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Again, at this point, these storms are going to mainly be a damaging wind threat with the occasional hail heavy rainfall and can't totally rule out a tornado. But these storms seem to be going definitely more towards the Bowie wind mode versus the supercellular giant hail tornado mode. Nevertheless, even bow echoes can have the potential to spin up tornadoes at times, especially in conjunction with enhanced damaging straight line winds. Apparently, it's time for me to enjoy a lightning show out my window again. That's quite nice. Let's go ahead and we're going to switch back to the local radar. Seeing a pretty good surge of straight line winds right now in Tioga to Pilot Point. Radar estimated 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Same thing goes around Tom Bean to Whiteripe. We're seeing winds of 65 to 75 miles an hour. And again, this activity generally moving to the south-southeast. I'd expect a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Collin, Denton, maybe Dallas, and Rockwall counties as these storms continue to move southeast at about 30 miles per hour. You can see meteorologist Jason Cooley has made it south on Highway 75 into McKinney, where it is not raining. All right, new severe storm warning going to actually be further east. This is going to be for Collin County, Rockwall County, Hunk County, Southern Fannin County. We'll go ahead and read the text of that warning. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a severe storm capable of producing golf ball size hail and 70 mile an hour winds, located from near Trenton to Melissa, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. A severe thunderstorm warning includes Leonard, Wolf City, Ladonia, Commerce, Naylandville, Campbell, Greenville, Caddo Mills, Royce City, Rockwall, McLendon, Chisholm, Wiley, Lucas, St. Paul, Princeton, Merritt, Celeste, Cache, Quinlan, West Hawakanee. And again, this is for a thunderstorm moving south-southeast at 30 miles an hour, capable of producing 70 mile an hour winds and golf ball size hail. And again, we're getting a couple reports now from amateur radio operators and storm chasers of quarter to ping pong ball size hail just north of Denton. So apparently the storm, at least near Denton, is still throwing out a bit of hail. So those of you in the city of Denton, you may end up with some quarter to ping pong ball size hail as it moves southeast, south-southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Sounds like another outflow boundary just hit. Just saw parts of the tree go flying down the road. That'll be fun. But again, these storms are going to continue. These storms are going to continue for several hours yet as they move south-southeast at about 30 miles an hour with the potential for damaging straight-line winds, the potential for occasional quarter to golf ball size hail. This isn't going to be a repeat of the last week where we're having softballs. Mostly, I think, and can't totally rule out a tornado or two, though the most likely issue we'll be dealing with tonight will probably be the damaging straight line winds and occasional large hail. Go back to chat mode here. Let y'all interact. Pretty good surge of wind moving into Pilot Point right now. About to move into Aubrey and Salina. The potential for winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. It's enough to knock down fences, break some tree limbs, knock out some power. So again, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds in spots, the potential for some hail, maybe quarter size, occasionally larger. Can't totally rule out a tornado, but frankly, I'm not worried about tornadoes at this point. Tornado warning technically is still there through 10:15, but I think you can tell by my demeanor I'm not particularly perturbed by it at this point. And we're watching velocity data. I think this is mostly a straight line wind threat right now, to be honest. A lot of straight line winds. Let's take a power hit. Straight line winds, some hail, maybe a tornado or two. All right, here's what we're going to do. We are going to stop this loop, change some settings here, and then we're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for the rest of the night, try to give y'all a timing aspect. I just zoom out. And again, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at what the HER shows at 10 o'clock. Because if it's not, right right now, then it's going to be problematic later. Yeah, it's not really great. That's not an accurate picture, so I'm not going to be able to show that to y'all. Let me see if the North American model is doing any better. Nope. North American model being garbage. And then that's garbage. So no, I'm afraid I'm not showing you weather model data because none of the weather models are handling what's going on. So I'll just do it off intuition. Intuition. Let's just go back to this. Load the state view. Let me turn off satellite. Turn on the warnings. Again, these storms are going to generally continue moving east-southeast tonight over the next several hours. So let me just pretty much point from where it is now. I mean, that might be what they end up doing. I'm sure at some point they will weaken, but they're likely going to continue into East Texas over the next 2 to 3 hours at 30 to 45 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour in spots. The potential for hail at times. For example, we're getting golf ball to hen egg size hail being reported out of North Den into Sana right now. A little surprising, but apparently it's nasty time for some hail in Den again. And then these storms currently from Pilot Point to Whitewright, McKinney, Blue Ridge, producing winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, nickel to quarter size hail. They're going to keep on moving southeast tonight. Again, places like Terrell, Mineola, Tyler, you may end up Greenville. You're going to end up with some storms over the next few hours with large hail, damaging winds. Can't totally rule out a tornado given the fact we have a tornado warning in effect for portions of, looks like they have kept it in place for northeastern Collin, southeastern Grayson, and southwestern Fannin counties. They're saying a possible tornado near Princeton, another circulation 5 miles west of Trenton, both moving southeast to 25. So again, damaging straight line winds, the potential for spin-up tornadoes. And again, you need to take those threats seriously, as they can cause damage. They can cause worse. Let's go back in. We'll take a look at what we have going on right now. And again, recent reports of some hail out of Denton and Sainer. Yeah, there is a bit of a damaging wind signature definitely east of Pilot Point now. That's moving towards Salina. We're starting to see indications of winds closer to 75 miles an hour. Salina, Prosper, Gunter, the potential for damaging straight line winds, again, of 60 to 75 miles an hour. Around Trenton, we're seeing rotation, 65 mile an hour winds. The potential for a tornado, but we're not in a great spot to see that with low-level radar data, unfortunately. So again, nasty winds, northeastern Denton County moving into northwestern Collin County. A bit of hail. Potential for a circulation just west of Trenton. Honestly, if this radar data is accurate, that is actually a pretty bad looking circulation. Those of you on 121 from 69 down to and Trenton down to Westminster should probably be in your safe places. That is a pretty nasty looking rotational signature southwest of Trenton, 40 mile an hour away from the radar, about 80 towards, which is going to be 120 mile an hour gate to gate shear. Might just be a nasty microburst in progress with a nasty wind damage, or it may end up actually being a quick spin-up tornado. Either way, it's going to cause damage, so be in shelter if you're in Trenton, southwest of Westminster, especially if you are southwest of Highway 69. Again, this circulation is generally building to the south, it looks like. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Again, I said a few minutes ago it didn't look that good, but then it spun up quickly. That can happen sometimes. Damaging straight line winds back into Collin County, moving into portions of Hunt County, Rockwall counties over the next 20 minutes as thunderstorms move southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. And again, we have more storms back in Oklahoma. They're all moving southeast. So we're going to have more storms tonight across the Red River into northeast Texas, the Arklatex, and East Texas. Again, storms generally moving like this. So, Mineola, Tyler, Longview, Terrell, Canton, Sulphur Springs, Mineola. Y'all are going to have storms in the next 2 hours, and those could have strong winds. Over 60 miles an hour at times, honestly. Potential for hail. And I can't rule out a tornado or two. Just got a report of tennis ball size hail near Sanger on I-35. So apparently that storm decided to quit behaving and start throwing out tennis balls, which I guess only makes sense since I was trying to, hopefully start winding this down a little bit. But no, we can't do that. Who likes being live for more than 5 hours at a time? Okay, so we're going to be dealing with, let's switch back over to, I don't know why TDDFW is displacing everything to the west. I'm going to have to file a bug report. Showing very strong winds now east of Pilot Point coming up towards Salina. Could be winds over 75 miles an hour. That's capable of producing quite a bit of damaging wind. Obviously damaging wind, capable of knocking stuff down. In addition, apparently this storm also has a tendency to still produce golf ball size hail in spots, so there still may be large wind-driven hail. Just to add into the complexity, add in wind-driven hail to the threat matrix. Otherwise, storms on 380 now from east sides of Denton to McKinney, approaching Farmersville. Still the potential for a rain wrap tornado across portions of southeastern Grayson into southwestern Fannin. And again, those of you in the city of Trenton, near Trenton, south of Whitewright, west of Bailey, northwest of Leonard, you need to be in a safe place. Very well could be a tornado in progress moving towards the city of Trenton. So again, those of you in Trenton, you need to move to a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't take shelter in a vehicle, mobile homes, trailers. You're better off trying to get into a ditch or a sturdy site-built structure nearby. But again, the potential clearly there now for a rain-wrapped tornado about 3 miles west of Trenton, moving eastish towards Trenton proper. This could be a rain-wrapped tornado, meaning you would not see it. And those of you between desert or desert, whatever you prefer, and Trenton need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're going to see a new severe weather watch issued for portions of northeast Texas here in the next hour, probably. And again, if you are in, this is clearly our biggest concern right now. If you're around Trenton, circulation there is completely wrapped in rain and hail, but clearly there may be a tornado down there. We're probably not going to know until we end up getting damage reports later on. But again, we're also starting to see an uptick in hail sizes again with this storm. There was a new tornado warning. I'm going to turn the radar off so y'all can actually see the tornado warning. This tornado warning does include portions of northwestern Hunt, northeastern Collins, southeastern Grayson, southwestern Fannin counties. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located very near Trenton, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. This tornado warning is going to include Bailey, Leonard, Westminster, Blue Ridge, Celeste, Wolf City. So again, that new tornado warning goes through 11 p.m. That means you need to take your tornado safety precautions immediately. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet, not the worst idea. If you're in a travel trailer, vehicle, mobile home, you need to evacuate to a sturdy site-built structure. Again, we don't need folks getting lofted or thrown around because they got hit by a tornado. All right, let's switch back to this. Seeing a pretty good straight line wind signature across places like Salina to Melissa right now. The potential there for a tornado near the city of Trenton. And again, it looks a little less, it looks a little more diffuse over this last scan, but we're also looking through a lot of rain and hail and further away from the radar. Nevertheless, circulation persists, damaging winds, the potential for a tornado approaching Highway 121 near or just southwest of Trenton, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. Those of you in Leonard to Celeste need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmet, not the worst idea. Back west, we have damaging winds across portions of Collin County. That's going to be on the Denton-Collin County line. Just west of the Dallas North Tollway / Preston Road, or I guess where the Dallas North Tollway is going to be. Wind 60 plus miles an hour moving towards Salina. So again, those of you in Salina are about to get some very strong winds capable of producing winds 60 to 70 miles an hour. And we're likely to see a severe thunderstorm watch issued for most of northeast Texas, the Arklatex, and parts of east Texas in the next 15 to 20 minutes. As these storms continue to progress the southeast. Again, that's not correct. So again, let's just turn this back off. We'll turn the weather radar back on. Well, I don't know what happened over Sanger, but now we're getting reports of over baseball size hail from earlier, so that storm might have thrown a hissy fit. At this point, we're just watching things, tracking, but again, those of you near Trenton should be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So again, no confirmed reports out of the Trenton area, but again, there's probably going to be some wind damage near or just southwest of Trenton based on that radar signature. These storms continuing to push southeast pretty quickly now, about 30 to 35 miles an hour with potential for some damaging straight line winds. Maybe the occasional quarter to golf ball size hailstone, and can't rule out a tornado. But damaging winds are going to be the main issue with these storms over the next several hours. And there may be more storms behind them. As you can see, one popped up over Gainesville. That might have more hail and strong winds now. So again, these storms are still moving southeast about 25 to 30 miles an hour. I'll go ahead and put a marker on here. Winds 70 to 75 miles an hour possible in Salina. All right, new severe thunderstorm watch coming out for Northeast Texas, East Texas. Again, this will be a severe thunderstorm watch, not a tornado watch. Damaging winds going to be the main issue, especially along and north of Interstate 20. The potential also there. We could see some hail. Can't totally rule out a spin up tornado. Boy, I'll tell you, something bad's happening in Salina right now. I don't like that. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to deal with this. Okay. Let me tell you, we got something going on up here or near Salina. We're seeing extreme winds now. Not the, 70, 75 mile an hour winds, but we're starting to see something a lot worse. I'm almost thinking there's a circulation trying to develop up in here. Those of you in Salina, we might have a problem. We're seeing winds near 100 miles an hour now. We're starting to see some indications of rotation. This would be just northeast of Prosper, southeast sides of Salina. Not in the typical spot I'd expect a circulation to develop, but something's going on here. Whether it's just a nasty microburst or what, those of you in Prosper to Salina, down to 380 northwest of McKinney, might want to treat this like a tornado warning because we have tornado-like winds now being produced based on the terminal Doppler weather radar down the road. So again, we could be seeing extremely dangerous winds now being generated near Salina. And again, this is generally moving towards McKinney and the east sides of Prosper. So definitely a situation that could break windows, throw some stuff around, and cause problems. Again, this is in the middle of the precip core, so new severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas County, north of I-30 up into Collin counties. Strongest storms could have headache-sized hail winds 70 miles an hour. But again, we're seeing a nasty wind signature right on the southeast sides of Salina right now, northeast sides of Prosper, moving towards northwest sides of McKinney. Those of you in McKinney, heads up, this thing's doing a nasty sort of microburst thing right now. There you go. Nasty microburst probably ongoing around Salina right now. All right, let's get back to it. We'll head back over to the weather radar. For what it's worth, it looks like the Weather Service in Norman's put a tornado warning out for this storm near Leon that's moving towards Windstar World Casino. We'll have to keep an eye on that. In addition to these other storms. Hello, microphone. Please get out of my face. Thank you. But again, the potential at times for large hail, straight line winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour, although that's the only and the most intense sections of these storms. And again, we've got a severe storm warning out for places like Paris, Sulphur Springs, Cooper now with this complex of storms moving southeast. Again, I'm just looking at data, my apologies, but when you're live for hours on end, sometimes it just, you gotta stop talking. So what I will do is at least open up the chat, be interactive. Thank you for all those who have been watching, liking our videos, stuff like that. And again, since the Weather Service has put out a warning for parts of Dallas, Plano, etc., Frisco for 2-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds, some municipalities may sound their outdoor warning sirens. Okay, well, back at it. Again, these storms are still producing at times hail, mostly rain, but we're seeing hail, potential for damaging straight line winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour at times. The potential, a couple tornadoes still can't be ruled out. But again, it sounds like we've got sirens going off across places like Plano, Frisco, maybe McKinney to Richardson to Dallas. And again, that's because we've got a line of severe storms capable of producing up to 2-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That is hen egg size, in addition to straight line winds. So most municipalities around here now sound outdoor warning sirens for winds over 70 miles an hour, the potential for golf ball size hail or larger, in addition to tornadoes. Because they're called outdoor warning sirens. They're meant to warn those outdoors, which is why they go off for big-time hail, big-time wind, and tornadoes. They're not tornado sirens, they're outdoor warning sirens. So that is the general philosophy of all of the emergency management agencies in the Metroplex. I believe they all came together and came up with this set criteria, so it's more uniform than everyone just picking their own stuff and doing whatever. But that information may be out of date. I haven't been to an integrated warning team meeting in like 8 years or something. I never get an invite. But again, we're going to be dealing with a line of severe storms capable of producing, at times, hail larger than the size of golf balls. Most folks not seeing that. Winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour at times. Most folks may see winds closer to 30 to 40. Heavy rainfall. Most folks in the path of these storms will see that, in addition to cloud-to-ground lightning. Moving southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. We do note additional storms are trying to fire up back in southern Oklahoma. Just west of Windstar, for example, we have a tornado warning for a storm capable of also producing baseball-sized hail near Leon. So that's going to be unpleasant. This storm approaching Greenville, you can see surging southeast, maybe starting to accelerate again, which would result in an enhanced potential for damaging straight line winds. You can also see it's starting to bow out. You see how we're starting to see that bow? That is another indication of increasing damaging straight line wind potential. And then it all just essentially goes all the way back up there. So again, biggest threat over the next while is probably going to be damaging straight line winds, along with some potential for hail. Can't rule out a couple tornadoes, but main issue is going to be damaging straight line winds. For example, this storm quickly moving down Highway 69 towards Greenville could have 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. At times, there have been low-level circulations. Trend, you're clear from this, by the way. Trend, you're clear from any sort of tornado issue. If there was a tornado, it'd likely be closer to Leonard at this point, moving southeast down Highway 69 towards Celeste, eventually maybe towards Greenville up to Commerce, if the circulation were to persist. And that's a big if. Regardless, damaging straight line winds, likely capable of producing some wind damage from Allen to Farmersville, coming into Wiley and Nevada, Caddo Mills to Greenville, just north of Cache to Commerce. And again, these storms are all moving southeast now at about, they've got it at 30 miles an hour, so starting to speed back up again. And again, we're just going to have to keep an eye out on some of these storms, some of these circulations that occasionally try to spin up. But again, tornado warning, or excuse me, no tornado warnings for the Metroplex, minus this circulation that was near Trend, near Leonard now, here in northern Hunt County, moving southeast towards Celeste and Wolf City. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Dallas County up into eastern Den and southern Collin counties, and the reason the outdoor warning sirens went off was because big-time hail, big-time wind potential, but I think most of that's honestly going to stay east of the northeast of Dallas and just skirt Plano. So we've got a supercell that's developed back, it's about to cross east of Valley View to Tioga. That storm might be dropping some golf ball size hail. Now that one's a hailer. Same thing with this storm near Leon. And again, these storms moving east-southeast generally at about 30 miles an hour. So again, at this point, main concerns damaging straight line winds, hail, especially with these more individual supercellular storms trying to pop up and damaging winds with this complex of storms on 380 from Farmersville to Greenville to Commerce to Pecan Gap up to Paris. Again, we could see localized winds well over 70 miles an hour, the potential for some hail, heavy rainfall, etc. For those of you asking about what's going on in your neck of the woods, I am sorry I can't answer those. We get hundreds, if not thousands of them a day. My best estimate to you would be listen to what I say and download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. It'll give you weather warnings, you'll get local weather forecasts, the ability to track interactive weather radars, along with our severe weather coverage and storm chasing videos. So just search for Texas Storm Chasers in your device's app store, and we're there. All right, real quick, we're going to take a quick break, and by that, I'm simply going to turn the audio off for just a few minutes while I go visit the little boy's room, and then we'll continue with our severe weather coverage. We're about 5.5 hours into it now, it looks like, and we're still going to be here for a while yet. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. It is 10:38 on the 15th of June, 2023. Outdoor warning sirens sounding in parts of Plano to Dallas because a severe thunderstorm warning was issued for 2-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. At this point, honestly, I'm not that worried about that in North Dallas. There's no tornado warnings in Dallas County. And it looks like strongest storms are probably going to even stay east of Plano at this point. So again, the outdoor warning sirens sounded for the potential for very large hail and strong winds. No tornado warnings there. Only tornado warning we have is for a small section of northern Hunt County and southern Fannin counties that runs through, I believe, 11 o'clock. Let me double check with that. Yeah, 11 o'clock. And again, that's for a possible circulation that was near Trenton earlier, was near Leonard a few minutes ago, and at this point, I'm not even seeing good indications of a circulation there at all. So, Nothing we can do about that storm right now. Maybe a bit of a circulation trying to develop west of Cattle Mills. But again, these things have been trying to pop circulations all night, and 90% of them have resulted in absolutely nothing except increased damaging straight-line wind potential in proximity of those storms. So again, damaging straight-line winds, the potential for large hail, heavy rainfall that could result in some flooding, and occasionally maybe a tornado or two. So again, I encourage folks to download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You'll be able to keep an eye on the sky there with local weather forecasts, weather warnings, interactive weather radars, and our forecast videos we produce daily, along with live severe weather coverage, storm chasing videos, all that happy hoopla. So dealing with right now, pretty nasty complex of thunderstorms moving southeast across eastern North Texas. That currently extends along a line from near Paris to Cooper to Commerce, Lone Oak, just north of Royce City. And again, that's generally moving southeast now at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight line winds, maybe some large hail. And at times can't totally rule out the potential for a spin-up tornado or two, though a tornado threat will not be the primary issue tonight. You got a couple new storms firing up along the Red River. One supercell near Tioga. That could have golf ball size hail at least. And then a supercell firing back in Montague County, showing an interesting little low-level hook and a wee bit of rotation, but that's in the rain-stabilized section of North Texas that saw severe storms earlier, so I'm not necessarily sure that that storm is surface-based in the sense of a threat for becoming tornadic if that rotation increases. But we're just going to have to wait and see. But again, more storms firing back northwest or North Texas means the potential for additional storms moving into parts of Cook County, all of that stuff. So it is going to be a long night, it looks like. You can tell I'm thrilled, by the way. So again, a complex of thunderstorms. Dallas to Plano, you're fine. I know the sirens went off, but nothing's going to hit you right now. It looks like it's all going to your northeast. The potential there, again, for gusty winds, and we might see a few more storms later this evening, but otherwise, the only issue we're having right now near the Metroplex is this cluster of severe storms extending from near McKinney to Farmersville to Greenville to Commerce to Lake Creek to Paris, moving southeast at about probably 30 to 40 miles an hour. And these storms are capable of producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, maybe quarter to golf ball size hail. Worst of the storm's going to stay southwest of Paris, it looks like. More down towards Cooper. And again, this is all moving southeast towards Canton, Tyler, Lindale, Mineola, Alba, Emory, Cache, Lone Oak. These are moving south-southeast pretty quickly with the potential for damaging straight line winds, maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail, and can't totally rule out a tornado or two. But again, the damaging wind is going to be the main issue. So again, this complex of storms moving southeast about 40 miles an hour, producing incredible amounts of cloud to ground and cloud to cloud lightning, damaging winds 60 to 70 miles an hour, and the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. And again, for all intent and purposes, this is not going to impact Dallas County outside of gusty winds. Denton County, you're clear for now. Tarrant County, you're probably not going to see a thing, but we are going to have to watch some new storms firing back up in parts of Clay and Montague counties, aka north of Bowie, as those storms are becoming severe quickly and could also produce large hail. The potential for damaging winds, locally heavy rainfall, and we're going to have to keep an eye on it over the next several hours. The only tornado warning we technically have in effect is in northern Hunt County right now around Leonard. But to be frank, the storms are already almost past it. So I'm not too concerned about it. We'll just pop in and let's take a look. I mean, look, there's no signs of rotation in this tornado warning right now. The storms are already exiting the tornado warning. I'm really not too worried about that right now, to be completely and utterly frank. So, main issue is going to be damaging straight line winds with this complex of thunderstorms, moving southeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour, the potential for some winds over 75 miles an hour, generally moving towards Rockwall, Quinlan, Lone Oak, Cumbie, Commerce. Caddo Mills to Greenville, up to... I already said that, Cumbie. I'm tired, y'all. It's a tiring day. My apologies. But again, these storms moving southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. The potential for some strong winds. And yes, these storms are rotating, but we're not seeing anything in the low levels that indicates any sort of tornado genesis. We'll go back to the super duper radar, and yeah, I'll build a new layout after today for this so we can have a bigger radar. Watching these storms, honestly, back in northern Denton County, back to Bowie. Honestly, we're going to have to watch these. They're obviously super cellular. They've got those scary looking hooks, but I'm not sure if they're actually what we call surface based because of the storms earlier. They may have zapped out all the energy. Surface based versus elevated. Elevated means there's a more stable layer of air within the lowest, say, 2,000 to 3,000 feet above, near and above the ground that makes it extremely difficult for there to be tornadoes or big time destructive winds. If they're surface-based, all of what I just said doesn't matter, and yeah, we're going to have to watch them for mischief, but we'll see. All right, let's go ahead and go over these storms from west to east, since we do have some new storms. And again, I'll load this radar. It's a little lower resolution, but it lets me actually loop it without blowing this entire program to high heaven. You can see we've got additional storms that have fired up over Montague County. Supercellular, the potential for large hail, localized damaging winds. Yes, there is some rotation. We'll watch it carefully. I'm hoping these are elevated in the sense they're just going to be mainly a hail issue. We'll see. The storm over Tioga has fired up, moving east-southeast at about... Well, they've got it moving at 50. I don't know if it's moving that quickly, but again, that storm, large hail, potential for some damaging winds. Again, also showing a little bit of spinny mischief, but hopefully they're just elevated. Main complex of severe storms extending from McKinney to Greenville to Cooper to Paris, moving southeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. The potential for hail up to the size of golf balls at times. And again, this storm complex of storms generally moving towards Rockwall County, Kaufman County, Van Zandt County, Smith County, Wood County, into Hopkins County, and Franklin County over the next hour, as it may continue accelerating southeast pretty quickly. Emergency management just reported a 78-mile-an-hour wind gust in Lavon, which makes sense. So again, this complex of storms still producing winds over 70 miles an hour. And the potential at times for large hail. And we can't totally rule out a tornado warning or two for the rest of the night. But keep in mind, these damaging straight-line winds are capable of producing some tornado-like damage, so they need to be taken seriously, which is why I'm still here talking with y'all at almost 11 o'clock at night. So again, Lavon, you just got an almost 80-mile-an-hour wind gust, and that's moving towards Rockwall. Same thing could be happening in Copeville to Nevada, to Caddo Mills. Getting a report from emergency management of quarter-size hail in Tioga with that storm that's fired up behind this initial round of storms, so that makes sense. Storms as a whole moving southeast at 30 to 50 miles an hour. So again, those of you Kaufman, Canton, Lindale, Tyler, Mineola, Quinlan, Terrell, Kaufman, y'all are going to be getting in on this soon. That means the potential for 60 to 80 mile an hour winds in spots, quarter to golf ball size hail, the potential not zero for tornado warnings. And again, we got more storms firing up behind this first round, impacting portions of Montague, Cook, Grayson counties with more hail. And can't totally rule out strong winds. What? Okay, well that's interesting. At 9:56 p.m. Central Time, a photo of 5.5-inch diameter size hail was measured in Sanger. 5.5-inch size hail. A DVD is 4.85 inches in diameter. Wow. All right, tornado warning has expired for Hunt County. We have no tornado warnings at this point. Which is good, but these storms are still quite capable of producing damaging straight line winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour at times, moving southeast towards Kaufman, Canton, Grand Saline, Wills Point, Elmo, Mineola, Emory, Alba, Quitman, Tyler, Edom, Chandler, eventually may clip Athens. And then again, we have new storms that have fired back north, the potential for golf ball size hail. Montague County, now approaching Gunter to Van Alstyne to Weston. There could be quarter to golf ball size hail, and then just more storms up on the Red River, despite me. Those could eventually impact Sherman, Whitesboro, Gainesville again, the potential for a quarter to golf ball size hail. Maybe some strong wind gusts, more heavy rain that will exacerbate ongoing flooding issues. All right, it is 11:03 p.m. on the 15th of June, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer, monitoring a complex of thunderstorms making quite a bit of ruckus across portions of North Texas, moving into the Arklatex and East Texas this evening. Let's just go ahead, actually take a look at the severe weather watches. I haven't done that in several hours. And since we do have some severe weather watches in place, let's cover them. The tornado watch runs through midnight locally now across portions of North Texas, but for all intent and purposes, we're going to have a severe thunderstorm watch through 4 a.m. This will be for the Arklatex into northeast Texas, essentially along and north of Interstate 20 to, what highway is that? To Highway 64. North of a line from Athens to White House to Henderson to Gary City into northwest Louisiana. The potential for, well, severe storms, obviously, and more than one round, given what we have ongoing right now. So let's switch back over. We'll turn back the local regional radar, put it on loop, and we'll talk about what we have going on right now, what we might have going on the rest of the night. And again, I'm going to put this on a 2-hour loop. Turn the warnings back on. Again, you can see we've had storms over portions of Oklahoma. We now have storms redeveloping back up into portions of Montague County. These storms all capable of still producing localized damaging winds, large hail, the potential for a couple of spin-up tornadoes. as these storms move southeast at about 35 miles an hour. And again, these storms moving into East Texas, and I don't know why the radar beam's doing that squiggly line thing, but I guarantee you it's not a conspiracy theory or something dumb happening. It's just technology being annoying. Storms approaching West Tawakoni, Quinlan to Sulphur Springs to Sulphur Bluff, moving southeast at about, let me make sure it's not faster now. It was about 30 to 40 miles an hour. The potential for 60 to 80 mile an hour winds that could knock some tree limbs down, maybe a bit of hail. At times we've seen some circulations, but at this point, we haven't had any confirmed tornadoes for a while. No tornado warnings in effect. So again, I may stop talking from time to time. Please forgive me, but we've been at this 6 hours, and at this point, we're just here to keep folks safe and happy. And one of the easiest ways to do that is just keep playing this weather radar and let folks interpolate and extrapolate. Look, I said a big word. The storm motion and where it may end up over the next hour or two based on the motion over the last couple of hours. Again, time for some more caffeine. All right. Guess what I'm thinking about? I might as well take my daily multivitamin gummies. All right. Let's see how the latest high-res rapid refresh model is doing. So again, for all intent of purposes, the storms you're looking at here are probably going to make it all the way to Louisiana. Or they're going to be around for quite a while longer. They're going to make it probably south of Interstate 20 here in the next hour, hour and a half. The potential for damaging winds. Maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail. Can't totally rule out a few tornado warnings with spin up tornadoes in association with enhanced damaging straight line wind potential. But for now, that doesn't seem to be an issue. It's just damaging straight line winds and hail and heavy rainfall. Note a storm going up over Canton right now, moving northeast. Let me switch off this radar off on back to the high-res version. You'll be able to see it a little better. Could have some small hail, heavy rain with this storm just northwest of Canton. That's moving northeast. Otherwise, the main show is going to be this damaging straight-line wind threat coming on down pretty much Highway 69, down highways 205, all that moving southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. The potential for 60 to 75 mile an hour winds. Can't rule out quarter to golf ball size hail at times. And again, these storms are also producing quite a bit of lightning and heavy rainfall. With the potential for hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, maybe some street flooding, and then an obnoxious amount of cloud to ground lightning. So we're going to have to watch those storms. They're going to make their way down towards Kaufman, Canton, Lindale, Mineola, Tyler, Kilgore, Winsboro to Longview over the next 60 to 90 minutes. And again, they're moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. The potential for 30 to, about 30 miles an hour. The potential for localized winds 60 to 75 miles an hour. Damaging winds, some hail, quarter to golf ball size, etc. So, back further to the northwest, we have storms that have fired up that are hailers. We got one nasty hailstorm visiting Thackerville, a couple miles up in Oklahoma, probably just north of Windstar, honestly. Storm over Nakona could have some hail. We got a storm that is southeast of Bowie, moving towards Leo. That's riding FM 455 southeast again. Like the earlier storms, that could bring another round of damaging hail to Era, Leo, Valley View, and Sanger. And again, this storm could have some pretty nasty hail with it. We're going to have to watch that carefully. Storm that looked worse earlier, Tioga, is now over Van Alstyne, making its way further to the east and weakening, which is good. All right, looks like Cattle Mills Fire Department reported wind gusts over 80 miles an hour at 11:05 p.m. So again, that makes sense with this dangerous storm. Winds over 80 miles an hour reported by the Cattle Mills Fire Department. That's enough to cause quite a bit of wind damage. Storms moving southeast. Again, it's going to be in Quinlan here in the next 20 to 30 minutes. The potential for winds of 80 plus miles an hour. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, or perhaps just some very heavy rainfall. I'm going to have to reset this radar product here. And real quick, I'm going to actually... Now, typically I would do this not on the air, but we're going to try and make this radar a little larger. And this is going to be interesting since, well, for one, it's not even loading now, so I don't know what's going on, but okay, whatever. I guess that's my clue not to mess with stuff while I'm in the middle of a severe weather video. There we go. I'm trying. There we go. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try to make this radar bigger, and this probably is going to break a lot of things, but that's okay. There you go. There's the radar. And then I just have to put my bald head somewhere without completely and utterly destroying everything, which is always easier said than done, but that's okay. We'll just do that. Y'all can kind of see me. You can kind of don't, but you don't really need to see me anyway, let's be honest. Alright. So there we go. There's the new layout. Bigger radar with chat still playing. So let's get back to it. Line of severe storms at 11:15 p.m. on the 15th of June 2023. A line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing 60 to 80 mile an hour winds extending from near Wiley to Quinlan to East Tawakoni to Emory to Sulphur Springs to Tira to Bogota, moving southeast at 25 to 40 miles an hour. The potential to produce damaging winds, again, 60 to 80 miles an hour in spots. Had a report of an 80 mile an hour wind gust by the Cattle Mills Fire Department. At 11:05, these storms are capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail at times, though the damaging wind threat is worse. The potential for heavy rainfall continues as these storms move southeast, and we're probably going to have quite a bit of wind in places like Emory, Edgewood, Canton, Wills Point, Mineola, Quitman, Lindale, Winona, Big Sandy, Winsboro over the next hour. I'll put a storm track on here real quick. So again, storm's moving southeast. Let's build a storm track on this. Again, you can see this has become a pretty clear-cut bow echo, how it's bowing out. Yeah, we're going to say this is moving southeast at maybe 35-ish miles an hour. So at this rate, leading edge of the bow echo would arrive in Quitman about 11:30, Winsboro about 11:30, Grand Saline about 11:30, Wills Point the next several minutes, Canton about 11:35 to 11:40, Van about 11:50, Lindale about midnight, City of Tyler probably closer to 12:15 to 12:20. And again, Edom maybe 12:10. And again, that depends on how quickly the apex of this bow accelerates off to the southeast. Back northwest, I'm going to turn the flash flood warnings off just so we don't have so many boxes. We got some storms up here. The storm approaching Leo, riding down Farm to Market 455, capable of producing hail, moving southeast probably at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. Storm over Nakona could have some quarter-size hail, more heavy rain, causing more flooding from near Munster to Lindsay to Gainesville to Whitesboro to Sherman. More cloud-to-ground lightning. I'm sure folks haven't had enough of that yet tonight up there. That's sarcasm. But nevertheless, we are going to have to deal with this. And, I mean, I can't totally rule out a couple tornado warnings tonight, but damaging winds and hail are going to be the main issue here, along with some flooding. And again, if you're wanting to know about your specific location, I would strongly encourage you to download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You'll get local weather forecast, weather warnings, interactive weather radars that'll show you what's going on near you or across the country, live streaming severe weather video, and storm chase video. That, or you can visit our interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And again, that's going to be the best way to keep an eye on things. Otherwise, we're going to focus on the most intense storms and try to give information. But, folks, I really can't answer the, is it going to hit my town? 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 Well, we're providing the resources so y'all can figure that out for yourselves, which is why we paid the money to build a mobile app and pay the monthly expense for the mobile app with the forecast data, the weather warnings, the interactive weather radars, all that. And another way to think about it is, if I'm talking about your town in this live coverage, you've got a problem. If I'm not talking about your live town in this coverage, you're doing okie dokie. So we'll just have to see what's going on here. But again, main issue right now is this line of severe storms extending from near Paris to Bogota, southwest through Charleston, Sulphur Bluff, Tira, Sulphur Springs, back to Cumbie, Greenville, Nevada, down to Royce City, McCoy, Flats, Emory, moving to the southeast at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. And again, these storms are going to continue on for a while. They're going to bring heavy rain, maybe some hail and damaging winds to places like Canton, to Tyler, Lindale, Longview over the next 1 hour as they move southeast. And again, damaging straight line winds, the potential for 60 to 70 miles an hour, maybe higher at times. The potential for maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail, very heavy rainfall as these storms, again, move southeast at 30 to 40, maybe even 50 miles an hour if they continue to accelerate. And again, severe thunderstorm warnings coming out for these storms as they continue moving southeast. And you can view those warnings, again, on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, in the interactive mobile app. I'm not going to go over each individual warning just because, well, there's a lot of them right now, but I think most of us can see the pretty colors here on the radar screen. If not, I'm hopefully doing a okay enough job to verbally articulate. We've got a storm over Nocona. That could have some hail, a quarter to ping pong ball size right now. That's probably moving off to the east. So yeah, that could be in Bonita to St. Joe to Munster to Marysville over the next 30 minutes as it moves east, probably at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Severe storm approaching Leo, the potential for quarter to half-dollar size hail as that moves east-southeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. The potential for that to impact Valley View, who had 5.5-inch diameter hail just before 10 o'clock. Storms across Cook County and Grayson County, the potential for pockets of hail, heavy rainfall that could exacerbate the flash flooding. And then we've got the complex of storms, again, moving into East Texas, eastern North Texas, from Royce City to Emory, Sulphur Springs to Bogota, moving southeast at 40 to 50 miles an hour, the potential for large hail, damaging winds. And again, we'll put an arrow on here. There you go. That's where they're moving. Over the next hour or so. So if you're under the arrows of doom, congratulations, you're getting yourself an angry complex of storms with strong winds, maybe some hail, heavy rainfall. Back to the west. That's not what I wanted to do. Here's arrows for these storms. Again, these storms up on 82 are generally training over each other. The potential for some heavy rainfall, hail. Can't rule out strong winds, but the wind threat, I think, is lower than storms earlier. And then that complex of storms further southeast, obviously, where we have issues. And then we also have some storms north of the Red River across southern Oklahoma. We're going to have to watch. Those could make it into northeast Texas a bit later, assuming the atmosphere isn't stabilized. But nevertheless, we've got a pretty nasty storm between Duncan, Loco, and Tatum's and Velma. And they had tornadic supercells earlier. And if they're able to get storms with, golf ball, tennis ball size hail, we're probably going to have to deal with that at a later point, too. And thank you to our moderators who have to put up with so much at times. We really appreciate that effort of all our moderators. In fact, we just need to check on something while I'm thinking about it. All our moderators, we actually have shirts for. And I think those were supposed to get here today, but I only had one arrive, which means somebody messed up. So I'm going to see if that was actually marked as delivered real quick, because I'm multitasking. I've been on here since like 4 o'clock, so sometimes that means I just go check this stuff out. I'm going to be really mad if my box got stolen. Ah, okay. It was supposed to get here today. But now it's supposed to be here on Sunday. Well, that's just dandy. I love it when my package is delayed by 3 days. So, moderators, if you're watching, apparently it got diverted to Knoxville, Tennessee. Why? It's just when you look at something, realize your package should have been here today, but then it ends, you find out it got sent to Knoxville, Tennessee instead. Okay, well, I guess that's something I don't have to deal with for 3 days. So, moderators, your shirts will get shipped out early next week. All right, that's taken care of. Let's continue on. It is 11:26, so let's go ahead. We're going to pop on over and take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Now, this model's not doing as well as it could be for tonight, but you know what? At least gives some aspect of the timing for tonight, and hopefully answer some of these timing questions, since I'm obviously getting old and grumpy, and that usually means I need to actually answer the questions. And then y'all in the chat are able to help each other out by answering questions folks later on might have. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at 11 o'clock. Now, here's what this model's showing. Obviously, it's not perfect. It's missing the storms back further west, but as a whole, it's not doing too bad with the storms, you know, Greenville to Cooper. Here's 1 a.m. Severe storms impacting Interstate 20, Mineola to Tyler to Longview to Naples. Now, given the fast storm motion, you can bet this may be closer to 12:15 to 12:30. I'm mainly just showing you this to show where these storms may actually go. You can see complex of storms trying to move into western Louisiana, into far east Texas later at 1. More severe storms still ongoing back in northeast Texas at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., here we go. 4 a.m. we start to calm down. 5 a.m. Could it be over? Could it be over, please? Oh, wait. Nope, there's little baby storms. Nope. Are we going to have more storms? But yeah, mostly probably by 5 a.m. Until then, we're going to be busy. Oh. Oh, okay, man, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, we were talking about very strong winds around Salina earlier, so I think we're going to find out tomorrow once the sun rises. There's been quite a bit of wind damage. All right, so let's go back to the super duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up cool weather idiom terms even if I'm not a marketing genius, even if I am tired. And it's almost midnight, weather radar. You see, to do this, you know, just staring at computer monitors and a camera in a room by yourself, you really have to have something messed up with you in the head. That just means I talk to myself all the time. All right, so here's radar over the last, let's knock it down to 1 hour, honestly. So you can see over the last hour, we've got storms continuing to progress into portions of eastern North Texas and East Texas, making a beeline towards Canton, Mineola, and Tyler. The potential for winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. And we haven't had any issues with spinny doom in a while, but we'll see what happens. Damaging winds, lightning, heavy rainfall. That's for sure. It's going to be a very loud thunderstorm. Back northwest. Let me turn off the those icons. Let me turn off flash flood warnings. I know this is a busy radar graphic. Trust me, I know. We got more storms scattered to numerous storms that have popped up back pretty much right along Highway 82 from near Nocona to Bonita. The storm just east of Nocona looks like it's ramping up. The potential for golf ball size hail to tennis ball size hail. So tennis ball size hail possible with this storm east of Nocona approaching Bonita. That storm's moving east at about probably 30 miles an hour. We've got a severe storm over Leo coming down Highway 455 and the Clear Creek stream towards Sanger. That storm could bring another round of hail to southwestern Cook County and northern Denton County. We have storms impacting the city of Sherman up to Gordonville. There could be $quarter to $half size hail with that. I'm actually more curious as to why this text has suddenly started appearing above the layer. That's interesting. It's very interesting. Well, I'm not going to mess too much with it right now, so we'll just do that. Okay, and again, those storms right along the Red River are moving east at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. They may exacerbate flooding issues that have already happened. Further southeast, again, this complex of storms from near Bogota to Mount Vernon to Como to west of Winsboro to Yantis to Quitman to Emory to Fruitvale, Edgewood, Wills Point, and McCoy moving southeast at about, honestly, probably 30 to 40 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds of 70 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. And again, pretty good hail core over West Tawakoni right now. We're probably getting some hail in Quitman, excuse me, to Yantis, all the way up to Sulphur Bluff, Cunningham to DePort and Bogota. And again, these storms moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour. Let me go ahead, let me stop the radar. Let me go ahead and put a storm track on it. Again, this is just going to be an estimated time of arrival, mainly to show people where it's going to be over the next hour. Look, I'll do 120 minutes just to make life a little easier. Again, moving southeast at about, I'm just going to do 45 miles an hour. That might be a bit fast, but we'll see. Okay, so here's over the next 2 hours. Lindale, about 12:05 to 12:10. Tyler, about 12:25 to 12:30. Edom, about 12:15 to 12:20. Coffee City, about 12:40 to 12:45. Jacksonville, about 12:55 to 1 a.m. Henderson, 1 a.m. to 1:05. Tatum, 1:05 to 1:10. The city of Longview, 12:45 to 12:50. Pittsburgh, about 12:05 to 12:10. Probably near Mount Pleasant, about the same time. I'm going to actually redraw that so we can, you know what, how about you actually let me draw radar? Pretty please and thank you. Is that too much to ask? Probably. Can you tell I haven't really had any dinner? That's okay though. All right, so we're going to do this about southeast at about 45. And again, this might be a little fast, so storms may actually get there a wee bit later. They're going to be sounding outdoor warning sirens anytime we have a warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball size hail, or larger, so pretty much any thunderstorm tonight. All right, Mount Pleasant again, 11:45 to 11:50. Pittsburgh, about 11:50 to 11:55. Gilmer, 12:05 to 12:10. City of Tyler, about 12:15 to 12:30. Mineola, you're going to get the leading apex of the bow here in about 15 minutes, but you've got a storm ahead of the line that's popped up and giving you some rain. Edom, about midnight to 12:05. Coffee City, coffee sounds nice, 12:25 to 12:30. Athens, about 12:15 to 12:20. Jacksonville, about 12:50 to 12:55. Rusk, about 1:05 to 1:10. Alto, about 1:25. Cushing, about 1:15 to 1:20. Carthage, about 1:15 to 1:20. Marshall, right around 1 a.m. The city of Longview at about 12:35 to 12:45. We'll just keep on naming out cities: Jacksonville 1250, Rusk about 110, Henderson about 1255, Carthage about 120, Kilgore about 1235, Tyler about 1215, Winona about 1210, Gilmer about 1210, Mount Pleasant about 1150, Canton about 1145, and there you go. I have named all the cities and areas and a bunch of places where this is probably going to be over the next 2 hours. Those of you watching now, please, for the love of all that is merciful, help answer some of the questions that may arise from folks in like 20 seconds that join and ask about the specific blade of grass in their backyard. Pretty please and thank you. All right, let's get back to tracking some of these damaging winds. Seeing a pretty good surge of wind. Eastern Hopkins, Delta counties. We could see some winds over 75 miles an hour near Como. One in northeastern Hopkins and Delta County. So again, these storms still have pockets of 75, 80 mile an hour winds. And these are moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour. Getting reports of $50 to ping pong ball size hail in West Tawakoni. And for what it's worth, this storm is actually starting to get its happy self back together in the hail department. We're seeing a nasty hail signature now developing with this thunderstorm moving southeast. We might end up having issues with bigger hail in places like Wills Point and Edgewood, with the potential for this storm to move southeast. All right, let's do a track on some of these storms up here further north. And again, I'm just going to click on the pre-made ones for these. Again, this storm, northwestern Denton County, west of Valley View near Leo, moving southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour, crossing Interstate 35 between midnight and 12:05 a.m. around Valley View to Sainer, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Severe storm near east of Nakona, near St. Joe, the potential for tennis ball size hail. That storm, oh, sweet mama May, that's a nasty hail signature right there. Don't you love doing this at midnight? St. Joe to Marysville, this could be dropping tennis ball to baseball size hail on you in the next 5 minutes. That's a very angry hail core. We got storms over Highway 82 from Gainesville to Winsboro to Sadler to Knollwood to Sherman up to Denison to Pottsboro, the potential for additional flash flooding, maybe some quarter size hail with that. A lot of cloud to ground lightning. And then back down here, we've got a line of severe storms from near pretty much southwest of Clarksville, but to Bogota, coming up on Mount Vernon to Winsboro to Quitman to Alba to Mineola to back west on 80 to Wills Point. Again, these storms generally moving southeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. The potential for hail, the potential for damaging winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. So again, a lot of wind moving towards Lindale, Tyler, Van, Can, Wills Point, Mineola, Hawkins, Winona. Starting to become more concerned with the threat of some very big hail developing aloft with this core north of Wills Point. We're seeing indications that we could have baseball-size hail beginning to fire up. Well, let's rephrase that because that's like the opposite of what hail is. We're seeing a very intense hail core being hoisted aloft to this thunderstorm north of Wills Point. If that continues, we may end up having some really big hail start falling out of this. You know, not golf balls, but, you know, baseball to softballs. And of course, it wouldn't be Texas without there having to be 80 mile an hour winds. So if we get 80 mile an hour wind driven softballs, that's actually just really scary, honestly. So again, these storms moving southeast about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Potential at times for hail up to the size of baseballs. Potential for winds up to 80 miles an hour. Potential for flooding, rainfall, etc. Alright, so again, the potential for baseball-size hail on Highway 82 from near St. Joe and Bonita. Moving towards Marysville, Munster. If this storm tracks, honestly, it's moving almost due east on 82, so this may end up bringing another bad hailstorm to Gainesville. So Gainesville, Lindsay, Munster, the potential for another very bad hailstorm as a storm takes shape to your west and tries to start throwing out baseballs. Gainesville, this could be in the city by 12:30 to 12:35. Probably Munster about 12:05. Lindsay closer to maybe 12:20. Severe storm southwest of Valley View, moving southeast towards Sanger. The potential for that to cross 35 here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And moving towards Pilot Point, Aubrey. This could be there by 12:15 to 12:20 in Pilot Point. Aubrey around 12:20. Salina around 12:35 to 12:40. Prosper about 12:40. Moving east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. So again, these storms behind this main bow echo are mainly hailers. Haven't really heard of any strong winds with them, but obviously there is enough instability aloft for those to keep throwing out hail. All right, let's go back and take a look at this mess. I'm going to actually turn off the next rad and switch to that. We're going to, again, moving east-southeast. That was a horrible arrow, but alas. Moving east-southeast about 35 to 50 miles an hour. We're starting to see an increased hail core with this storm near West Tawakoni. And that could start dropping out some golf ball to tennis ball size hail in the next few minutes, along with winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. Moving southeast at, again, about 30 to 50 miles an hour. This is probably going to be impactful in the wind, hail, rain department for Canton, Van, Lindale, maybe Athens, but probably northeast of Aspens. Aspens, great. Now I'm thinking of a friend's dog. Athens up towards Tyler, where Tyler's still very unstable. It is 87 degrees at almost midnight with a dew point of 76 in Tyler, a heat index of 100. Sweet mercy, that is ridiculous. All right. It may be time for me to let meteorologist Jason Cooley do this for about 20 minutes, and it might be time for me to go visit the old Del Taco. We'll see. I don't really want to give this to Jason. Jason's had a long enough day himself. Jason was out chasing earlier. And Jason's also a daddy. All I have to do is sit here and keep talking and point out radar stuff. That's not hard. Being a dad, doing the storm chase and all that, that's hard. Jason's the real person in this whole ordeal. He is the GOAT. But I'm probably going to have to go make a snack or something, so I'll probably let him do this for a little bit. If he's listening, he can let me know. If not, I'll message him in just a minute. Why is the logo... What? Okay, that was interesting. I really don't know why the logo was up there like that. That was really interesting. Well, Jason's listening, so I guess... Neat. I'm going to fix this real quick. There we go. Oh, I messed it up. So now I'm going to have to go in here and try to fix the... Wait. Text real quick. There we go. All right, looks like they just put out a big severe warning. All right, a lot of y'all's phones, if you're in the Arklatex or Northeast Texas, are going to start squealing. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin, Wood, Bowie, Upshur, or Morris, Titus, Camp, Red River counties in Northeast Texas. At 11:42 p.m., severe storms were located along a line from near Hagensport to Quitman, near Quitman, moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. These are destructive storms for Bogota, Talco, Mount Vernon, Mount Pleasant, Winnsboro. Hazard, 80-mile-an-hour wind gust and ping-pong ball-size hail. Impact, Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely. Locations impacted include Mount Pleasant, Gilmer, Pittsburgh, Winsboro, Leesport, Hagensport, Mount Vernon, Naples, Bogota, Omaha, Kaysen, US 259 and Interstate 30, Cookville, Scroggins, Pleasant Grove, Rosewood, Wilkerson, Newsom, Pearlie, Dalby Springs. And again, that is that big old severe storm capable of producing hurricane force winds that could put quite a bit of wind damage down. The potential for destructive, or the potential for ping pong ball size hail, which if it's lofted and thrown by 80-mile-an-hour winds is just going to be problematic in every way, shape, and form. Potential for heavy rain that could cause some flooding. And Jason, since I know you're listening, let me know how long you can take it. I wouldn't have you take it for too long, but I would probably go out and grab something to snack on real quick. The caffeine is no longer metabolizing, which is unfortunate. When your head starts getting all tingly, you know it's time to probably eat something to metastasize the caffeine. I see Jason. I see a Cooley. I don't see the trumpet or the trombone, but I do see a nice haircut. At least one of us has a nice haircut. So Jason, just let me know, and whenever you're ready, no rush, I can do a countdown, and I'll let you take it for a while, and I'll go get food. Assuming you don't need to edit video or anything, that's your first priority. Otherwise, let me put this loop back on. I do not know what is causing the radar data to do that. Let me see if it does this with my other product on here. I'm curious, is it doing that on all MRMS data? It is. That's very interesting. All right. I'll loop this, talk for about another minute, then let you do it for a while. So again, we're monitoring multiple severe thunderstorms late this evening, moving into portions of eastern North Texas, northeast Texas, the Arklatex with a second round of hailers back over portions of Texoma. These storms, at least capable with the bow echo, capable of producing 60 to 80-mile-an-hour winds, quarter to ping pong ball size hail, very heavy rainfall, and spin-up tornadoes certainly not out of the question. Then again, at this point, with the evolution we've seen, I'm more concerned about the damaging straight-line winds producing tornado-like damage than I am about the actual spin-up tornadoes producing tornado damage. Back west along Highway 82 into portions of northern Denton and Collin counties, we have a trio of supercells capable of producing quarter to tennis ball size hail, generally moving east-southeast at about 35 miles per hour. And again, those storms moving off to the east-southeast at about 35 miles an hour. One storm approaching Munster, moving towards Lindsay, Gainesville. One storm over 35 from Valley View to Sanger. One storm over Winsboro to Woodbine, Lake Kiowa. And then technically Sherman just getting more heavy rain and small hail because they haven't had enough of that tonight. So much sarcasm implied. Which is always fun, but yeah, I just saw a picture of that hailstone out of Sanger. Yeah. Funny enough, the radar didn't look anything like that, which is probably why it happened again. But, all right, stop it with those big words. All right, so what we're going to do for now is we're going to let meteorologist Jason Cooley take it for a little while so I can go find some food to metastasize this caffeine. So I'll do a countdown here in just a minute and time it well enough to switch, or maybe not, we'll see. But either way, we'll now continue with our live severe weather coverage with the one, the only, super duper awesome, blossom meteorologist Jason Cooley in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday.
All right, hey there, guys. Welcome in, Texas Storm Chasers. I'm meteorologist Jason Cooley. All right, yeah, there's a bit of a delay there, but we're good. All right, so yeah, I'm meteorologist Jason Cooley with Texas Storm Chasers. I'm going to go ahead and take the wheel here for a little while David-Reimer, Baldy in Chief, takes a brief break, gets a meal, refreshes, gets all that fun stuff done. He'll be back if needed. This stuff is going to go on throughout the next several hours. So Northeast Texas, as I was telling you earlier today, we are in for a late night, just about midnight here. This storm that has already come through Sulphur Springs, West Tawakoni, already maybe just a tad ahead of schedule from what the models were indicating, but folks are going to get pretty rowdy here in Lindale right now, the Interstate 20, eventually going to be Longview and Tyler as well here. This is a very damaging hail and wind maker. Can't rule out an embedded tornado here in this big cluster. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at our velocity, and this is going to be quite messy. We do have this is not a good look. I'm going to switch products here. We have a bit of a rotational couplet here. Winnsboro, Texas, just came through Winnsboro, Texas. Now this storm is so HP. It's very high precipitation, very windy, very electrical, probably tens of thousands of lightning bolts in this storm this evening. We do have some indicated rotation. This is coming through Winnsboro, Texas now, just now to the southeast of Winnsboro. So no tornado warning at this time on this storm. This radar does kind of have a bit of distance between itself and Winnsboro, so I'm thinking that we should go ahead and switch over to Shreveport radar and see if we get any better data. Again, no tornado warnings are in effect. We have very, very strong outflow winds pushing right through Winnsboro now. It's hard to tell. This radar folding and just anomalous data is really ruining our sense of what's actually happening with the storm. But it does look like there would be broad rotation now on the east side of Winnsboro. These storms moving right toward Gilmer or City. Once again, you're in the path of this dangerous thunderstorm. You've had plenty of hailstorms a couple days ago. Now we're going to do it again, unfortunately. Broad rotation, we're going to have to watch that, see if it tries to spin up. Might need a tornado warning, perhaps, again, just on the east side of Winnsboro, just based off of velocity. Going back to reflectivity, again, we have a very messy HP thunderstorm cluster here with tens of thousands of lightning bolts, large damaging hail, particularly over here north of Wills Point. That's going to be where our largest hail is probably happening right now. Wouldn't be surprised if there were tennis balls right now between West Tawakoni and Wills Point. Sagging southeastward, going to be real close to Canton, maybe the north side of Canton, northeast side of Canton, definitely over to Van. Going to get very heavy rain, frequent lightning, some flash flooding, perhaps briefly, as well as large damaging hail and wind. Big wind bag that this has been. Looks like we do have perhaps maybe a couplet trying to spin up again near Winnsboro. Let's go back to the velocity product. And my radar scope is being real finicky. Zooming back in here. Would not be surprised if they do tornado warn this. Again, the radar is very far away. This is probably more mid-level than it is low-level. The radar is going to be surveying this at probably 8,000 feet above the ground, maybe even 10,000 feet. I could find that out. our radar out here in Fort Worth. Quite a distance away. Oh goodness, 13,000 feet above the ground. That's going to be surveying strong mid-level rotation. It's going to be very hard to really going to be hard to measure anything near the surface without radar or wind, maybe a mesonet system or a mobile radar. But mid-level rotation, very evident southeast of Winnsboro, perhaps just on the very leading edge of this thunderstorm. Wouldn't be surprised if they issue a tornado warning for that. This storm is moving southeast, so just a big storm front here coming through. Try to roughly draw it, and this is all just moving right toward Tyler, Kilgore, Longview, Gilmer, Hugh Springs. Going to be capable of destructive winds and some scattered large hailstones. Very heavy rain, and maybe we're watching a spin-up tornado. I mean, very, very doubtful that we actually have a tornado ongoing. Seeing that there hasn't been a warning, there's no debris being tracked on the radar site, but that kind of just on the east side of Winnsboro is where the possible spin-up could occur as it trajects to the southeast. Again, no tornado warning at this time, but this storm is serious business. It's a severe thunderstorm capable of very large damaging hail and strong, severe, maybe even destructive winds. Alright, so just checking in on the chat, and I'm going to go ahead and see what we got going on. And what is going on with the chat just never showing up? That's alright. Alright, Beef says spinny spinny doom doom stuff with added high speed cocktail ice. We have, you know, maybe not very spinny spinny doom doom here, but just some mid-level rotation noted again on this storm east of Winnsboro. Go ahead and zoom it back in. Tyler's going to get strong winds, maybe some hail. Could be large-sized hail when it gets to Tyler. And did this thing decide to break? All right. So really hard to tell. The main story with this is going to be just very high winds, very loud storm, very electrical, tens of thousands of lightning bolts with this, and potentially destructive hail as well. Going to switch to our density product here. We see the greatest hail potential going to be just northeast of Wills Point, Texas, moving southeast, right toward Van. Might just barely miss northeast of Canton, Texas, Grand Saline, and then eventually Tyler. So watch out, Tyler. This might just go right toward the north side of Tyler, but we'll see if it takes a turn a little more toward inner Tyler. And trajectory of this hail storm might actually go right towards Tyler. Let's go ahead and loop it. But yeah, destructive hail at times possibly, and destructive winds. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado, particularly near this part of the storm here between Winnsboro and Gilmer. But again, no tornado warning has been issued. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the storm in Denton, Wise counties, Montague County here in just a second. Storm on the tail. Let's see. Again, this is reflectivity, and this is going to want something better there. Alright, so yeah, not much in the way of spinny spinny doom doom right now. We don't have any tornado warnings. We do have a very severe windy and hail complex here east of the Dallas Metroplex, even east of Terrell, just northeast of Wills Point to Emory, tracking southeast toward Lindale, Tyler, Winona, Kilgore, and Longview, Gilmer. Woo-wee! We have trailing supercells here. What is with this erratic? Alright. We have trailing supercells here behind the leading portion complex of the storms. This is going to be potentially more hail that just came through Sanger. Let's see. We're way off here. All right. So I reckon that Sanger might have just had a little bit of a hail core. This still a severe thunderstorm moving toward Aubrey and Pilot Point. There's a new scan. Potentially large hail right now coming into the US 377 corridor between Pilot Point and Aubrey, Texas. Happy midnight, folks. We're now officially multi-day live storm coverage for Texas here. Yikes. Yikes. Just going to say yikes a couple times. I know somebody that lives out here. I'd have to see if they just got annihilated here by this hail core. So big time hail core, southeast side of Whitesboro, south of Sadler, coming into South Maid, and this is going to make its way probably right toward Sherman and Howe, Dorchester, same area that got affected by those tornado warning storms a couple of hours ago. So this is probably a destructive hailstorm. This is very high reflectivity values. I can only imagine the hail that's falling in Whitesboro, South Maid, south of Sadler here in Grayson County. That's a yikes. So folks near Sherman and Howe going to have to be on the lookout for that. It's going to probably track right toward southern Sherman. And it's increasing in size, so that hail core really beefed up right over Hillsboro. Coming right toward Howe and Sherman, Texas, the US 75 in Grayson County. Checking to see. Looks like I have a friend right there in the core now that lives there. We'll see what he says. Leave the chat open. All right, so boy, oh boy, that's a pretty big hail core. We also have another one. If you just go a little bit farther west on US 82, these hail cores do not like US 82 today. Well, they do like it. They want to mess it up. Here's a US 82 through St. Joe, Munster, Gainesville, Whitesboro, over to Sherman. Another big hail core. This density product here being maxed out values coming right toward Munster now. Probably make its way toward Gainesville to Valley View in the next 15 minutes. Boy, oh boy, we have attack of the hailers on what will be day 6 now of the week of the hail apocalypse. Started on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and now it's Friday morning. Post midnight, so day 6 of hail apocalypse. So discrete but elevated hailers here. If we want to talk about tornado threat, I'd be very hard pressed to say any tornado threat existed with these storms at this rate. With the leading storms really overworking the atmosphere, sending cooler, stable air through the Metroplex, as well as this storm, also pushing out cooler, more stable air. I don't see any tornado threat with the existing Red River area hailstorms. It's going to be behind, in the wake of many other thunderstorms, it's going to be a lot more stable air. What thunderstorms do is they try to create an equilibrium in the atmosphere. When you have very big instability, you get thunderstorms. Thunderstorms create an equilibrium. Our Earth needs thunderstorms. Now, it really kind of stinks because, you know, we're also trying to live here and stuff. And we're trying to have houses and cars and, you know, not trying to make a lot of insurance claims. But that's just the fact of life. These storms, they create equilibrium. They try to achieve equilibrium when the atmosphere gets very unstable. So the leading storms here that have pushed through Collin County, Grayson County earlier, and now all the way down toward the I-20, they have caused some more equilibrium, some more stable air in the wake. So these are going to be elevated storms capable of damaging hail and wind, but tornado threat very close to zero with any of this stuff farther back behind the leading storm system. Again, so hail issues in Pilot Point and Aubrey, Texas as of 12:05 a.m. Hail issues, South Maid, Texas, coming into Sherman right now. Sherman to Howe. Hail issues, maybe some gusty winds, and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Munster to Lindsay and Gainesville, Texas. It looks like this just barely kind of went around the north side of Munster. So Gainesville and Lindsay, Texas, hail problems. Hail. It's day 6 again of the hail apocalypse. Now, if we want another lesson, I can give you another lesson here. Just saw that comment. We have a hail spike here. Ta-da! So this hail core that was just located north of Munster. Very visually appealing here on radar with the hail spike. Now, I've mentioned this in brief earlier before. This is caused by the hailstones scattering the radar beam to the ground. The radar beam comes from the dish, hits rain, hail, snow, wind, and it comes back to the radar dish. So the radar's listening for that electromagnetic wave to come back. In the distance that it takes for it to go to a storm and come back is figured out by the time it takes for the wave to get back to the radar dish. So it sends a pulse and listens for it to come back. Again, if it takes longer, that means the storm is farther away. If it doesn't take long at all, that means the storm's closer to the radar. So what does that have to do with this? Well, the radar in Fort Worth is sampling this hail core north of Munster, and the radar beam is literally being trajected toward the ground. When it hits these hailstones, they're tumbling, they're spinning, very chaotic core, really screwing with the radar beam. The radar beam will actually get deflected to the ground, and then it'll bounce right off the ground. It'll hit more hailstones until it's back to the dish. So instead of hitting that hail core going back to the dish, it's taking extra time. It's hitting the hail, it's going to the ground, it's going back to the hail, and then it's going back to the radar dish. So that's why we have this spike. It's because the radar's listening for that beam. Would you stop? Thank you. It's listening for that beam, and when it's traveling through very dense hail cores, it takes just a little bit longer. As we call that a triple body scatter spike, TBSS. And it's when the radar beam hits the hail core, and then it hits the ground, and then it hits the hail core, and it goes back to the dish. So that's why we have this little spike. It's called a hail spike or a triple body scatter spike. And that is caused by the radar being fooled, thinking that this sample is farther away than it actually is. So, went a little bit in depth to make it make sense. Some of you, I hope it made sense. All right, so 12:09 a.m. we have hail problems all across western Grayson County. Hail problems in Cook County. My news station K10 probably not too happy about this post-midnight hail core action after doing multiple hours of tornado warning coverage. We also have northern Denton County hail problems here in Pilot Point. We're going to go back to our leading complex of storms here. A leading complex of storms is now knocking on the door in Tyler. A little bit sooner than I anticipated for Tyler. Those that were asking earlier today, I believe I gave a quote closer to 1. These have really raced forward. Going to be knocking on the door of Tyler here in the next 10 minutes. Heavy rain, frequent lightning. Already getting some lightning bolts in and around Tyler in front of the storm. High winds and perhaps some hail. Looks like our highest winds are remaining farther north here. Came through Winsboro and into Gilmer, Hawkins, approaching Winona. Going to be kind of nailing Longview and Kilgore here shortly with stronger winds, at least indicated on radar here. Maybe weaker winds, but still going to be gusting coming into Tyler here very shortly. Let's go ahead and look at our density product for hail. Hail, hail, hail. Where are our hail problems? We have hail problems coming into Gilmer, Texas here. East Mountain and Hawkins, some hail problems. Pittsburgh as well, kind of an elongated boot-sized hail core here. Boot-shaped hail core. And then a more stout, discrete hail core just north of Van, probably going to come parade right into Van here shortly. Gilmer probably just barely going to get in on this deeper hail core as well here. So, hail problems. Gilmer, Texas, East Mountain here shortly. Eventually Longview. Again, that is coupled with high winds. 98 mile per hour winds reported or measured by a train spotter in Mount Pleasant, Texas. Let's go ahead and look at that. 98 mile per hour winds, that's insanity. So, oof. Our radar here in Shreveport detecting destructive winds all across the front from Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, coming into Gilmer now. Very stiff westerly winds. We had a reported measurement of 98 miles per hour in Mount Pleasant. That is not pleasant. That's going to wreck something. Let's probe it on the radar velocity here. And radar velocity is no joke. We have, if we just want to believe this, of course, this is sampling a little bit into the atmosphere with the distance away from the radar, the curvature of the Earth. The radar beam is kind of shooting into the mid-level of the storm here. But peak intensity based off of this radar data in excess of 115 miles per hour. Oh my goodness. So we have wind issues coupled with destructive Derecho style wind problems coming through Mount Pleasant and Pittsburgh and into Gilmer now. Can't keep track of where Krista lives. This area around here, one of our mods, I think, lives in the vicinity. It's getting pretty crazy out here. Again, 100 to 115 mile per hour winds indicated by radar. 98 mile per hour winds allegedly measured near Mount Pleasant. Cannot believe it. We got a derecho in progress now. Strong, severe, destructive winds coming into Gilmer, Texas. This is traveling through lots of northeast Texas this evening into Gilmer. This is coming your way, Ore City, East Mountain, eventually Longview, Marshall. Also downstream, Lake of the Pines and Jefferson. I was talking about you 2 or 3 days ago now. Been doing a lot of weather coverage. So, last thing Atlanta needs is another destructive windstorm, because they had a tornado north of Atlanta and destructive straight line winds through Atlanta just 36 hours ago. So, good gracious, we're going to keep you notified here. We're going to continue to do coverage, even though this thing doesn't appear to be tornadic necessarily. We just have destructive winds, 90 miles per hour, possibly greater, near 100 miles per hour over Pittsburgh to Gilmer now. So we're going to continue to do live coverage as this has extreme impacts to life and property. This is a destructive wind and hailstorm coming through Gilmer now, coming right toward Ore City. Going to be destructive, going to be tossing debris, going to maybe blow semis over that are traveling in the area. So take this severe thunderstorm seriously, please. We had a report of golf balls in Pilot Point, Texas. That's enough to wreck your day. Let's go back to the DFW Metroplex. I'm going to really be hyper-focusing on that Derecho, though, with a confirmed report of 98 miles per hour wind gust. Blah, blah, blah. Things are just continuing to be super crazy across north central to northeast Texas. Everything's kind of played out as we figured they would, except for this stuff. You just got to ask why. Why do we have to be doing this after midnight in the middle of June in Texas? David and I have said this before multiple times. This is just kind of an unprecedented weather pattern we have set up here, where we have strong flow, strong instability, strong shear all in place in the middle of June in Texas. And that goes for yesterday in Alabama and Georgia as well. This is unprecedented. So hail issues now coming into Gainesville and Lindsay, Texas here. It's going to roll right over Lake Kiowa to Whitesboro, who have just gotten hit by large hail. Sherman probably getting some large hail as well right now. Pilot Point, those golf balls have now taken aim at Salina, so we had a report of golf balls in Pilot Point. This hail cord beefed up, if anything. Now it's coming into Salina. So Salina, maybe even northern part of Prosper, and eventually Melissa, maybe just the north fringe of McKinney, south side of Anna, south side of Weston, are going to be experiencing golf ball sized hail here shortly. Let's go ahead and take a look at the density product. Alright, sounds like david-reimer is already freshened up, because he is a Superman. All he needs is a little break and he's good to go. So this had a report of golf balls in Pilot Point. That's enough to wreck your day. Come through your siding and maybe even crack your windows of your car. Get those cars indoors right now, if not already. Salina and Prosper, and eventually this corridor between Melissa and McKinney. Would not want to be in the path of golf balls if I enjoyed having nice things. Of course, that thing's coming into Salina, which, a lot of Salina, from what I gather, seems to be pretty nice things, and this hail core is trying to make it not nice things. Also north of Prosper. Again, this has been putting down golf ball sized hail in Pilot Point, and the hail core is only beefed up. Well, that looks like it's been pretty static. Yeah. So as far as the density product goes, this is pretty close to the radar here. So we are having a pretty good picture of these thunderstorms. When they get closer to the radar, we get a pretty dang good picture, and this is painting a pretty good picture that we have hail problems crossing from North Denton County and northern Collin County, right over Salina now, northern Prosper, coming, probably going to try to come right toward McKinney, given that's east-southeasterly path. So this corridor, get ready for some hail issues here in the next 10 minutes. I know you just had hail issues. You just had wind issues. You even had tornado warning, tornado sirens. You get more fun or not fun here in about 10 minutes. We're still hanging on to this little hail core here right along the Texas-Oklahoma state border. Already crossed I-35, probably put down some golf balls there, right on that Red River Bridge. So that's not fun. That bridge is a pain in the butt enough just to cross on a sunny day, let alone destructive hail coming down. And that's coming right toward Whitesboro, who, just being hit by hail moments ago, going to have more hail issues here shortly. Whitesboro, Texas, as that storm moves in from Interstate 35 into eastern Cook County and then into Grayson County. We still have a severe warning storm capable of producing golf balls in Salina moving toward McKinney and Melissa. And again, reminder, we have a big windbag situation with coupled with large damaging hail as well. This storm is capable of 100-mile-per-hour winds, may easily be classified as a derecho when all is said and done. David-Reimer, I'm going to go ahead and give it back to you here in about 30 seconds. And I'll do a countdown here before you take it back. Just to give it a segue, because this is our main problem right now. Destructive windbag, excess of 100-mile-per-hour wind gust. We have a measurement of 98 in Mount Pleasant, which is totally not cool, not pleasant. Is that west-northwesterlies about to crush Ore City. Very destructive winds. Also coming in Lone Star. Already came through East Mountain. So we're going to go ahead and pass it back to David-Reimer, Baldy-in-Chief, who's going to talk more about this destructive windbag out in northeast Texas. So, David-Reimer, I'm going to send it back to you in 5.
Yeah, I kind of cut him off early, but that's okay. Thank you, meteorologist Jason Cooley. Appreciate it. Appreciate the break. It is 12:23 a.m. on the 16th of June, 2013, except it's 2023. What can I say? In 2013, I had hair on top of my head. I miss it. All right, we're dealing with an exceptionally dangerous situation now across portions of the Arklatex into East Texas this morning with a derecho now well underway. We're seeing extreme wind velocities of 85 to 100 miles an hour now approaching Dangerfield to Lone Star to Ore City to Longview. We've got winds being reported 85 to 100 miles an hour, and these are not localized. These are widespread. This is enough to cause hurricane-like wind damage and knock down a lot of trees in a heavily forested area. This is a situation where we could have hundreds, if not thousands, of trees being knocked down by hurricane-force winds as this derecho continues to surge east now at about 50 miles an hour. A bit earlier, this storm complex was moving more south-southeast, but it has pivoted off to the east now. Looks like a little mesoscale convective vortex, a small area low pressure fired up near Bogota and Mount Pleasant, and that has helped kind of pivot this thing more to the east. As that has occurred, we've seen a significant increase in straight-line wind speeds across portions of northeast and east Texas this morning. Again, an exceptionally dangerous and life-threatening situation with tornado-like wind speeds now along Highway 259 from Dangerfield to Lone Star to Ore City to just north of the city of Longview. And again, these are producing confirmed winds of 85 to 100 miles an hour. And frankly, the winds may be above 100 miles an hour. I cannot emphasize enough how dangerous this is for places like Douglasville, Linden, Jefferson to Marshall. This is a life-threatening situation with the potential for tornado-like damage created by straight-line winds of over 100 miles per hour. This complex of thunderstorms is moving east at 50 miles an hour, the potential for 85 to 100 mile an hour straight-line winds, spin-up tornadoes, quarter-sized hail, very heavy rainfall. But again, it is the very significant threat of 85 to 100 mile an hour winds over a large area that is currently causing a great deal of concern. Understand, this is going to knock down hundreds, if not thousands of trees, and the power grid out here is going to be done. There's no other way to put it. The power grid's going to be mutilated. That thing is going to have to probably be halfway rebuilt by the time this is said and done. And understand, if you are in Dangerfield, east to Linden, if you are in Lone Star and Ore City, east to Jefferson, if you are on the north side of Longview to Marshall, you need to take your tornado safety precautions now. That's going to be the lowest floor. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get away from any sort of trees, because those trees are going to be coming down. And let me tell you, every road out here is probably going to be blocked by trees this morning. And we don't need folks driving out here after these storms pass and ended up ramming a tree. Understand, there are probably going to be thousands of trees that are going to have to be cut up and get off roads. And this whole area from Dangerfield to Lone Star to Ore City north of Longview. This is a major, major problem. And again, 70 to 100 mile an hour winds on a widespread basis on Highway 259 right now, just north of the city of Longview, all the way up to Dangerfield. And these storms, this derecho, racing east at 50 miles an hour. Understand, this thing has been underway since it was a supercell back near Lawn, Oklahoma, hundreds of miles ago. This thing produced a 103 mile an hour wind gust in Lawn yesterday afternoon, and now it's producing winds up to probably near 100 miles an hour in spots. And understand, this is the kind of storm that will knock down a lot of trees, and those trees are going to be coming down on homes, businesses, buildings. Those trees are going to come down on vehicles. Those trees are going to come down on roads, and nearly every road out here has the potential to be impassable this morning and require a great deal of recovery operations just to get the roads open, not to mention the power grid, which is probably going to be mutilated, and the potential for considerable structural damage. Again, 80, 100 mile an hour winds is really going to mess things up. So if you are in Maud to Douglasville, to Linden to Jefferson to Marshall, this is a particularly dangerous situation with hurricane-like, tornado-like winds being produced by a derecho. These storms moving east at 50 miles an hour. So let's put a storm track on it. And again, I'm focusing on this because this is a highly impactful, life-threatening situation with the potential for significant tornado-like damage over a large area. Let me knock this down to 60 minutes. So again, if you are east of this derecho, you need to be in a safe place. Understand, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but it is a very dangerous severe thunderstorm, about as serious as they get. Douglasville, potential for 80 to 100 mile an hour winds in Douglasville, 1240 to 1245. Linden, 1235 to 1240. Jefferson, 1235 to 1240. Marshall, the potential for 60 to 80 mile an hour winds, 1240 to 1245. Atlanta, 1255 to 1 a.m. The potential for this to directly impact the city of Marshall, again, 1245. The potential for this to directly impact places like Smithland, about 1255. Greenwood, Louisiana, 1:10 a.m. Again, this is a particularly dangerous, life-threatening situation. A line of severe storms, a derecho, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Widespread destructive hurricane-force winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour. Just north of Longview, all the way up to Ore City, Lone Star, Dangerfield, to near Naples, moving east towards Douglasville, Linden, Jefferson, Atlanta, Smithland. North sides of Marshall to Marshall. Longview proper, you're getting hit by probably 65 to 80 mile an hour winds right now. That's making a beeline down I-20 towards Marshall. Understand, we're going to have thousands of trees knocked down out here by this complex of storms. This is not a 80 mile an hour wind gust over 1 square mile like a microburst. This is 80 to 100 mile an hour winds over the span of 2 counties moving east. So pretty much a 20 to 30 mile long axis of hurricane force winds moving east. And it's about to plow over Highway 59 and probably knock down hundreds of thousands of trees before it gets into Louisiana and Arkansas. And understand, it is going to take a very long time to get all those trees cut up and off the roads. Many roads are going to be moving, or many roads are going to be directly impacted by falling trees. We're going to have trees falling on buildings, businesses, structures, vehicles, etc. And I have great fear we're going to have loss of life out here due to trees falling on buildings or something. So we really want folks out here to take this seriously. You need to take your tornado safety precautions and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Understand, I'm using this urgent tone, and those of you who've watched me long enough know we don't use the urgent tone unless the urgent tone is needed, and trust me, the urgent tone is needed. This is a derecho in every shape, way, and form with 80 to 100 mile an hour winds along about a 20 to 30 mile long axis flying east from Highway 259 at 50 miles an hour to Highway 59. All right, let's go look in the Metroplex real quick. I know we got hail, but to be frank, I'm not as worried about golf ball size hail as I am as a 30 mile long axis of hurricane force winds knocking half a forest down. We've got a severe storm capable of producing nickel to quarter size hail now over Highway 75. From near Anna down to McKinney, the storm moving east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. We could have quarter to golf ball size hail, it looks like. But again, this storm as a whole, moving down 380 towards Princeton, Lowry Crossing, Lucas, Farmersville, Copeville. Again, moving at about 40 miles an hour, so more hail for eastern Collin County. Not really seeing too much wind. Still could see maybe 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Severe thunderstorm, southern Oklahoma, north of Leon, northwest of Marietta, moving towards Windstar World Casino. This will be near Windstar, about 115, then could be moving into portions of northern Cook County again. This storm currently capable of producing golf balls to 10 egg size hail, winds of 60. And again, severe thunderstorm warning now all the way out to Greenville and Hunt County for this hailer over McKinney. Quarter to ping pong ball size hail as this storm quickly moves east at 40 miles an hour towards Cattle Mills, Nevada, Farmersville, Celeste, Naylandville, Commerce, Campbell, Greenville. Okay, let's go back to the life-threatening situation, which is a derecho in progress with 80 to 100 mile an hour winds, probably going to knock out power to most of East Texas out here along the north of I-20 up to I-30. This is a line of extremely powerful and dangerous thunderstorms producing 80 to 100 mile an hour straight line winds and a 20 to 30 mile long longitudinal axis moving east from Highway 259 towards Highway 59. Folks out in Douglasville, Maud, Linden, Avenger to Jefferson to Nesbitt to Marshall, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. The wind is so strong, the radar is literally having issues telling how strong the data is. This whole de-aliasing issue we're seeing where the data is pink instead of blue. That's because there is literally a huge area of 100. I mean, honestly, at this point, we're seeing winds up to 110 miles an hour on the latest scan that just came in. Incredibly powerful winds from near Lone Star to Ore City to Diana, moving east towards Harlington. And understand, we may have tornadoes in this too. We don't have any tornado warnings, but we're dealing with such an incredibly powerful line of storms. This thing's probably spinning tornadoes up faster than we can see them on radar. Frankly, and I don't say this often, I'm not worried about the tornadoes. We have a 30-mile long line of 80 to 110 mile an hour winds flying east at 50 miles an hour. Trust me, a little spin-up tornado in the midst of all that is going to be the least of our problems. That's just going to make things a little bit more worse than already are going to be. So those of y'all down in, again, from near Gainesville, Lone Star, Ore City, you're probably not watching us now because your power's probably done. And you're probably wondering why it sounds like the world's ending outside. We got a line of storms flying off to the east. And again, this is going to be continuing to produce winds of 80, 90, 100, maybe 110 miles an hour as these storms fly east towards Marshall, Jefferson, Linden, Douglasville, Atlanta, Jefferson, Marshall, Smithland, Karnick, Bivens. And again, I'm just trying to name as many folks as I can because literally this is not good. This is the kind of thing that can really cause major problems in terms of infrastructure damage, in terms of knocking down thousands of trees, in terms of trees getting knocked on buildings and vehicles and, injuries and fatalities, broken windows, all that stuff. This is the kind of thing where I expect we're going to find many homes are going to have, even tree limbs that have impaled the sides of the house because of how strong these winds are. And again, those of you from near, here's the latest scan. Folks, we're not looking that high up. We're seeing winds 120 miles an hour on Highway 259 right now between Ore City and Lone Star. That is a Category 3 hurricane, an EF2 tornado. Except instead of dealing with that over the span of a few hundred yards in a tornado, we're dealing with this over the span of miles. So please understand, we got big problems. And I am hoping that we're not going to have fatalities out here from this. But understand, this is for all intensive purposes a situation where we have a line of storms producing a 20-mile longitudinal swath of tornado-like wind damage flying east towards Highway 59 at 50 miles an hour. If you know anyone in Linden, Jefferson, Marshall, Smithland, Atlanta, Karnick, Leah, Uncertain, Gray, McLeod, Domino, you need to call them and tell them to get into a safe place because they, for all intents and purposes, have a tornado coming. We got severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, these are sending off the wireless emergency alert system on your phones just like they would for a tornado warning because these destructive thunderstorm damage tags. So again, we got major problems, and this is not good. So we really need folks to be treating this like a tornado because for all intent and purposes, it is. This is going to be a very destructive storm, probably going to go down the record books, honestly, for damage out here. I hate to say that, and I don't like buying into hyperbole, but this is going to be incredibly destructive for tree damage and infrastructure damage. Moving into Avenger, Jefferson, Marshall, Linden, Atlanta, Lone Star, Dangerfield, to Ore City, just getting absolutely pummeled by 100 to 120 mile an hour winds right now. And understand, we're probably going to have damage surveys done in the following days to determine just how strong these winds are. But there are probably thousands upon thousands upon thousands of trees being knocked down right now around this very forested area. And understand, those are going to be falling on buildings, those are going to be falling on vehicles. Probably every road out here is going to be blocked by trees. And it is going to take a very long time to get all of those trees cut up and removed from roadways. I don't think this is a case where we have, just a couple trees blocking a road in a certain spot like you would if a tornado crossed the road. This is probably knocking down trees over a 15 to 20 mile long stretch of Highway 259. It's about to do the same darn thing to Highway 59 between Linden, Jefferson, the north sides of Marshall and Nesbitt. So again, this is a situation where we need folks to treat this like a tornado and get your butt into shelter now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. These storms are moving east at 50 miles an hour. When that initial surge of strong wind hits, there may still be strong winds for a good 20 minutes afterwards. We've got a very strong rear inflow jet aloft behind these storms, helping to push these storms off to the east. If I show you here on radar, this is a bow echo, and frankly, this is a derecho. It's not a big derecho in terms of it covering half a state, but we got winds behind us probably pushing this thing out east. We're going to have winds probably over 80, 90, 100 miles an hour, again, approaching Avenger now, and these winds could continue for quite a bit, even after the initial surge. So understand, not only are we going to be dealing with that initial surge of extremely destructive winds, these winds over 60 miles an hour could continue for 20, 30 minutes, and that's just going to exacerbate the damage. So again, those of you in Linden, Jefferson, Highway 59, all the way down to Marshall, you need to be in shelter now because this thing is coming and it is going to be a bad situation. Understand? And understand, we're probably going to have so many trees down on so many houses out here. I have great concern we're going to have injuries or worse. Because we all know how beautiful this portion of East Texas is, but boy, you get 100-mile-an-hour winds, you're going to knock a lot of trees down, and those trees can do a lot of damage. So understand, this is a major, severe weather situation in that we have the potential for 80 to 110-mile-an-hour winds right now from near Lone Star to Ore City, now arriving at Avenger to Lassiter. It'll be in portions of Jefferson to Linden in the coming 10 minutes. You can see we have another surge of wind now just northeast of Hallsville. Winds approaching 100 miles an hour. Up here, we have winds well over 100 miles an hour over a large area. And understand, while we are looking, how far up are we looking? We're looking maybe 3,000 feet. It is likely most of this wind is able to make it down to the surface based on the kind of wind damage we've heard of earlier this evening in portions of North Texas, southern Oklahoma. Understand, this is a derecho. This whole line of storms is probably going to be hauling itself into and throughout most Louisiana and Mississippi tonight. Understand, this is going to be a multi-state, major high-impact wind event, and unfortunately, most times we're at the starting gates, we get away without too many issues. Not this time. So again, there are multiple reports out of Lone Star right now of trees that have fallen on houses. And that's not even where the strongest winds are in the radar data. It's worse south of Highway 155, along and south of 155. So again, Avenger to Jefferson, the potential for winds over 100 miles per hour arriving shortly. And frankly, they may be even higher than that. I really, really, really cannot stress how serious of a situation this is with a forested area and structures everywhere, all right? We're going to have trees falling on so many things out here. It is a life-threatening situation if you do not take this seriously and put yourself in a safe place, all right? We all know trees can crush everything out here. So you need to do the best job you can of getting yourself as many walls between you and the outside as possible, because frankly, this is going to be a situation where I have great fear. We're going to hear about someone who got killed in their bedroom because a tree came falling through it. And understand, this is not going to end well. So we really need folks to put as many walls between them and the outside as possible. And understand, this is not good. We just got a report of 2-inch hail out of McKinney. I'm going to go back and look on my radar real quick. And I understand, we have a hailer in McKinney. And understand, hail is damaging, but this is a rare severe weather event that can kill people, and we have to prioritize life safety over, more broken car windows. I get it. It's impactful, it's inconvenient, it is nasty, it stinks, but at the same time, we dealt with that this week. This could kill people. So again, it is 12:43 a.m. on the 16th of June, 2023, covering an extremely dangerous, life-threatening wind event now across far eastern Texas. 80 to 110 mile-an-hour winds likely in Avenger to Ore City, almost to the north sides of Marshall, Nesbitt, and Hallsville. This line of extremely intense, severe storms moving east at 50 miles per hour. The potential for wind-driven hail, but this is most definitely a wind event. And understand, I have very little doubt most of the infrastructure out here in terms of power is going to be absolutely obliterated by the wind. This is the kind of wind that takes power infrastructure and just crumples it up and throws it in the ditch. So we're probably not going to have a whole lot of communication out here for a while, especially once generators start running out of gas at cell sites. And frankly, we've seen winds this high topple cell sites before. So it's going to be interesting to see if we have any sort of radio towers that have been crumpled up, or even any high tension power towers that have been crumpled up. Winds over 110 miles an hour, they'll crumple up high tension power line towers. Even metal ones. So again, here we go. Here is the weather radar. Let's go back. We'll look at McKinney real quick. I know we've got hail. We've got a severe storm that has the potential to produce golf ball size hail, now exiting McKinney to the east, moving down 380 over Princeton now, moving towards Farmersville. This storm is elevated above a more stable layer of air near the surface generated by earlier storms, so I'm not too worried about the threat of a tornado out of this. Hail, different story. And again, this is going to generally be moving towards Nevada, Caddo Mills, Greenville, Naylandville, Commerce, Campbell, Lono. Potential for golf ball size hail, maybe a bit bigger, as this dangerous storm also moves east at about 45 miles an hour. But we got big problems out here in East Texas. A line of severe storms capable and with a history of producing winds of 80 to 110 miles per hour. Now, from Avenger, approaching Jefferson, Marshall, Nesbitt, etc. And this line of storms is flying itself east at about 50 miles an hour. So again, those of you in Jefferson, Linden, Highway 59, all the way from Marshall to Linden, 59 is probably about to be impassable, for one, based on the trees. Two, storms moving east. And again, radar, I am going to smash you. We have heavy rain, maybe some small hail in Tyler. This bow echo pivoted east about 35 to 45 minutes ago, and that saved Tyler from getting a direct hit. But it turned it east, and it accelerated the wind speeds out of this, which brought the whole 100-mile-an-hour winds to Ore City. So Tyler, you're okay. I know it's loud. The Stormy is very proud of itself. It's showing off its lightning. You've got some small hail, gusty winds, but y'all aren't getting hit by a hurricane. Longview to Marshall to Nesbitt to Jefferson to Avenger, on the other hand, oh, we got problems. And let me tell you, we're going to have to keep an eye out for some of these signatures, too. These, sometimes when you start seeing this bow out like this, while you still have a bit of an inflow signature, that can occasionally spin up a tornado. But to be frank, I'm not... tornado or straight line winds, they're both going to produce major wind damage out here. So please understand, this is a case where the wind is producing tornado-like wind damage, except it's over a span of 15 to 20 miles instead of, a few hundred yards wide. Even large tornadoes. So again, we're probably about to have large-scale power outages from Longview to Marshall, all the way to Louisiana state line, the Arkansas state line, up Highway 59 to Linden. And again, these purples you're seeing, radar is detecting winds over 100 miles an hour. That could be making it down to the surface. Approaching Jefferson from Ore City. We've got winds on I-20. Radar showing winds closer to 75 to 80 miles an hour, in spots even higher. We could have wind up to 80, 90 miles an hour approaching Marshall, Nesbitt. And understand, even if these winds are closer to 80 miles an hour at the surface, based on how widespread this is, we're still going to lose a lot of trees. We're still going to have trees falling on homes and businesses and vehicles and structures, and we're still going to have a plethora of roads closed because they're blocked by trees, and we're still going to have a crazy amount of power infrastructure damage out here. So again, this line of intense storms producing 70 to 110 mile an hour winds racing east at about 50 miles an hour now from near Hallsville to Marshall to Nesbitt to Jefferson to Berea to Linden to Marietta, Texas. And again, these storms are going to be moving off to the east at about 50 miles an hour, which means they're going to be out of the state here in the next 30 minutes, but we're going to have a whole lot of wind damage left behind. Oh, we got problems, Marshall. Marshall, we're seeing a surge of extremely strong winds, maybe 90 miles an hour, about to enter Marshall from the west. So again, Marshall, take your tornado safety precautions. Again, we're about to have tornado-like winds produce significant wind damage in the city of Marshall. We could have winds 80 to 100 miles an hour. That could potentially produce quite a bit of damage, knock down a lot of trees. Power infrastructure is going to be a mess. And again, trees fall on homes, businesses, structures, vehicles. Trees block roads. We don't want anyone getting killed tonight because a tree came flying through their bedroom. And understand, that is a real danger out here. I'm not saying that to be, sarcastic or funny. I'm being serious when I say I am really worried people are going to be killed out here this morning because trees came falling through their bedroom roof and ended up crushing them. And understand, that is a major concern here in East Texas. For those of you who haven't visited this part of the world before, understand, I know a lot of people think of Texas Texas is roaming plains, cattle, farms, etc. East Texas is, for all intent and purposes, more like Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi in terms of terrain and trees, vegetation, than the rest of Texas. There are forests out here, very heavily forested areas, and this kind of wind will cause major, major, major tree damage. And we're going to have trees falling all over the place. And there is real concern here. We're going to have major problems from trees falling on buildings. And I mean, if you want to go down an even worse path, we could have issues if people are out driving this evening, and they end up plowing into a tree going highway speed because they didn't know a tree was down. So again, we need folks to be in shelter if they're in Marshall, if they're in Uncertain, if they're eventually this is going to be in Wascom, Jefferson, you need to be in shelter. And again, the radar data continues to show a large area of 80, 90, 100, even 110 mile-an-hour winds. And all this is flying east. And there's a new scan. You can see Jefferson. You need to be in a safe place now. Understand, this is radar data showing winds approaching that of a Category 3 hurricane, 110 to 115 miles per hour. Understand. And that's just where it's the worst. We got widespread winds of, 60, 70, 80. I mean, if you want to look at the radar data, look how far back this wind goes. This is the rear inflow jet. When I say these storms are going to hit, but then it may stay really, really, really windy for like 20 to 30 minutes. This is why. I mean, here, let me just put a marker on here and see if I can't measure how far back this goes. Understand, we're going to have strong winds continuing for probably 30 minutes. For example, this is showing winds over 60 miles an hour still ongoing all the way back to Gilmer on the backside of this storm. So understand, this is for all intensive purposes. I don't know a better way to compare it than saying, okay, we have it's a hurricane for all intensive purposes in terms of the wind speeds and the width of the wind fields here. Understand, obviously we're going to have some areas that may get 60, 70 mile an hour winds, which is damaging. Some areas in the purple of doom probably going to be over 100 miles an hour. And understand, just nothing good is going to come out of this. So if we can mitigate loss of life to the best of our ability, that's what we're going to do. So again, if you're in Jefferson, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, put on a helmet, and put on hard sole shoes. I mean, for all intent and purposes, you've got minutes, and probably the power's already out in Jefferson, to be honest. Marshall, guess what? You're about to deal with the same exact thing. You could have winds 80, 90 miles an hour in Marshall within the next several minutes. There's the latest scan, and there we go. We're showing winds of 80 plus miles an hour in the city of Marshall. Even higher than that. So again, even if these are only, 70, 80, 90 mile an hour winds, that is still very dangerous. And understand, this whole purple area, each one of these pixels is about half a kilometer. So understand, when we're talking about winds, 100, 90, 105, we're not talking about just over a small area like a tornado. Here, I'm going to try to measure this. Again, look, we're talking an area 10 miles long that could have winds over 100 miles an hour right now, moving on to Highway 59 at Highway 49 and Jefferson. So for all intent and purposes, if you want to think about it, that is like a 10-mile wide EF1, EF2 tornado. Does that help make it a little more explainable? And this is moving east at 50 miles an hour, riding Highway 49. After Jefferson, it's going to be visiting Smithland and Gray, Uncertain, Karnak, Leah, Scottsville, Wascom. All right, now the good news is, if there is any, Linden, I don't know if this is just a radar artifact or what, but y'all may be missing out on this. Those of you in Marietta to Douglasville, radar's not showing as intense storms, but again, that might just be the radar not being able to see it past this. And here we go. Here's another update. You can see nasty winds in Marshall. And then, I mean, look, we're going off the scale with the colors here. I mean, look, I mean, we are not looking all that far away from this radar site. You know, sometimes I tell you we're looking 10,000 feet above the ground. What might be going on at 10,000 feet? Probably not at the surface. We're looking at 1,800 feet above the surface right now. And the more east this goes, the lower this radar beam gets. So understand, the radar beam seeing 120-mile-an-hour winds at 1,800 feet above the ground means there's probably 100 to 110-mile-an-hour winds at the surface. And this is not good. Okay, now let me zoom out. Let me try to give some clears for folks. Stop it. Okay, so let's go ahead and give some clears. Ore City, you're clear. Lone Star, you're clear. Avenger, it's still windy, but you're going to be clear soon. Gilmer down to East Mound to Longview. It's still windy, but the worst is to the east. We know Tatum, for what it's worth, we could have some strong winds and hail with the storm near Tatum, also moving east. And again, the Weather Service has been using the destructive thunderstorm tag, which acts like a tornado warning in that it sets off all the alarms, the weather radios, the wireless emergency alerts on cell phones, etc. So a lot of folks out in East Texas getting woken up wondering what in the blazes is going on. You want to know? There's a 10-mile wide EF2-like tornado hitting Jefferson, Texas. Straight line winds of 100 to 110 miles an hour. We're going to have straight line winds of 70 to 90 miles an hour in Marshall right now. Widespread damage likely in terms of infrastructure damage to power lines, communication lines. If we do have winds over 100 miles an hour, that's probably crumpling up cell phone towers, radio towers. That's strong enough to crumple those things up and bend them over. Frankly, the same thing might be true for high-tension power lines. We honestly might be losing high-tension power, you know, the big old metals structures. Some of those may be getting bent over by the strongest of these winds. And it takes a strong tornado to do that, and that's the kind of wind speeds we're talking about near Jefferson. All right, let's go back to North Texas. Let's talk about the thunderstorm capable of producing a golf ball to hen egg-sized hail. Approaching Josephine and Greenville. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball to hen egg size hail. That's 2 inches in diameter. The potential there also for localized winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour. Not really worried about the tornado issue at this point. Again, let me see if I can't get a hail marker on here to pop up. There we go. Again, this storm is moving east-southeast about 45 miles an hour. Caddo Mills, the next 10 minutes. Nevada, pretty much now. Farmersville, now. Lone Oak, about 125 to 130. Quinlan, 120 to 125. East Tawakoni, about 135, 140. Point, 139 to 145. Emory, about 145 to 150. Eventually, Alba, about 2 a.m. This supercell capable of producing golf ball to maybe hen egg size hail. Localized damaging winds. Otherwise, we have a severe storm drop and relatively angry amounts of hail on Marietta, Oklahoma again. This is going to be crossing into Grayson County, so those of you north of Whitesboro, you're going to be in for another round of hail. Dexter, Carlsberg, Gordonville, another round of hail eventually in the next 25 minutes by about 125 to 130. Potential for hail in Pottsboro by 145, South Maid by 145. Potential for this to bring another round of damaging hail to Sherman by 2 a.m., maybe 1:55. So I said this was going to be a long evening, a long night. We've been here, 8 hours now, and we're still here. We're not going anywhere. All right, let's go back to the hurricane. We got winds 90 to 110 miles an hour now in Jefferson, Texas. About to move into uncertain, which is very near the Texas-Louisiana border. For what it's worth, this whole nightmare is moving directly towards the Shreveport metro. And let me tell you, we do not need 90 to 110 mile an hour winds hitting a highly populated metro. You want to talk about problems. Having the forest thing is a problem. Hitting a city of hundreds of thousands of people with a comparable Cat 2 hurricane in the middle of the night is just asking for bad things to happen. More caffeine. So let's talk about who's clear. Avenger, Ore City, East Mound to Longview. It may still be windy, but you should be clear. at this point. Again, we're still live. We're live on the YouTubes, the Twitter, the Facebags, the TikToks, the TSC mobile app, the TSC website. So we're going to keep going and understand. Smithland, Karnak, uncertain and gray. You're about to be hit by 80-plus mile-an-hour winds. The potential for winds to exceed 100 miles an hour. We've got a hail core moving into Caddo Mills, Josephine, Nevada, Royce City, moving towards Cache. Quinlan, and these guys had 80-mile-an-hour winds an hour and a half ago, and we're doing this again. Absolutely ridiculous. This is the craziest mid-June I can remember, and I'm old. This is what happens when you combine April-like kinematics, wind shear, jet stream with the thermodynamics of June. You get derechos, you get 5.5 to 6 inch hail, you get tornadoes, you just get migraines. But we're still here. Meteorologist Jason Cooley was kind enough to give me a bit of a break earlier. I got to eat. I got to take some go-go juice. And you'd be surprised the ability to refresh when you don't have to talk or think for 30 minutes. It's a glorious thing after 6.5 hours of coverage. But you know what? I'm back. I'm definitely not Superman. Jason Cooley's the go, let me tell you. He did the coverage, and he's our main video guy here at Texas Storm Chasers. He edits all the video. He collaborates with the Chasers, gets all the video ingested, edited. He's head of the moderator team. He is king of the world. I'm just a guy who talks on camera, just like I'd talk to myself if I wasn't on camera, which is probably the scary thing. But you know what? It's okie dokie. So, line of severe storms capable of producing winds 70, 80, 90, 100, maybe 110 miles an hour. Now over Jefferson, down into Marshall, entering uncertain to Scottsville. This will be in Wascom here in the next several minutes. And again, we're not looking high off the ground here, which is why my concern level is considerable. Again, literally, we are looking at this point 900 feet above the ground. We are looking at storms at times 10,000 feet above the ground. When the radar is showing 120 mile an hour winds 1,000 feet above the ground, we are in big doo-doo because those winds are probably making it down to the ground almost in the 90th percentile. So again, these storms moving east 50 miles an hour. And understand, we are going to see damage. There's going to be an insane amount of wind damage out here. I don't even want to think of how many trees are coming down, and I don't want to think of how many homes and businesses, vehicles are being pummeled by trees falling down right now. And understand, probably if people are driving out here right now, we're probably going to have people trapped in vehicles on roads that are completely inundated by dozens of trees. And pray to God none of those trees fell on the vehicles and crushed them. But there is seriously a considerable threat here that we could have people that have died out here this morning from falling trees. And you know, most people in Texas don't think about that because, well, they think Texas, cowboys, rodeo, plains, cities, etc. Until you get into East Texas, east of Interstate 45, where for all intent and purposes, it's just the western portion of Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi. We got forests. It's a beautiful place. It is a nightmare to storm chase, but it is a beautiful place. But you get this kind of a derecho in East Texas with all these trees, and oh, sweet mama, bad things happen. And again, it's entirely possible that we end up with, I'm going to have to go look at Interstate 20, depending on this wind on I-20. It's possible I-20 has trees down blocking it. I know we're already starting to get reports out of Pittsburgh, Camp counties, out of Pittsburgh and Camp County. Apparently, we do have people trapped on FM 16 because trees fell. And understand, that's probably going to be a pretty common thing tonight. It is not going to be a good idea to drive tonight if you are anywhere between, say, Tyler up to Lone Star to Linden to Douglasville, down 59 to Marshall on I-20. I guess Tyler's fine, but Longview north to Naples, Douglasville south to I-20, don't bother. I mean, it might be the better part of a day before they get all the trees cleared off every road out there, and that's assuming, you know, they're not having to do other things first, like rescue people out of homes that have been crushed by trees. And understand, this is over 25 miles wide, dew points near 80 degrees, and this thing's almost 70,000 feet tall. This whole thunderstorm complex, almost 70,000 feet tall. This is the epitome of pissed off derecho. And let me tell you, this whole thing is probably going to make it to the Gulf Coast near Mobile, Alabama by later today. This is going to be a multi-state, several hundred-mile journey for this derecho. And it is going to be one expensive derecho at that. All right, so let's get back to it. Let's go look at these storms back in North Texas again. We got a severe storm warning now for portions of Grayson County, northeastern Cook County, like the fourth one tonight. Severe storm, west sides of Lake Texoma, moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour. We could have ping pong the golf ball size hail, winds of 60. This is moving southeast towards Whitesboro, Pottsboro, Gordonville, Denison, Knollwood, Sherman, Luella, Tombing, Whitewright, Bells. Again, another round of heavy rain, another round of maybe damaging hail, strong winds. And maybe, if we're lucky, that'll be the last one tonight. This storm near Caddo Mills, moving towards Cache, is trying to become more problematic in the hail department, now showing the potential, again, for 2-inch hail. It might be a bit bigger than that, to be frank. Well-organized supercell, but hopefully elevated above a more stable layer of air near the surface left over from storms earlier this morning, which would hopefully keep any sort of tornado threat nil, but we haven't had issues with tornadoes in a few hours. We're definitely having issues with damaging winds, and this storm may still have the capability of producing some strong wind as well as it moves southeast at about 45 miles an hour. Again, east Tawakoni about 135, Emory 150, maybe near Grand Saline 2 a.m., Alba maybe 2 a.m., moving southeast. So again, this could impact portions of places like Mineola, maybe around Tyler again later. All right, our bow echo of doom is almost out of the state and unfortunately on its way to create quite a nightmare across northwestern Louisiana and the Shreveport Metro this morning. So again, these storms around Jefferson to Marshall to Scottsville to Uncertain, showing winds now of 90 to 100 miles an hour at about 700 to 900 feet above the ground. Translates to probably 75 to 90 miles an hour down to the surface, capable of producing widespread wind damage, the potential for quite a bit of tree damage. Trees could fall on buildings, structures, homes, vehicles, etc. Nothing good's going to come of that. But again, this is moving east at 50 miles an hour. Could be a direct threat to life and property in Greenwood, Louisiana, the entire Shreveport Metro, with the potential for 80 to 90, maybe even 100-mile-an-hour winds. All right, let's look a little further south. We're also seeing some strong storms, maybe some quarter-size hail, winds up to 60 miles an hour. So lower winds, but still severe, from near Beckville out to Wascom. This storm is general part of the bow echo, at least, is also moving east-southeast, almost 60 miles an hour. So this thing's flying. It's going to be over Highway 79, northeast of Carthage here, near DeBerry, probably by about 1:20 this morning. After that, it's going to cross into Louisiana, near Longstreet, Louisiana, by about 1:40 a.m. So again, we're seeing winds that are just not good out of this. And we're going to have, I guarantee you, we are going to have widespread wind damage out here. We may not know about it until later today because of damage to power infrastructure, communications, and the fact every road imaginable is going to be blocked by dozens to hundreds of trees. But we are going to have a lot of wind damage, probably all the way from near Dingerfield down to Lone Star, Ore City, maybe north of Longview, all the way east to Highway 59, from south of Linden to Jefferson, all the way down to Marshall, and then, again, probably all the way up to places like Smithland, Leah, maybe even Atlanta. Okay, probably not all the way up to Atlanta. Y'all got saved, but Smithland for sure. And again, these blue colors you're seeing, these are winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour, and the radar beam, literally the radar's right there. We're looking a couple hundred feet above the ground. So these winds are probably making it down to the surface. I mean, here, there's a 90 mile an hour reading just northwest of Wascom, just northeast of Scottsville. You want to know how high up that is off the radar beam? Let's look. We are literally looking at this point, like 900 feet. So folks out here definitely need to continue taking their tornado safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest room, center floor, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet are a good idea, but at this point, the storm's probably already there. All right, let's press that. And again, we're looking even lower now. We're looking about 600 feet, 80, 90 mile an hour winds. Again, Marshall, I'd be surprised if most of Marshall had power at this point. And again, uncertain, Jefferson, strong winds continue up to Smithland, and these storms continue racing east at 55 to 60 miles an hour. But they'll be out of the state soon. Further south, we're seeing nasty winds all the way down now towards Marshall. North of Carthage, this will be moving towards DeBerry. And understand, even though we may not be talking about it, we've got wind damage all the way back to places like Mount Pleasant, Sulphur Springs. We had 80 mile an hour winds back southwest of Greenville and Cattle Mills earlier. We have a lot of wind damage across northeast Texas, the Arklatex, and East Texas. And we're not going to know the gist of it all until later today after sunrise, but, I mean, it is not good. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of people without power, and that number's only going to go up out here. All right, let's go take a look at the storms back in North Texas. Severe storm capable of ping pong ball to golf ball size hail now over Interstate 30 between Royce City and Caddo Mills. This will be crossing Highway 34 near just north of Quinlan the next 10 minutes. East Tawakoni by 1:35, Emory by about 1:45 to 1:50, Alba by about 2 a.m., Grand Saline about 2 a.m. If this storm continues, and it might, it could be a threat to Lindale, Mineola, Tyler with some hail later. Not really a wind maker, but a hail maker. Further north, hopefully our last and final hailer of the night to move in and out of Oklahoma. Crossing over 377. It's over Dexter now. It could have golf ball size hail. It might be bigger than that. I really hope not. I'm tired of tennis balls. This will be crossing over 377 near Gordonville around 125. Pottsboro off Preston Road or 289 around 140 to 145. South down to Whitesboro. South Maid about 145. Knollwood, west sides of Sherman, 145 to 150. And then the city of Sherman proper, 155-ish. Luella, about 2 a.m. Could be in Whitewright around 2:15. Again, that could have quite a bit of hail. And for those asking why I'm not worried about a tornado with this storm with the hook, this storm is a bit elevated above the surface. A stable layer of air is set up behind the storms earlier this evening. So while this storm is still capable of producing hail, it has access to all the instability and wind shear aloft in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. The low levels of the atmosphere are stabilized. So it is extremely difficult to produce a tornado and even damaging winds behind this main line of storms because they took all the low-level thermodynamics out of play. And be happy about it, too, because otherwise we'd have a tornado outbreak, and we don't need that. Ooh. Okay. So the Sonic and that loves Baskin Robbins there in Wascom. This is incredible. This is literally 500 to 600 feet above the ground, which means a vast majority, over 95% of it, is probably translating down to the surface. We're seeing winds of 115 to 125 miles an hour. Folks, we're talking about a strong tornado, a Category 3 hurricane. So, Wascom, you're pretty much out of time, but it is about to be a very, very, very bad morning. if you're in Wascom or if you're on I-20 between Wascom and Marshall. Honestly, I'm not going to be surprised that the interstate's blocked by dozens or hundreds of downed trees. It's not good. Jacob Sharpie 97, one more fake report like that, and you're going into the dumpster forever. There's not a tornado in Royce City. We don't tolerate such fake reports. Especially after doing this for 8 hours. Luckily, we have a great moderation team that know how to put people in dumpsters. So again, widespread winds, the potential for 120 mile an hour winds approaching Wascom right now in far east Texas on Interstate 20. The potential for 75 to 85 mile an hour winds continuing in places like Marshall to Scottsville. Those will start coming on down in the next several minutes as this storm continues to move east. The potential for downright bad things to happen in Greenwood to Shreveport as this bow echo moves east. You can see we just got an update. Winds continue to be around 115 miles an hour, and we're looking about 500 to 600 feet above the ground. I'm going to double check that. 580 feet above ground level. Uh-oh. Wascom, thank you. So again, this whole bow echo is starting to move into Louisiana at this point. We could have strong winds, maybe 50 to 60 miles an hour, maybe a bit of hail in Carthage up Highway 79 through DeBerry, moving east into Louisiana. But again, this whole thing is going to be out of the state in the next 30 minutes with damaging winds. And then we're going to be left with the storms further west that are capable of still producing, at times, golf ball to tennis ball size hail. One storm again coming into Quinlan, moving southeast, east-southeast, about 45 miles an hour. Second storm now on Highway 377 around Gordonville, showing a nasty hail signature. We haven't had any recent reports, but at least golf ball size hail probable, if not higher. And this is going to be moving directly towards the city of Sherman. It'll be getting in there by 1:50 to 1:55 a.m. Again, this storm is continuing to show signs it may be producing hail larger in the size of golf balls as it moves southeast at a brisk 45 miles an hour. Back on East Texas, actually, we haven't done this in a while. Let's take a state view. I'm going to turn the SAT data off because we don't need Big Blue of Doom. We already know there's storms. Let's take a look at the radar. And again, this is just going to show you the radar over the last 2 hours to give you an idea of where these storms have been, where they're moving, and their speed. So again, the derecho of storms in East Texas, about to move into northwest Louisiana, impact several parishes there with 80 to 110 mile an hour winds. We have, once that's out of here, our main wind threat for tonight's going to be done. We're going to be left with a hail threat from these individual storms further west. Those storms moving east-southeast, much more isolated. The potential for quarter to tennis ball size hail. The Weather Service in Shreveport is evacuating the office to take shelter. I don't think I've ever heard that from a bow echo before. Jason, if you're listening, Shreveport's having to take shelter, and Fort Worth is taking over warning ops. Longview has recorded a 63 mile an hour wind gust out of the west. That was back at 1 a.m. And they missed the strongest part of that. So that definitely is problematic. Starting to get a lot of tree down info out of Rusk County from emergency management again. It's just not going to be good. Getting reports of Marshall, pretty much as expected, got annihilated. Trees down all over the place. Most of town without power. That's about to happen in Wascom, or Wascom, whatever, soon. So again, after this bow echo is out of Texas, after we're done having 120-mile-an-hour winds in WASCOM, we're going to see strong winds continue across portions of East Texas over the next probably 20 minutes on the backsides of these storms. Severe storm just crossed over Interstate 30 near between Royce City and Greenville. Technically, Royce City up to Caddo Mills, moving southeast towards Quinlan. That storm is moving southeast at about 50 miles an hour, the potential for very large hail. Golf ball size hail, not too worried about super strong winds, not worried about tornadoes. And that's generally tracking down Highway 69 towards Lone Oak, Emory, Alba, Mineola. Could be in Mineola by 2:15 a.m., quarter to golf ball size hail. Severe storm now crossing into Texas from Oklahoma. Again, like the fourth time tonight in Grayson County. Potential for at least golf ball size hail falling over Gordonville, moving southeast. Interesting. I haven't had radar update on Fort Worth in about 10 minutes. There's an update. So again, hail core over, probably over Gordonville now up to Whitesboro. Let me switch back to, okay, there we go. There's the new scan. So again, that storm, that'll be in the city of Sherman probably by 1:45 at this point. It's speeding up. Supercell now southeast of Interstate 30, approaching Quinlan. Not worried about a tornado with that before y'all freak out at the hook. I'm not going to go into reasons why. I'm just not. You can laugh at me all you want. It makes no difference. Trust me, I mispronounce so many town names. It's hilarious. It's okay, though. Again, this is crossing over Highway 34. This will be in West Waukene in the next several minutes. Potential for golf ball size hail. Moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour. Just had golf ball size hail reporting in Gordonville back with this storm, so that makes sense. Potential for golf ball size hail moving into places like Pottsboro, South Maid, Sherman, Knollwood over the next 25 minutes, and hopefully that'll be the last severe storm we have to deal with up there tonight, because I'm really tired of it. And then pretty much, there's going to be hundreds of trees, if not thousands, down over here in East Texas. I'm not going to even, we'll let the news cover that. Let's focus on what we need to focus on, and that's the weather. Here is the latest scan. You can see winds moving into northwest Louisiana, past Greenwood, approaching Shreveport. And again, wouldn't be surprising if we lose that radar site either from a communication outage or hopefully the wind's not strong enough to put a dent in it. I know if you get winds above about 120, they tend to start those radomes start taking some damage. Otherwise, our focus, well, let's look at this real quick. Back through Carthage to Henderson, the potential for wind 60 to 70 miles an hour. Can't rule out some nickel to quarter size hail. These storms from DeBerry to Carthage, back west to Henderson, are much, much weaker than the complex now entering northwest Louisiana with hurricane force winds. But these still could be strong. They could knock some trees down, produce some quarter size hail. After that, we're going to be down to 2 storms we have to deal with. And hopefully that's it. Severe storm number 1 will be over Quinlan, moving east-southeast towards East Tawakoni, the Tawakoni State Park, the lake, by 1:35 a.m. Emory, this may pass near or just southwest of Emory. It's kind of turning more right around 150, crossing Highway 19. Grand Saline by 2 a.m., Mineola by 2:15 a.m., and thereafter maybe Lindale by 2:25 a.m. Those asking what radar I use, this is a product called WSV3. So again, once this bow echo makes it out of East Texas, our main issue for the rest of the night is going to be hail. I know, it's the 6th or 7th day we've done this now, but hopefully, we might be down to the last couple days. Hopefully. Severe storm now east of Highway 377. Still golf ball size hail probably falling just to east or in Gordonville. We'll likely have golf ball size hail, maybe a little bit bigger in Pottsboro down to South Maid over the next several minutes. The hail core loft is intensifying, indicated by this radar algorithm. And again, this storm could bring another damaging hailstorm to Sherman by 1:45 a.m. The potential in Knollwood a couple minutes earlier. Luella to Bells, maybe 10 minutes later, so 2 to 205. And then this might ride Highway 6 or Highway 11 and then Highway 69 all the way down towards Whitewright Trenton with damaging hail. And I know some of these areas are probably dealing with some wind damage from the earlier storm that looked like it tried to spin a tornado up just southwest of Trenton. It has been a very long day. And that day doesn't even include the tornado up in Perryton, the Texas Panhandle, which I already talked about earlier. And, well, my outright failure to cover it, and that was not good. But I'm not going to go into that at 1:30 in the morning. Needless to say, the list of things we have to improve on. It may be Friday, but it feels like a Monday. But that's okay. You live, you learn, you improve. If you quit learning, you're dead. So again, hail core now, just east of Gordonville down to Sadler, moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour towards the city of Sherman, Knollwood. The potential for at least golf ball size hail, but the hail core loft is indicating it may actually be closer to 2-inch or higher than 2 inches in diameter. You can see a tornado spinning up just east of the Texas state line. So this thing just almost put a tornado down east of DeBerry, but it literally waited until it crossed into Louisiana before spinning up. See that little hook echo there? Again, that's in northwest Louisiana at this point. Worst of this bow echo, and you can see bow echo very clearly. That's what we mean by bow echo. Rear inflow jet from strong winds aloft, pushing it out the apex of that bow. But that is about to be Louisiana's problem, and we will give it to them and wish them luck. Which means those of you, Jefferson, Marshall, you're clear from this. It's still raining. There's probably still wind, but you're clear. Jefferson, Marshall, you're clear. Carthage, you've got some heavy rain, maybe some hail, strong winds at this point, but definitely not to the extent that we saw back in Marshall, Jefferson, back to Avenger, north of Longview. We're probably going to lose this Shreveport radar soon. If that can actually maintain comms, I'm going to be impressed. But given the wind damage ongoing out there, would not be surprised if they lose the ability to communicate that data out. All right. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail near East Tawakoni, crossing over Highway 276 west of Emory, east of Quinlan. This storm's showing a pretty healthy hail core at this point. The potential for golf ball size hail may be something a wee bit larger, moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. Highway 19 south of Emory over the next 20 to 25 minutes. Crossing Highway 80 from Grand Saline to Mineola over the next, 35 to 50 minutes. And then northwest storm, the potential for nasty sauce in terms of hail. The potential for at least golf ball size hail. It might be bigger. In Pottsboro, Sadler, moving towards Knollwood, Southmaid, and unfortunately the city of Sherman. It'll be there within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Again, the potential there for significant hail. It may be ping pong the golf ball size. It may end up being bigger. And then after that, we're going to be down to really just two severe storms in the state. The hailer near Quinlan, the hailer approaching Sherman. This bow echo is about to be out of the state and into Louisiana. In fact, you can see that tornado warning for this circulation southwest of Stonewall, Louisiana in DeSoto and Caddo parishes, with the tornado warning for Caddo and DeSoto Parish issued by the National Weather Service back in Fort Worth because Shreveport had to take shelter because they're under the gun from 100-mile-an-hour winds. So that's the first time the Weather Service has issued a tornado warning in Louisiana. But that goes to show you the backup plans these offices have. If Shreveport gets hit, the Weather Service in Fort Worth is able to back them up. Honestly, any office in the country could back them up. We've seen that with hurricanes before, where the Weather Service is in San Antonio, Corpus Christi, and Brownsville, maybe doing some work for, say, the Key West National Weather Service office if they get taken out by a hurricane and lose the ability to have communications. So looks like Facebook just hit the magical 8-hour mark and quit. So that's another beautiful thing of Facebook, that it turns streams off after 8 hours. So again, we're going to be watching both of these storms we're still dealing with. The one crossing east of Quinlan on Highway 35-276 with the potential for ping pong, the golf ball size hail. Severe storm approaching the city of Sherman with the potential for at least golf ball size hail. And again, it sounds like a lot of stations in Shreveport may have gotten taken off the air, so I guess we'll keep talking about this. Leading edge of this damaging straight line winds now from near Belcher, Louisiana, Benton, Louisiana, east sides of Shreveport, near downtown Shreveport, really, down towards near Stonewall. We have a potential tornado with damaging straight line winds near I'm going to mispronounce this, Keachie, Louisiana. That's moving towards Interstate 49, towards Grand Cane, Kingston, and Mansfield, Louisiana, in DeSoto Parish. I want to be absolutely, positively clear when I say that we're talking about DeSoto Parish, Louisiana. And the reason I'm talking about this is because it sounds like Shreveport's lost a lot of data, or at least some of the stations out there maybe have lost their ability to transmit. So we'll talk about this for a while yet. Again, leading edge of destructive winds, potential for 70, 80, maybe even 90-mile-an-hour winds, spin up tornadoes from near Keachie, Louisiana, Stonewall, Mississippi, Louisiana, all the way up now to the east sides of Shreveport, moving towards Red Chute on I-20, all the way up to Benton, Belcher, Gillum. Definitely thinking the strongest winds are going to be from near Benton, Louisiana, down to almost near Red Chute, east of 220 and 20 split off on the east sides of Shreveport, down Interstate 49 through southern Shreveport to near Stonewall, Keachie. Eventually, this is going to be impacting Grand Cane and Mansfield. And again, you notice that tornado warning for central DeSoto and southwestern Caddo parishes, which is their name for counties, in Louisiana. But again, we're still seeing indications of extremely strong straight-line winds from near Keachie to Stonewall, back up to the east sides of Shreveport. The radar is still transmitting data somehow, but again, we're looking like 200 feet above the ground, still seeing widespread 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to likely knock out most of the power, knock down a lot of trees, all that, as these storms move east at about 50 miles an hour. So those of you in Red Chute, Louisiana, you're under the gun. Eventually, this is going to be moving towards Elm Grove, Louisiana, Ringgold, Louisiana, Sibley, Louisiana. They're on Louisiana Highway 7, Minden, Louisiana on Interstate 20, east of Houghton and Silgo, Caplis, Forbin, I'm not even going to say that, Ninock to Westdale. Again, the potential for 70 to 90-mile-an-hour straight-line winds. Can't rule up spin-out tornadoes. And again, that is in portions of Louisiana. Back in Texas, 2 supercell thunderstorms, each trying to be rather pissed off in their own special way. In the hail department, potential for ping pong ball to golf ball size hail approaching Emory. This storm is not tornadic. I don't think it's going to be tornadic. We'll keep an eye on it, obviously, but it's definitely a hailer. Why are these intensifying is my main question. I mean, can we not? It's almost 2 in the morning. You know, typically we get a big round of storms. The atmosphere is too stable. Then you end up with, I guess, April kinematics or wind shear with June thermodynamics. And I guess the atmosphere is like, hey, let's just keep on going. Ooh, it's the Energizer Bunny. So again, golf ball size hail, maybe larger. On Highway 276 near East Hawakanee right now in Point, Lone Oak, moving southeast, crossing over Highway 19 from Emory south over the next 15 minutes near Alba by 2 a.m., Mineola by 2:15, and thereafter it may go say hi to Hawkins. How about Lindale to areas just west of Hawkins by 2:30 a.m. this morning if it continues, which it might because, well, why not? We've got a severe storm approaching and entering the city of Sherman. That could have quarter to golf ball size hail. And we're also noticing new storms trying to fire back southwest to Collinsville to Valley View. Those could have small hail, heavy rain, and lightning. I am going to be beyond livid if this fires back into Denton County. In fact, I might just start hitting my head on this desk because it has been a long week, a long day, and I would prefer it to stop. But that's okay. You know, we said we'd be doing long-form coverage. I didn't think it would be this long, but unfortunately, we didn't start it early enough yesterday, and we didn't cover the Perryton tornado. We didn't have any of our chasers there to show live video, and the Amarillo radar was a good 9 to 10,000 feet above the ground, the beam height, so I was concerned we wouldn't be able to give a very good representation of where any tornado would have been near Perryton, but unfortunately, we weren't there in person, you know, documenting it visually, and we didn't cover it on live like we said we try to do. And probably, you know, the Weather Service will go out and rate the tornado later today, but it was probably in the EF2, EF3 range based on some of the damage I've seen. And yes, it does sound like there have been fatalities. It sounds like there have been many injuries and major damage. And let me tell you, not being there covering that, that's on me. And that's probably going to go down as the worst blunder I've made this year. But, well, there is no but. All right, let's keep on going with the stormies. Okay, let's go back. We'll deal with this stuff in Louisiana. Leading edge of the Bow Echo now from near Benton to Red Chute to Stonewall. Well, let's do it this way. From near Red Chute in Princeton, Louisiana to Silgo, Louisiana, Elm Grove, Louisiana, back southwest to Carmel, Louisiana, Mansfield, Louisiana, Stanley, Louisiana. And again, we're covering this because apparently a lot of folks out here have lost their ability to watch local coverage. Seeing winds could be in excess of 90 miles an hour there on I-20 approaching Interstate 220 on the east sides of Shreveport, seeing winds near 100 miles an hour on Interstate 49, very near where that West Loop is. I don't know why that's not on here, but I do remember being able to take a, I don't know if it's Interstate 220 or what that is, that you go to the southwest sides of Shreveport up and connect with I-220 on the west sides, but whatever highway that is, that's about where that 100-mile-an-hour wind's showing up on the weather radar. And the weather radar is like 4 miles away, so there's probably 100-mile-an-hour winds there. And again, this is going to continue moving east at 55 to 60 miles an hour. A direct threat to probably places like Ruston, Arcadia, Minden, Louisiana, Ringgold, Lucky, Jonesboro, Ashland, Louisiana, probably down to Winfield at some point. Again, there is a high probability this thing is just going to go scoot its happy self all the way down like that tonight. And it's probably going to make it into Mississippi, and it may make it down to Mobile, Alabama by later today. as a derecho. Long-lived line of intense hurricane force wind producing thunderstorms. All right, let's go back into Texas. It is 1:39 on the 16th of June, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Buddy-in-Chief David-Reimer. We are in Hour 8 of severe weather coverage, dealing with a thunderstorm now capable of producing golf ball-sized hail near East Hawakanee. Moving towards Emory, it'll be on Emory and Highway 19 in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Generally moving towards Grand Saline, Mineola, Alba. May pass near and north of Lindale. It's going to stay north of Tyler, but it's going to make it to near Hawkins and Winona in the next hour, and it may stick around through, until it gets out of the state, and we'll see. Obviously, it's not showing any sort of weakening right now. Little line segment now of maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail around Sherman. Heavy rain that's going to exacerbate the ongoing flooding from earlier this evening. We're also starting to see storms trying to fire back into southeastern Cook, northern Denton County. At this point, they are not severe there. Just some heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning, maybe pea-size hail. And hopefully it'll stay that way. And yeah, we're going to have a lot of damage out here from this line of severe storms from earlier. Nothing good's going to come of that. Yeah, we're expecting hail in Sherman right now. Please let us know how big that hail ended up being, by the way, if you're able. When it's safe to do so, please don't go outside and look at hail while it's falling. Yeah, if you're in Fort Worth looking north, you've just gotten to see all these storms popping up all night. If I wasn't doing this severe weather coverage, I might have set up in Denton County and done lightning photography. Oh, yeah, I was afraid East Texas, Kilgore, I was afraid that area would have a lot of down trees, and I'm sorry you I'm sorry you have that tree damage, but thank you for taking the time to let us know. I'm going to turn this off. We're going to turn the other radar back on and just let it loop over the last hour, at least let y'all know where storms are going and stuff. Sorry, I'm just checking on some things. Oh, well, Jason, if you want to do some coverage, you're welcome to. If you want to go to bed, I highly encourage it. Hoping we're going to be calming down here by 2 a.m. Start looking at the forecast for today and Saturday. Yay. Yeah, well, I'm afraid we're going to have a lot of damage in East Texas, Northwest Louisiana. The good news is the damaging wind aspect of this event is about over for Texas. The storms we're going to have left are going to have hail, but not too worried about damaging winds or tornadoes. Unless something very drastic changes, which hopefully it will not. Well, Mr. Jason Cooley, it looks like you want to do some coverage. You definitely have more stamina and energy than I do. It means I need to go drink more caffeine. But I can give you a countdown. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. And then I will give it off to you in a fancy super duper countdown. But we'll see. All right. So about a 10 to 15 second delay in terms of me giving it off to Jason and giving it the signal back. So that's good to know. All right. So these storms again, Big Bow Echo about to exit the Arklatex in East Texas, moving into Louisiana. We still have a couple of severe storms back in Texas with hail, heavy rainfall, some gusty winds, but maybe we'll get to start calming things down here. Tornado threat, very low the rest of the morning. Damaging wind threat decreasing. The hail threat is what we're still having to deal with. So, Jason, if you're ready to go, I'll do a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I'll switch it over and keep talking until I see him talking. And then we'll be good to go. Thank you, Jason. Jason's video froze. That's very interesting. That was a horribly timed boo-boo. All right, well, we'll go back. Oh, here we go. Hey, it's 2 in the morning. Hey. All right, have fun.
All right, yeah.
Hey, it's 2 in the morning. Hey. All right, have fun.
Sounds like we're back here. Internet's back. Just wants to be a goofball. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and fill in a little bit for David-Reimer. I'm meteorologist Jason Cooley here. It is 1:47 a.m. on June 16th. And we have what has been a destructive Derecho storm pass through northeast Texas into northwest Louisiana through Shreveport and Mansfield, Louisiana now. That is now history for the state of Texas. But in its wake, we still have hail cores. We still have hail problems. What is going on here? This is a potentially large damaging hailstorm coming into Emory, Texas, and Grand Saline here shortly, and Mineola in the next 10 minutes. We do have a history this evening of upwards of 5-inch hail that can't be ruled out with this storm. We're probably going to be more toward the golf ball to maybe baseballs. I don't know. Tennis balls. Really hard to tell without any reports. So golf ball to tennis balls here. Very likely coming in, especially the south side of Emory. We're going to go to the density product here. And this is going to give us an idea of where that strongest hail core is. Emory, Texas there, just on the south side of Point in Emory, Texas. This storm is moving southeast, so a rambunctious storm. Very rowdy guy. Still 1:47, almost 2 a.m. We have a hailer going on out in northeast Texas, headed toward Grand Saline and Alba and Mineola. Again, luckily that derecho has been out of the state for a little while now. We do have quite a bit of hail also indicated with that derecho. Again, it's Louisiana's issue, unfortunately for them. The office in Shreveport sounds like they had to take cover. And the NWS in Fort Worth had to go ahead and issue their tornado warning for this part of Louisiana here near Mansfield, Grand Cane. That was a pretty tight couplet that spun up again right after it passed the Texas border. Let's go ahead and go backward. They just removed that warning box, but try to spin up right near Keechee. Might have done so efficiently to prompt that tornado warning, and then that kind of fizzled out as it moved southeast toward Grand Cane and Mansfield, Louisiana. So again, high wind situation all the way through northeast Texas into Louisiana. Even now, let's see, good gracious, on the east side of the radar, out here in Louisiana, we just have stupid, insane wind gust here, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds away from the radar going into central northern Louisiana. So yeah, 80 mile per hour winds probably plaguing the state, maybe even 100 here at times. Again, this is not far at all from the radar site in Shreveport, Louisiana. So whoo, boy, it's still windy there in Shreveport. Winds have been slightly calming down, but still relatively strong. These are, 25 to 35 mile an hour winds still in Shreveport, well after the passage of that storm system. So the main story now for the state of Texas is going to be our elevated hailers back to the northwest of the leading storm, and all you can really do is ask, why are we doing this? Why do we have to be doing this at 2 a.m. in Texas in the middle of June with these possible softball-sized hailstorms, day 6 in a row now, with big-time hail issues in the state of Texas? This has been the week of the hail apocalypse. And here we go once more, probably south of Emory, Texas, and coming into Grand Saline and Mineola, Texas, we have potentially golf ball to maybe tennis ball sized hail here. Again, if we looked at the density product, we have maxed out vertically integrated liquid values here. Just wild times here. Probably 2 a.m. large hailers waking people up here from West Tawakoni over to Grand Saline and Mineola here shortly. That storm has been very long-lived. It's traveled all the way from Oklahoma. I believe it kind of crossed into, well, I don't remember. I think that's the same storm that went through Pilot Point and Valley View, Forestburg, Montague. So it's been going all the way since Texoma. It's gone all the way down here. It's going to be crossing the Interstate 20 if this thing doesn't completely collapse, which has no intention of doing so, apparently. So folks near Lindale, Hawkins, Winona, Gladewater, we've been talking about that area multiple times in the last few days, and here we go again. We have a hailer, elevated hailer, again, much lower tornado threat than anything we've seen today and yesterday. It's going to be just a hail threat, maybe some gust, maybe some wind gusts, but again, that leading storm really took the main surface-based instability away from the atmosphere. You need a lot of surface instability, surface-based storms to produce those tornadoes and destructive wind gusts. So the atmosphere's been tainted a bit, if you will, from that leading derecho with these hailers that are going to be elevated well above the surface here, pretty much being the primary hazard here. Large destructive hail possibly. Again, now south of Emory, going to be headed toward maybe just between Grand Saline and Alba toward Mineola, and eventually just north of Lindale, maybe even near Lindale. Going farther northwest, we still have this guy let's go ahead and animate that, because it looks like this storm has kind of grown in size. It's almost like it's trying to troll me out of the house, because I'm down here in Coppell. The storm's trying to grow just to maybe try to get me to look outside, but not quite to that point yet. We have perhaps some destructive hail sitting here southwest of Bells, between Bells and Van Alstyne here. Another possibly damaging hail core right there, moving southeast, currently located between Van Alstyne and Bells, headed toward Leonard and Celeste, Bailey, Texas. And this storm has tried to backbuild to the southwest. We'll see if anything else can pop up as far as large hail cores go. Let's go ahead and look at our density product. And again, the main part of the hail core still between Van Alstyne and Bells here, with maybe some smaller hail near Gunter. So that is all moving southeast toward Leonard. That's a gift from Oklahoma that we didn't ask for. Then we gave Louisiana a pretty bad gift that they're not enjoying at all. Probably extensive wind damage out in northeast Texas. It's going to be a national story, national headline, I'm pretty sure. As David said, probably thousands of trees, if not partially destroyed, maybe fully uprooted and tossed down. Probably roads blocked. I could only imagine Google Maps probably showing some roads with blockages out in northeast Texas. We had a lot of reports of people with power outages or power struggling, as well as damages, structural damage, again in northeast Texas in the wake of that derecho. Derecho still continues in northwest Louisiana. And if I go ahead and go back to the reflectivity, see that continuing, that lead storm there that I was originally chasing in Gainesville. I was chasing this storm in Gainesville, Texas at 7:30 p.m. And now it is well east and south of Shreveport as a derecho at 2 a.m. So the storm's been going on for 7 hours. It's kind of taken different forms over the hours. It was a tornado warned storm, really all the way from let's say Lawton, Oklahoma to Roosevelt, Oklahoma. This was a tornado warned supercell in Lawton, Oklahoma, with destructive winds and a few tornado reports south of Lawton. Adam and Chelsea got like a multi-vortex near Geronimo, Oklahoma on this storm that I'm mentioning. I wish I had a hyperloop of this storm. I hope someone got a hyperloop of this storm on radar. The storm traveled from Lawton down just past Waurika, Oklahoma, kind of straight into Leon, Thackerville, and Gainesville. Then once it got into Texas, the storm can continue to go southeast toward Van Alstyne. It merged with another storm just behind it. So it took a bit of a different form. It ingested other storms. It moved through just past Greenville, over between Mount Pleasant and Gillimer, and then it really became a huge, big windbag, derecho, if you will, and now it's out here. So northwest Louisiana, it's been a multi-state, severe and tornado-warned storm, derecho, if you will. They may very well have found consistent hurricane force winds at some point along its whole trajectory. So again, I'm going to draw the trajectory here. Rough trajectory. That's a long-lived storm. This storm has a long ways to go before it completely collapses. It's probably going to make it into Mississippi and who knows, maybe even Gulf shores. So been quite a long evening, 7-hour long storm, if not longer, maybe 9-hour long storm, just ravaging parts of northeast Texas and now northwest Louisiana. Again, our main story right now is the hailstorms. Hailstorm action between Whitewright and Van Alstyne. Storms getting a little more elongated. We still don't have really any tornado threat. We don't have excessive wind threat. Our most threatening portion of the storm here between Van Alstyne and Whitewright here, with large damaging hail moving southeast toward Leonard and Celeste, might make a run toward Commerce, maybe between Commerce and Greenville. Going to have to keep their eyes out for that storm here, even though it's 2 a.m. Back to our storm out east of the Metroplex. Oh my God, that is reflectivity that you just don't want to really see at 2 a.m. You don't want to see it ever, but we're trying to sleep here. Please let us sleep, Mother Nature. Please. Oh boy, let's switch to a better product here. And this thing is pissed. It is a probable large damaging hailstorm just between Emory and Grand Saline, coming toward Mineola, eventually probably Lindale, Texas area. So heads up, folks, that's going to be another long-lived severe thunderstorm for northern Smith County, Wood County, western Upshur County, and southwestern Camp County. And now we have more severe thunderstorms. For example, Collin County, Grayson County, Fannin County, Hunt County. I wish I could even keep track of all the warnings today in the state of Texas. There's our new severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour until 3 a.m. That is for an increasing in size hail core here. We have an explosion in our vertically integrated liquid, indicating potentially a very wide hail core now. Bottom even, perhaps, in that hail core. Trenton, about to be Leonard, Celeste, Wolf City, Blue Ridge. Even Anna could get a little bit of hail. I mean, you know, anything is shown us the last 5 days. The radar doesn't have to look holy moly guacamole, and we have softballs and grapefruits falling because there's a monumental amount of mixed layer instability. There's very fast updrafts going up, keeping those hailstones tossed around, getting bigger and bigger and bigger as they knock into each other. They have collisions and they coalesce, they get bigger until they finally can fall down. So super extreme amount of instability with those 80-degree dew points, those mid-90-degree temperatures. It's been so muggy. There's been so much instability, and today was one of the highest dew points recorded in parts of North Texas in recorded weather history. That is partially to explain why this is happening, because it is still unstable. Even though all these storms keep passing through, there's still mixed layer instability. Again, the higher the instability, the faster your storm updrafts are. The fast updrafts keep those hailstones tumbling, getting launched back up. They try to fall down and they collide and they coalesce. They get bigger. They finally might fall to the ground when the gravity is enough to overtake the wind speeds going straight up in the updraft. And the last 5-6 days now, we have seen 4 to 5, maybe even 5.5-inch hailstones in parts of north central to northeast Texas. It's been whack. This hailstorm, I really hope it's not putting down softballs and grapefruits right now, but I just don't know. This is pretty big hail core right now coming into Trenton, eventually Leonard and Celeste, southern Bonham, Texas. These folks are tired of the storms tonight. No doubt about that. Sherman especially just been hit several times with hail. Frequent lightning. Again, that's another thing about the high instability values is the lightning is just absolutely berserk. Lightning so frequent. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts just in one complex of storms. So maybe a little bit of hail core also in Weston. So again, I think can't be surprised if folks in Anna and Melissa also get in on some of this hail action, unfortunately, even though the main part of the core looks to be in Trenton and south of Bonham here. Looks like we're trying to intensify here right in Weston. So folks in Anna and Melissa, you're going to get another rude awakening unless you're already up from the last hailstorm and the hailstorm before that and the hailstorm before that. This storm is currently at 60,000 feet tops. So, you know, for fun, we'll go ahead and look at that. Thanks for pointing that out, David. This storm is meaning business. And wow, that is very high storm tops. Again, so high instability means those updrafts go higher up in the atmosphere. Because it's so unstable, they go faster up and they get to go higher up. So this looks to be still a very unstable air mass. Now, at the surface, we are not expecting tornadoes or destructive wind gusts any longer. It's going to be more elevated in nature thunderstorms dropping large, damaging hail. This storm has updraft tops that are just about 60,000 feet above the ground. For 2 a.m., that is pretty insane. This is just wild to see. All right, so going back to our density product, we see an explosion in our vertically integrated liquid here, Weston. So unfortunately for Anna, maybe Melissa, Bucky's off of 75 and 121. Going to get another rude awakening. And then folks in Trenton probably also going to get some large damaging hail with that. Let us check velocity and make sure we're not going to get anything in the big windbag department at least. All right, so a lot of these actually are kind of stronger winds here, but not excessive. These are 40-mile-per-hour winds. Already come through Anna, already came through Melissa, coming into Blue Ridge right now. I don't know what this is. I don't really trust this as a rotational couplet. We'll go to reflectivity here. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be talking about rotational couplets here, but I was looking at velocity for wind speeds. It looks like we're probably going to be remaining below severe limits for wind, but hail, not the same story. We might have 50-mile-per-hour winds northeast of Anna and Melissa up near Trenton. I don't know what this is. There's a lot of artifacting and stuff at night with radar. After so many thunderstorms have passed through. But 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts can't be ruled out here. A little higher than I'd like to see, because if you couple that with damaging hailstones, that's a recipe for some damage. Oh, I can't believe it's 2 a.m. and we're doing this. Okay, large damaging hail probably coming into Trenton now, just as well as Melissa, the US 75, Texas 121 junction, and Anna, Texas, probably getting hail. I hope to God it's not absolutely huge hail, because it's 2 a.m. Why would we do that? This storm has grown in size. Don't like to see that. Let's go back to our Mineola storm. And David-reimer, I think we need to keep covering these hailstorms a little longer and see if we can start trending down anytime soon. But let me know if you want to take back over, David. If not, I can keep talking. This is damaging hail core coming right toward Mineola. Might come just to the north side of Lindale, Texas. Sorry, Lindale, just hardly on the map there. There we go. All right, so Mineola probably going to take on some large damaging hail. This storm will be probably just scooting to the very north side of Lindale. Lindale, don't be surprised if you do get some hail, but the worst of the hail core looks to be coming head on toward Mineola and then eventually Winona, Texas. So don't like to see that at 2 a.m. Go to our vertically integrated liquid here, and that is the storm that just doesn't stop. This storm has been quite a long-lived little guy as well, even though it's been elevated in nature. It's still been dropping large hail. This is the same storm that we tracked all the way from, I believe it went, this isn't the same storm that did, I'm losing track of all the storms that trampled through here. This was in Valley View. I think it came through St. Joe. So this storm is kind of cut a path like this. Still going. Multi-hour, multi-county severe hailer. After the wake of an initial round of tornado-warned storms and of an eventual derecho. So it's been a wild night for North Texas, Northeast Texas. Now we have another storm behind that here. Anna probably getting wind and hail. Melissa as well. So sorry to our ladies, Anna and Melissa. We apologize, but you're getting in on some hail. And Leonard, our poor friend Leonard here. Not about to be too happy with that hail core. And then our friend Celeste and Bailey also probably going to have some large hail. And maybe some strong winds also. So could be more wind-driven hail with this storm. Let's go back to velocity, see which way the wind is blowing. Yes, we got northerlies out of this thing. Probably 40 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe closer to 50 near Blue Ridge. Oh boy. So this is just probably some wind-driven hail now at this point. Along this axis between Trenton and Melissa. Probably some wind-driven hail there. Don't know the size, but we're probably going to be doing at least golf balls in the core of that thing. Let's go ahead and look at differential reflectivity, which is a measure of where maybe the bigger hailstones are. Differential reflectivity is a dual pole radar product where we can tell kind of the size of the hydrometeor that's falling. Hydrometeors include rain, hail, sleet, snow, freezing rain. This is a way to tell the shape. Now, large hail tumbling down from the sky to the ground is sampled more round. Like that. Overall, pretty round. Heavy rain falling, the large drops, you know, you get more obloid shape, teardrops, you know, not round, not perfectly round like that, but more like this. So differential reflectivity will give us an idea where maybe those tumbling hailstones are really coming down. And we see, we're looking for blues and grays here. We see blues and grays between Trenton and Randolph here, and maybe even a little bit near Anna. So kind of hard to tell on this radar. We have the higher winds and maybe heavy rain starting here in Leonard. But the hail is back near Trenton and Randolph. So, just taking a look at that, I'm not going to take too much time with that because data is kind of messy. But if we look at reflectivity, again, Leonard getting heavy rain and then the hail a little bit farther back. So, Westminster to Trenton, up toward Randolph and Bailey, coming into Leonard now, and eventually Wolf City and Celeste as well. That is going to be where our most damaging hail core will be. But hail can't be ruled out all the way back up to almost Honeygrove, and then down here into Melissa and north side of McKinney. So, kind of a long, hot dog shaped size hail core moving southeast toward Farmersville, Princeton, Greenville, Commerce at 2:15 a.m., of course, of all times. Let's go ahead and focus back on this mega storm, this gnarly little guy. Still showing indications that we have large damaging hail coming right toward Mineola here momentarily. So hail size probably greater than at least quarters to ping pongs. These tops are very high, so very strong updraft still in there, tossing these hailstones around and making them bigger. David, I'll give you maybe one more minute, and I could give it back to you after I finish on this storm. We have density product here. Our dense part of the hail core just going to slide near Mineola, Texas. Again, this storm still trooping southeast, might make a run toward Lindale or just north of Lindale. All right, thank you, David. I'm going to be giving it back to David-Reimer, Baldy-in-Chief here now that I've kind of covered these hailstorms. We're going to keep you covered a little bit longer as these hailstorms continue to pound north and northeast Texas. These are quite anomalous, severe storms for this part of the country at this part of the year. Honestly, this is not something we're very equipped to deal with for mid-June in Texas. But here we are, we go into El Nino, and this is kind of what happens. So, well, thank you for sticking with me, meteorologist Jason Cooley. I'm going to go ahead and give it back to David with the 5-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, thank you to meteorologist Jason Cooley for that. Please, for all that is merciful, Jason, go to sleep. Good gravies. All right, anyway, thank you for that. It is coming up on 2:18 a.m. on the 16th of June, 2023. At least it is Friday, at least for those who work a typical 5-day work schedule, Monday through Friday. Everyone else, well, you're out of luck. I'm sorry. We are still monitoring a couple of severe thunderstorms across portions of North Texas into Northeast Texas this evening/early this morning, and we note a couple of showers trying to develop a little further south towards Jacksonville and Henderson, and my mood is going to deteriorate quickly if that ends up being anything beyond a shower or weak thunderstorm. All right, we're going to be keeping an eye on a supercell over Mineola, and then sort of a line segment that's developed along a southward progressing outflow boundary. It looks like an outflow boundary at least. Almost might be some sort of a cool front. Dew points behind this boundary to fall into the low 60s compared to upper 70s ahead of it. So, almost somewhat of a cool front or a dry front. Nevertheless, it has sparked additional showers and storms across portions of Collin County, northeast into Fannin County, into Hunt County as well, into Cooper County. or I shouldn't say Cooper County, Delta County. So let's go ahead and we'll keep on keeping an eye on these storms. Again, strongest are certainly still capable of throwing out hail. This one over Mineola is probably dropping at least golf ball size hail as it moves to the southeast at about 40 miles per hour. And again, this could end up being an issue for places like Lindale and Winona over the next several minutes as this supercell continues to progress to the east-southeast. You'd think after having a derecho come through here 2 hours ago with, winds over 70 miles an hour, the atmosphere would have stabilized, but clearly not, because it's mid-June, and it turns out when you have a summertime environment, it tends to replenish itself pretty quickly. So, and that's why we're still dealing with hailers here coming up towards 2:30 a.m. this Friday morning. So again, those of you in Mineola, you're probably getting woken up by hail right now. Same thing goes for those of you in Lindale. You're going to be getting in on some hail too. The storm's generally progressing along and east with Highway 80 towards Hawkins. If it takes a bit of a left, this may be more of an issue for Hawkins and Winona versus Lindale. We're just going to have to wait and see. But again, radar is estimating the potential for some golf ball size hail as the storm moves east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. Back to the northwest, we have a line of strong to severe storms capable of producing nickel to half-dollar size hail. Maybe some 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts from near Cooper to Ladonia to Wolf City, Bailey, Leonard, Trenton, down to Blue Ridge, Melissa, and McKinney. You can see kind of that boundary here from Allen down to DFW Airport to Lake Worth. That's helped spark off some of these storms further north. And so far, fortunately, that line hasn't unzipped, and I'm hoping it won't, but I won't totally rule it out just because of the overall night we've had. So again, these storms up on this boundary are moving southeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. They are fast moving. And again, potential for nickel to golf ball size hail, winds of maybe 40 to 55 miles an hour. The wind threat is much, much lower than we dealt with earlier. And I'm really not concerned about tornadoes. This storm near Mineola will switch over to the super duper awesome blossom weather radar over the city of Mineola, capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail as it moves east-southeast at about 45 miles an hour. We'll put on a storm track on this storm. And again, this storm is moving east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour, maybe a bit faster than that. Thank you, Mr. Cooley. It's going to be near the city of Hawkins around 2:45 a.m. Winona on 155, coming down to I-20 about 2:55 a.m. Liberty City about 3:10 a.m. Kilgore about 3:20 a.m. And again, this is going to impact those who may be out doing damage relief efforts after the derecho earlier. This thunderstorm, again, has the potential to produce quarter to golf ball size hail. Not much wind, probably, but cloud to ground lightning, hail, heavy rainfall, all issues to those outdoors in the elements. Back northwest, we have a line of showers and thunderstorms, mostly thunderstorms, that extends from near McKinney up 121 through Melissa, Blue Ridge, Trenton, Leonard, Bailey, moving southeast at 40 to 45 miles an hour. You know what that means, Hunt County? Guess what? You get your, fourth or fifth round of hail. Woo! No. City of Greenville, about 2:50 a.m. Caddo Mills, about 2:45 to 2:50 a.m. Crossing Interstate 20 a few minutes later. Lone Oak, about 3:05 to 3:10 a.m. Point, about 3:15 to 3:20 a.m. And that's assuming this doesn't weaken, but frankly, it probably won't, and it could just develop into another complex that may, if that happens, that may have some wind. But for now, not worried about damaging winds, just hail. And again, this may end up in Emory at about 3:25 a.m. Further northeast, we have a severe storm closer to Wolf City and Ladonia. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually draw a manual storm track that has all of this info on it. Again, they have this moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. So we'll just do that. And again, this could be in Greenville in the next 10 minutes by 2:30. Sulphur Springs around 2:50. Commerce, next 5 minutes. Lone Oak, 245 to 250. Emory, 3 to 305. Yantis, 305 to 310. Mineola, 330 to 335. The city of Van, 335 to 340. Pittsburgh, 320 to 325. Winsboro, 310 to 315. We'll zoom in, get a few more cities. Como, 255 to 3. Quitman, 315 to 320. Emory, 3 to 305. Mineola, 325 to 330. Grand Saline, 320 to 325. Lindale, approximately 345. Hawkins, approximately 345. Gilmer, approximately 340 to 345. Or City, 340 to 350. Who else wants to join in? Mount Vernon, 2:55 to 3 a.m. Again, a line of thunderstorms capable of producing dime to maybe $half size hail, maybe some 40 to 50 mile-an-hour winds, much less than earlier, moving southeast at 45 to 50 miles an hour. Hopefully will be our last round of storms this morning. With this thunderstorm across portions of Mineola to Lindale, generally moving east at about 45 to 50 miles an hour, not as southeast as this little storm track seems to think it is, in my opinion. I think it's probably moving more like this. So let me zoom out. We'll do that. Again, I'm going to make sure this is moving like that. So again, this could be in Winona at 235 to 240. Gladewater, 245 to 250. Liberty City, 250 to 255. Kilgore, 3 to 305. Longview, 3 to 310 a.m. Hallsville, 315 to 320 a.m. Tatum, 325 to 330 a.m. Marshall, 330 to 335 a.m. Nesbitt, 325 to 330 a.m. Again, this thunderstorm is currently capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Not worried about big damaging winds with this. I think the damaging wind threat has concluded for the state, I hope. Not worried about tornadoes. Just hail. The surface-based instability reservoir has been depleted after the Derecho earlier, but we still have plenty of instability aloft, and that's why we're dealing with hail. And again, some of you are mentioning Florida. We'll go say hello real quick. Yeah, good news. There's tornadic supercells in the Florida Panhandle, northwest Florida, southeast of Tallahassee. We'll actually take a look real quick. There is a circulation way out here in the middle of no man's land, no tornado debris signature, but that sure is a funky-looking hook echo, but it is a hook echo, and there you go. In fact, a pretty good circulation northwest of Perry, Florida, too. They're going to need a tornado warning on that. But again, and then we have flash flood emergencies around Pensacola, it looks like, for... well, they had 12 inches of rain in 3 hours, so that'll do it. But back to Texas we go. We have a line of severe storms capable of producing nickel to ping-pong ball size hail, extending along a line from Cooper to Commerce to just northwest of Gainesville to Farmersville, moving southeast at 45 to 50 miles an hour. And again, this line of storms is capable of producing 40 to 50 mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain, the potential for nickel to ping-pong ball size hail as it moves southeast at 45 to 50 miles an hour. A severe thunderstorm located near the city of Lindale, moving off to the east towards Hawkins and Winona at 45 to 50 miles an hour. This thunderstorm capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, 40 to 50 mile-an-hour winds, cloud to ground lightning, and heavy rainfall. Again, the primary damaging wind threat has concluded, as has the tornado threat, but our residual thunderstorms remain capable of producing hail, nickel to perhaps golf ball size. I am hoping we are done with the tennis ball to baseballs. And for now, we do appear to be, but nevertheless, we continue to deal with thunderstorms capable of producing hail. I'll continue playing this radar. It is 2:30 a.m., the 16th of June, 2023. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy in Chief David-Reimer, along with some help from meteorologist Jason Cooley. We have been live now for 9 hours and 5 minutes, covering a severe weather event across portions of the Texas Panhandle, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana now. We've had a killer tornado strike Perryton, Texas in the Panhandle yesterday afternoon. At least 3 dead, dozens injured, 2 still missing, many buildings damaged. The Weather Service in Amarillo will be out there to survey the tornado track and the overall damage intensity this morning and afternoon, but it was clearly a strong tornado. We've had a line of intense thunderstorms now progress through southern Oklahoma into portions of Texoma, northeast Texas. High winds over 100 miles an hour. Those storms are now in Louisiana. What we are left with this morning is a severe storm near Mineola that could have maybe quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Hail sizes have been coming down. And then a line of strong to severe storms that now extends from near Cooper to Commerce to near Farmsville. Farmsville doesn't sound right. Let me make that. Nope, Farmersville. Those storms generally moving east-southeast at about 45 miles an hour. The potential for nickel to $50, perhaps ping pong ball size hail. Heavy rainfall. Winds 40 to 50 miles an hour. Cloud to ground lightning. Many portions of eastern or northeast Texas and the East Texas are without power this morning after this last evening's Derecho directly impacted the region with 75 to 110 mile an hour winds and took a beating on the infrastructure. We have a plethora of trees down, and that's probably going to continue. So our plan of attack for the next several hours is what we're going to probably do is we're going to probably get ready to call it quits here soon in terms of the continuous voice coverage, but the live streams are going to stay up. We're just going to play some jazz music and start doing cut-ins every few minutes in that, but the video feed's not going to go anywhere. You just may not necessarily hear me talking constantly. And besides, there's nothing wrong with some 2:30 a.m. jazz. We're still going to be here. I've actually got to make a forecast video for this morning's Texas Weather Roundup that's due out in a couple hours, so I have to start putting that together and taking a look at data. But again, we're down to a couple of severe storms at this point. One near Lindale, moving towards Winona, Hawkins, Big Sandy. Second, located from near Nevada and Farmersville to Greenville, Naylandville, Commerce, Cooper, moving southeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. The most intense hail cores and these storms capable of producing nickel to perhaps $50 or ping pong ball size hail. Winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour. Heavy rain. Cloud to ground lightning. Storms over the last 5 to 10 minutes have shown a decrease in intensity, which would make me a very happy Baldy in Chief. But we're still going to have to keep an eye on it, especially this thunderstorm near Mineola and Lindale that does appear to still have a pretty potent hail core. If we switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode, you can see that hail core now east of Highway 69, south of Highway 80, generally moving towards Hawkins, Winona, Big Sandy. And again, this could have hail up to the size of $50 as it moves to the east-southeast. As I begin using my monotone voice to 1, not stress my vocal cords, and 2, prevent my throat from hurting more than it already does. But that's okay. A line of severe storms from near Lavon in Nevada to Farmersville, Greenville, up to Celeste, Wolf City, Naylandville, Commerce, Ladonia, Pecan Gap to Cooper, moving east-southeast at 45 to 50 miles per hour. We are not concerned about damaging straight line winds at this point. We are not concerned about tornadoes. Our primary issue this morning is damaging, well, let's rephrase that, cloud to ground lightning, heavy rainfall, the potential for some storms to produce nickel to half-dollar size hail. It appears we are beginning to trend downwards. Does that mean we're going to be free from severe storms this morning? No. We need to remain vigilant and watch this storm near Lindale that has a hail core. We need to remain vigilant and watch these little line segment from Lavon to Commerce as they may continue moving east-southeast this morning. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Let's see if, first off, the model has any idea what's going on this morning, and if so, we'll be able to show that data and provide a timeline on when we may actually be able to be done with storms. So what we're going to do is load the latest high-res rapid refresh model. We're going to take a look at what it shows for 2 a.m. You see that's not overly bad for 3 a.m. I mean, it is a little further to the east compared to where it should be, but frankly, that's okay. 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., we're finally weakening. 7 a.m. And there you go. So we may still have some storms capable of producing a wee bit of hail through 6 to 7 a.m. this morning across the Arklatex. We'll load a radar loop. We'll just let that loop play here for a few minutes. You can see, indeed, the potential for storms capable of some hail will persist this morning. We may even see a few storms in southeast Oklahoma make a run at far northeast Texas later this morning. Mr. Jason Cooley, you know that magical thing you said about the hail cores going down? Sir, I'd like to introduce you to the storm northeast of Lindale, because on my super-duper awesome blossom display, it has gone from being somewhat behaved to back to being a big, scary purple meanie face. But that's probably just going to be a thing all morning. The Sherman is over. Indeed, indeed. Sherman may sleep in peace. Y'all have had more lightning tonight than you've probably had in months combined, and you know what? It's a miracle half the city didn't catch on fire. Oh. And the Day 3 severe weather outlook is out. And is in Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, eastern Oklahoma, and East Texas. What does this June come to? Oh, it really is almost like doing this in April, but somehow we've fixed it or transposed it into June. It's really quite unusual. But you know what? We've dealt with tornadoes the day after Christmas. So sometimes you just have to pretend it's not December or it's not June, and that Mother Nature does not care about when we do things in the weather department, but Mother Nature will do what Mother Nature is going to do, and Mother Nature does not care what we or anyone else think. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a look at this. I'll turn on the timestamp again. Let me turn off the satellite. Take a look at storms over the last several hours. In fact, what I'll do, I'll set it to 6. Let's just take a look at what storms have done over the last 6 hours across the state. You can see we've had a very busy night, and this doesn't even capture the part where we had issues back in northwest Texas, the eastern Texas panhandle, etc. But yes, you can see we've had issues. We've had storms. The storms have just kept popping up and making a ruckus. But thankfully, hopefully, somewhat miraculously, I do believe we are down to, at this point, the potential for some pocket change size hail, maybe some golf ball size hail, with the storm near Lindale passing north of the city of Tyler, north of Interstate 20, moving east-southeast towards Longview. So, with that being said, those of you in Hawkins to Big Sandy to Winona may end up with some large hail here. over the next 30 minutes as that storm continues to push east at about 30 miles an hour. Can't rule out some quarter to ping pong ball size hail while we have storms back over portions of pretty much I-30 up to highway, what is that, 24 or 224 from Lake Creek to Cooper to Commerce to Greenville to Nevada, moving east-southeast at 45 to 50 miles an hour. And again, he's moving southeast at about 50 miles per hour. But again, the main issue tonight and this morning, hopefully now with the most intense storms, will be nickel to golf ball size hail, the potential for 40, 50, maybe a 60 mile an hour wind gust, the potential for copious amounts of cloud to ground lightning, and locally heavy rainfall with the potential for localized flooding. The overall tornado risk for the remainder of the morning is very, very low. The damaging wind threat outside of a rogue gust of 50 to 60 miles an hour, also low. As always, we'll never rule anything out because doing so tempts Mother Nature to taunt us, and taunting Mother Nature is never a wise idea. So with that being said, we're going to turn on some jazz music. We're going to sit back. We're going to let the radar loop. We're going to keep an eye on things here, but once again, we're going to give the Baldy-in-Chief's voice a rest. We're all going to tell meteorologist Jason Cooley to go to bed. Those of you outside of Stormyville, I do hope you have a good rest of your morning. We're not terminating the live stream, but we will be taking a wee bit of a talking break with another severe weather update by 3 a.m. Otherwise, we'll start looking at forecast data for later today into the weekend and next week as Mama Nature brings the heat and the triple-digit temperatures with the abhorrent amount of humidity return and persist across a majority of the state of Texas. So, let's turn on some music. Let's get that going. Just give me a second. We'll get some music set up here. Just have to get it set up to play on the stream. What we're going to do is we're going to let y'all not look at my bald head. We're going to listen to some music, and our next severe weather update will be here by 3 a.m. If I had been smart about this, I would have made a banner that says, next update at 3 a.m., but I haven't. And frankly, at 2:45 in the morning, I'm not going to, because it's 2:45 in the morning, and we've been doing this 9.5 hours, and at some point, you just have to close your eyes and pretend it's nap time. Is it nap time for Baldy-in-Chief? No. Unfortunately not, but that's okay. So, let's get some music going. Let's keep an eye on the sky, and we'll have our next update back with me here in about 15 to 17 minutes at 3 a.m. Central Time. All right, there we go. It is 3 a.m. on the 16th of June, 2023. We're still monitoring a couple of severe storms early this morning across eastern North Texas into East Texas. These storms primarily going to be a hail threat at this point. Not too worried about damaging winds, not too worried about tornadoes, but hail does remain possible. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the higher res radar data now that we've had this radar loop playing for about 15 minutes. And again, storms are moving east-southeast at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. Let's pop on over. We'll hit that. And again, first storm, little line from Sulphur Springs to Lone Oak to Quinlan. These storms moving southeast at 45 to 50 miles an hour, the potential for quarter-size hail. Winds generally staying below 50 miles an hour, heavy rainfall, and cloud-to-ground lightning. Quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning at that. Let's switch to the Shreveport radar for this thunderstorm. That's northeast of Lindale near Winona and Hawkins to Big Spring. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing half-dollar size hail. Perhaps wind gust up to 60 miles an hour, but probably sticking around 50. This thunderstorm is moving to the east-southeast at about 45 miles an hour towards Gladewater, Liberty City, Kilgore, Lakeport, and eventually the city of Longview. And again, this thunderstorm, while it is showing a pretty decent hail core loft, we haven't heard of any sort of big hail down to the ground yet, larger than the size of a $50. Truthfully, it may have some golf ball size hail in it right now, 155 between Winona up to Big Sandy, but we haven't heard anything of that yet. The storm will continue moving east on Highway 80 towards Gladewater, Longview, Liberty City, with the potential for quarter to perhaps golf ball size hail. And again, these storms from Sulphur Spring to Point to Quinlan continuing to move southeast at 45 to 50 miles an hour with quarter size hail. As the radar loop showed earlier, we do continue to deal with these storms. Frankly, we may be dealing with them maybe until 6 a.m. We may have to wait until they either move out of Texas or they actually weaken, which again may not be for a few hours. So these thunderstorms will remain capable of producing large hail and heavy rainfall. Not dealing with particularly much in the way of the wind department, which is good. The tornado threat expected to remain very, very low for the rest of the night. So the plan being, these will continue moving east-southeast at about 45 miles an hour. Again, could have quarter to golf ball size hail, 40 to 50 mile an hour winds as these storms continue to move southeast. The storm near Winona, moving towards Longview, Kilgore, Lakeport. The storms from near McCoy to West Tawakoni to Lone Oak to Sulphur Springs, moving towards Grand Saline, Alba, Emory, Yantis, Winsboro, Quitman, and Mineola. The potential for pocket change size hail up to the size of golf balls at times. We'll be keeping an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We're going to take you back and let you enjoy some more jazzy music, but we will be here with the next severe weather update at 3:20 a.m. this morning. We'll be here, and if we need be, we'll come back sooner. Y'all have a good morning, and talk to y'all again here in just a few minutes. All right, good morning. 3:20 a.m. on the 16th of June, 2023. Hopefully it'll be the last weather update we have to do this morning. A storm near Kilgore, Liberty City, moving towards Longview is starting to weaken pretty quickly now on the latest radar data over the last several minutes. We'll switch over. The storm has lost its super clear indication of a hail core, still some small hail, maybe up to size of quarters near Glaywater, but the storm looks like it is weakening pretty quickly now as it moves towards and into the city of Longview and Lakeport over the next 20 minutes, so that is good news. That would leave us with our little line segment of storms capable of producing quarter-size hail, perhaps winds of 50 to maybe 60 miles an hour. It's possible we're seeing some winds up to near 60 miles an hour make it down to the surface, especially near Wills Point to Edgewood, Fruitvale, where we're getting quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning right now. And again, this storm is generally moving off to the east-southeast at about, they've got it at 50 miles an hour. So again, good news is for the night, I think we're done with tornadoes. I think we're done with widespread damaging winds, and hopefully we won't have any more big-time hail issues. I can't totally rule out any of the above just because doing so would taunt Mother Nature, and taunting Mother Nature is a good way to have bad things happen. But as it looks now, I'm hopeful that it will be these little lines, or this little line of storms from Wills Point to Emory will be our last little line of storms tonight as it moves south-southeast towards Canton, Van, Lindale, and eventually, the way it's going, it may make it over to Athens, to Brownsboro, and Chandler as this thunderstorm moves more to the south-southeast than the previous storms. So again, this is moving south pretty efficiently. You can see that there. So again, Canton, Van, eventually moving towards places like Chandler, Moore Station, Tyler, Noonday. So we'll be keeping an eye on things, but again, this storm currently capable of producing quarter-size hail, localized winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour. quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning and the potential for some heavy rainfall. Meanwhile, the storm approaching Longview is evaporating, no longer severe, and it's about to be gone completely. So that's good news. We'll be down to this one severe storm with the potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour, perhaps, and some heavy rainfall. You can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. We'll keep this live stream going with some music, and if we need to come back and do more updates, we will. But hopefully, this was the last time y'all have to see me until we put out the Texas Weather Roundup forecast video, like we usually do on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, around 6:30 a.m. this morning. But until then, I'm going to get some coding done. We'll be keeping an eye on things here. And otherwise, thanks for tuning in. 10 hours into our live severe weather coverage. Y'all have a good night. God bless. Let's get some music going.